Only to yourself, but also to those you don't realize you owe thanks to. Hope you're ready for a retro dive. It's been a minute, hasn't it? Hi, I'm Chris. I'm Vangelus. I am internet, and welcome to the stream. I see some folks here in the. Hang on, I haven't used this computer to stream in a while. Also, I'm Sweepy, so let me go take a look over here. If you're still here, hello, Corito Prime. Hello, Shia. Hello, Tonbot74. Hello, Timu Canadian. Hello, Simeon Scott. Hello, Long Was Here. Hello, Brian. I am Evangelion. Yeah, it's been a sec, hasn't it? didn't have a Toronto, then didn't have a computer that wasn't a little laptop. And then just had a string of weeks of raw pain, and I'm here now. Hi. Hello, Strange 4. How's it going? You got the pink official YouTube emojis out. What's up, Valkysis? Yeah, the panel about our 2003 news diving is up. It's actually in the news dive playlist as well, because it's part of the series, in my opinion. So we'll lay out some of the dish and the dosh here. Number one, I woke up about 30 minutes ago because I passed the AF out. Um, I woke up after 5 hours of sleep early this morning and couldn't get back to sleep, so I spent 2 hours watching videos of people on Instagram attempting to eat surströmming because, like, people trying to talk while dry heaving, I sometimes just think is the funniest thing in the world. And then, yeah, I crumpled out and I woke up, went across the street, got myself a Raff coffee, which is really nice. Um, and we're back at it. Number two, I'm not actually sure where Aaron is because I heard from him around noon. And he did have American Thanksgiving things to do today for lunch, and I'm not sure if he has perhaps I was about to say had a capsaicin crash. That's not the thing you get from poultry. I forgot the chemical that's in the bird in question. But I'm not sure, he might have been hit with that. So I was just gonna chat for a little bit. Aaron fell in the turkey hole. It's not capsaicin. What is, because it's not even correct, right? If I remember right, the chemical in question is not even relevant to tryptophan. Thank you, Josh Merrick. Like, it's not like you actually get a tryptophan overdose from eating food heavily one day. But yeah, Tombot, you get all hopped up on the trypticon, and then it's a real embarrassing state of being. Your Triptychon is close enough. I mean, but yeah, Josh Merrick nailed it in one. Thoughts on the hit film Freebirds? Honestly, why are they free? What did they do to deserve that? I thought we had a criminal justice system. Army of Bees. Salute. But yeah, I've been a little out of it. Just been having a rough time. I had a fresh thing. So I mean, like, I got apartment woes. But they gave me a whole bunch of guff. And then this past weekend, had a really fun time going to a perfectly normal housewarming party. It's an event that was put on by my FromSoft coach. But like the morning of that thing, I was like, ooh, my foot kind of hurts. It's a little swollen on the top. Oof. Oh well. The next 2 days afterwards, could barely walk because I had like this, like, I think it might have been like an edema, like a liquid buildup, due to something somewhere between sodium and stress and like maybe diabetes, I'm not sure. And then, like, whilst having trouble walking on the one foot, got like a massive gut cramp, possibly from the sodium, possibly from all the stress of the last little bit. Had to miss a fun event in the evening on Tuesday. I'm just a big old survivor. I'm just full of power and gumption. But yeah, it's been like, it's been a bunch of stuff. I got a stack of friggin' Transformers toys I still need to open, that I would like to open on a stream so we could enjoy it together. I'm not sure. I'm gonna just do some of that too, because whatever, who's gonna stop me? If the Pope has a problem with it, I will give him an uppercut. By the way, hello, Alan Weaver. I didn't say hi when I saw your name. And hello, Monday Adams. Meowdy. But yeah, I'm in Canada, so like I'm not doing nothing today. I don't. What? When Aaron said, like, hey, we should do a news stream, when you want to do one, I was like, how about Thursday? And Aaron's like, well, that is Thanksgiving. I was like, oh yeah, right. I don't even remember hours. So it's nothing personal. It's nothing national. Canada Thanksgiving has even less history or justification to remotely reference. We don't even have a cultural monomyth around Canadian Thanksgiving. We just do turkey because that's what the Americans do. If you look into the history of Canadian Thanksgiving, it's like, what's the word I'm looking for? Pathetic. Richard Reyes, how is it going? Did I kit? I didn't get a pre-order in on kit. Apparently it's now showing up on some, at least one GameStop shelf, because Face Forward found one. I would like to get a hold of one, but I don't have a secure route as of currently. Been a year since Godzilla -1. I mean, yeah, oof. Okay's giving. Yeah, feeling it. By the way, I'm gonna move the microphone over slightly while I'm turning back and forth like this. Ernest Evans, you did indeed catch one live. Either that, or this is the weirdest VOD you've ever watched. The Golden Ross. I mean, the kit's not gonna beat the Golden Ross. But no, I have some Earthspark stuff. I've got my Legacy animated Motormaster that I picked up weeks and weeks ago. I still haven't opened because I was like, oh, we should stream this. I have a thing I ordered on Amazon like a year ago that I kept the pre-order because it was $20 or $30 cheaper than however much it cost when it did actually come out. Yeah, being overstimulated by Freebirds and this stream. That's what we're here for. Listen, if your stimulation peak is here, I am the click. Is it a click? What is stimulation measured in clicks, or is it in like milligrams? I'm not sure. But if there was one granule of sugar that pushes the high to the level of the Great Cornholio, then I am the granule. You can quote me on that one, maybe. Unless I'm saying something horrible, I'm not sure. Ounces. Oh, I don't know how to do those. But yeah, it's been interesting. I'm actually going back to visit my mom in a couple more weeks because my mom currently can't travel due to all of her leukemia stuff. So I'm going to be going over there for Xmas New Year's. So she's not just like stuck chilling out on her own looking at Zoom screens or whatever. Stop stimulating the birds. You can't make me stop stimulating the birds. Hasbro finally got me into nostalgia opening a Beast Wars retro card thing. Oh, Wolffang. That's one of those ones, right? Because I see Wolf Blade. His name's nowhere near as cool. I believe that's Wolffang. I always liked his mask for the mutant mode. It makes both heads look weird, because in the mutant head, he's got a gigantic upper lip, and the robot mode head has that funny shape. He's got like a little, the wives in Little House on the Prairie era had those like things that they had on their heads. I don't know what they're called. Anyway, it's what it always made me think of. When it comes to high, it's measured in zonks. As in how zonkid one is. Zonkis. And how zonkid one is. That makes sense to me. Conical dome. Is that what they were called? What do you call it? I don't remember now what that era is called, but when people lived in little houses on prairies and they had like the white hat thing. I went to school, okay? A bonnet. Yeah, that actually sounds right. Bonnet, a bonnet. I'm also writing a review script right now. I've written most of it. I have to write the back third, and then I don't know. I just haven't yet. But I'm doing this guy, Siege Ironhide, because I want to. I glanced to my left and saw him looking at me, and I was like, "That's right, you." So I'm writing a review of that guy because it took me until early mid last year to get Siege Ironhide, thanks to Face Forward, and I felt like I need to complete the circle by writing a bit about him. It's not the first time I'd handled the mold, but I never saw one on a shelf. I only saw one in package at a fan expo, maybe one TFCon ever. I only ever saw evidence that Siege Ironhide had been in my presence. I did not want to pay over retail on him. It was just really weird that I never, ever saw one. Still never saw one in a package. I put a call out on Blue Sky. It didn't pan out, but I was like, hey, if anyone in 2024, late 2024, has a sealed Siege Ironhide they would like to film B-roll of for me, I will give you credit. But I don't think anyone was in that position. So I'll figure out something else for the opening, like 30 seconds. Yeah, Siege Ironhide is just he's a good Ironhide. I mean, I am an avowed Ironhide enjoyer in that I enjoy every Ironhide. Even the Classics one, I like the Classics Ironhide. In case anyone thinks that might be like, ooh, well, you know, you were there when everyone hated it back when it came out. It did not age. It did not grow younger or older. Everyone always picked on Classics Ironhide. I always kind of liked it. Yeah, Cena Nuva, it felt very on brand too. I have timelier reviews that I'm like poking at too, but like he was sitting there in a pile of things on my left, and I was like, no, we need to talk about you. I need to get my friggin' brain muscles back into a state of warmth and limberosity. I need to turn the fan on in here because the lack of air movement is making the air feel stale. I even, you know what, on Classics Ironhide, I even like his silly blue face. That thing is something that grew on me over time. There's no actual, like, reason why anyone should like it. It's just, as the years went on, I was like, I kind of like that you're blue. I can't tell you why. I don't have a Henkei one, I should say. I only have Classics. Any Ironhide besides the dead? Yeah, I guess it is kind of hard to find. Well, there's a core class one I still never picked up from Studio Series. I never got the Ratchet or the Ironhide. I kind of want to sometime. But yeah, right now I guess your main Ironhide option is 2-pack Dead. Siege Ironhide could lead to the originator of Handfeel, MP Ironhide. Yeah, true. I liked MP Ironhide when he came out. The hip wheels are weird, but not enough to, like, put me off. You got Shia got to the scene where the turkey tells the other turkey they're going back in time to the first Thanksgiving to take turkeys off the menu. Isn't that's as a Canadian, I learned everything I know about American Thanksgiving from Addams Family Values. So, that's all like a kind of like weird cultural mythological construct, right? Or something. I don't know. I just remember more people over the years started talking about how, like, that whole thing is like a cartoon. Oh, hello, Smash Gamer. Apparently knows what the free burbs are. War for Cybertron Ironhide will be good because War for Cybertron Ratchet is just wish you had more paint. Looks weird. Yeah, the only thing about the Ironhide mold is like this hole here. And I felt this way about every single one of them. I like the figure pretty much overall. It's just like it is really easy to pick on the fact that like there's just a visual hole here. Because like this works because there's sculpty stuff. So it's like, no, it's a rocket booster. It's why I even like Earthrise Ironhide a whole bunch, because he's a van with a big rocket booster on the back. And I'm like, hey, why wouldn't you put a rocket booster on the back of a van? If you came to Earth in the 21st century and you still scanned that van mode, I don't think anyone will notice if you stick a rocket booster on the back, because they're going to be like, who are the weird hippies riding around in this van? Who are the scrappy stoners responsible for this? No one's going to care about like a block of rocket engine on the back. Where'd you go? Here you are. Censored naughty Ironhides. That's right. Mine's the special version. You can't see what the front looks like because it's covered in nipples. Yeah, Cena Nuva. I haven't tried out a core Ironhide. I've heard that it's a super fun little piece. What if I push this? What if I push this button? Do. I'm just clicking some windows around. And I believe I have someone in here with me now that none of you can hear yet, but you're about to if he's ready. I'm not sure if he's ready to be heard. I'm now hearing that he's ready to be heard. I need to actually turn my own volume up a little bit. And then if I do this to approximately, if I remember right, negative, let's try 12. Hi, Aaron, how you doing?
Hi, Chris. I'm doing good. Lost track of time getting home later than expected from stuffing my gob with too much food.
Oh, no worries, no worries. I told everyone, I kind of figured there was like a non-zero chance you got tryptophan. It took me a sec to remember the word.
It was a bit of that, quite a bit of Midwest good buying.
Nah.
Like, no, I gotta, yeah, okay, yeah, the thing that we talked about like 10 minutes ago. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
By the way,
Yeah.
if everyone can let me know how Aaron's volume is, he might be a little bit hot. Volume speaking.
Oh, I'm very. Oh,
There's no might about the other side of that, but I just need to know if I have him a little bit too warm. Volume seems low.
low. Okay.
Yeah, you know what? Visual monitors on audio and OBS. It's a time. Let's turn them up to -6. All right. Actually,
Adjust my mic so it's better pointed at my face meat as well. See if that helps any.
yeah. I mean, this is the fun of doing. I've talked about this, but in case anyone's here for the first time. If you ever are watching someone streaming and they're kind of struggling with audio levels, it's because it's very hard to monitor those live, and you kind of have to rely on some visual monitors that don't 100% match up to reality necessarily.
Yeah, that in a certain level, it's kind of whose line rules, right? The rules are all made up, and the points don't matter.
Yeah, you got to know like roughly what you're looking for, but there is still like a 12 decibel window sometimes on that of wiggle room. Smash Gamer, what do you think of AOTP Prima and Red Alert? I think they look pretty good, but I like them better when they don't have the heads on. I think it's kind of like perverted that we're starting to have like pictures with heads on. I think that they also should be a little bit more yellow, honestly. I do like the current stolen test shot meta of the head is missing. I think it's kind of like heartwarming given that plastic windows are coming back, so heads are less likely to be stolen in the future. This is like a
Feels also like we're going back to an earlier time of random toys showing up on eBay.
Are those on eBay? Those things? I have not kept up really. I just see the photos.
Baidu.
Oh,
Where it's coming from?
I didn't know what Baidu is. I assumed it was a vlog,
It's
a blog.
Forum. It looks like Chinese. Okay, yep. Automatically translate it for me. No, I'm not logging in.
Holy crap, Lois! It's a Diaclona from Lie on the text chat. Reminds me of the time Peter Mobile. I don't. Yeah. I don't know what a Baidu is, but I guess that makes sense.
Well, it looks like it's just a Chinese forum, but it's still just. I was saying it was that kind of feeling of like, oh, hey, here's something else entirely random showing up way too early, missing parts and clearly in random colors, or hopefully in random colors. Please make those be random colors, not the actual colors. Okay,
yeah, they are, because there's also there was a headless paint apt Prima, and then there was the cheese color Prima head, but only under the alt mode. Then someone photoshopped it on and tried to recolor it. Then I think there was a photo of one in the real colors, but I don't know if it's a Photoshop. I don't know. And none of them are posed well. I was in the Discord. I was kind of dunking on leakers being horrific toy photographers. Apparently, there is one who does a decent job. To be fair, but I was also saying this in the Discord. I'm now spoiled by Mark Marr Instagram, where like if a toy leaks, I'm like, this is fine, and like I do not begrudge anyone wanting to get their gossip fill, like kind of chatting about a new thing that came out. It's just like my motivation is low because I'm like, within a month or two, Mark Marr is going to take better photos of a physical toy and also add designer notes. So like, whenever I try to put together thoughts on like one of these leaks, I'm like, I'm gonna get better photos anyway. Like I'm just spoiled now. But also I want the cheddar colors to come out for like, I don't know, Target exclusive or something, like just as a bit. I think that'd be pretty funny.
Like I guess the fans demand it now. We got to do it.
Just a weird like BMAC or like another BMAC passive aggressive thing where he's like, "Oh yeah, leakers, yeah, we're doing a variant based on your nonsense. You're not getting any money. You made my week difficult again." I see a quacky wacky in the chat. That means we have someone from Australia in the chat. What time is it in Australia? I would like to know. Yeah, lie. Yeah, Mark wrecked the leaking meta and with pure joy too. Like he's not unlike like BMAC is always a little aggro. All the marketers are a little aggro because it's messing with their day jobs. BMAC is just gleefully taking photos of the Fallen with Bandai effect parts on the floor. What part of Australia? Oh man, I forgot they have multiple time zones. That's messed up. Mimicry also from Australia. Hey, we got double Australian power. It's 10 a.m. where Quacky is. Quacky Wacky I often see in the Diaclona stream chats at, like, not human times in Australia. So I'm actually, like, a little honored that we've got Quacky Wacky here at, like, regular time in Australia. Aaron, by the way, let me... Do I have your text still here somewhere? I'm going to switch to the browser view.
Okay.
Is this... Those are the captions. There you are. There you are. So I do still have your text here. I'll send you the link, by the way, to the correct page if you need it.
What's the number?
It's easier for me to go copy. It's 4467.
I was almost there. I was bouncing through individual numbers. Yep, I'm on it.
Yeah, the last thing that we talked about was February 3rd, Them Funny Robots, Why Everybody Always Picking on Me. For those who haven't been to one of these before, because this is our 7th one, so now me and Aaron get to kind of be like, hey, welcome to our ride. Because we even have a convention panel up now for viewing in the same playlist. We started this off by finding the earliest available news page on TFW 2005, and we just go through the news and reminisce, comment on things. We do glaze over some stuff now. Any episode listings, pre-order listings, anything related to hard hero statues, anything relating to Japanese magazine scans, unless there's a funny machine translation, because a lot of the links don't work and a lot of the images don't exist. So this has just become like our practice of like, now that we've made all the jokes, this is how we also feasibly get through 2004 before 2026. Last thing we talked about was Them Funny Robots. Monday Adams, the world being on one time zone would create supervillains, I think. I can't explain why. No, I could see that. Someone who's always waking up at 4 in the morning, always waking up at 1 in the morning and it's light out. Could be messed up. Government psyop removing old links to your own research, that's right. Diaclone is like clued in. We have yet to click one of the Inception links. Like, neither of us have had like a government injection of a data node from one of these bad links. We do have link rot going on, so we are a little... Aaron is usually my link checker because he's not streaming whatever happens when you open it.
It's all of a sudden some sort of weird adult site that's taken over something.
We did classically, for those who don't know, you can hear about it in the panel too, but we, like, I forgot his name now, the guy from NRG, his 2003 website is still up, and it has a gig board where underage kids across the world were doxing themselves publicly to try to get work in music bands. So we come across things sometimes. Link checker when I'm a prostate examiner in Hyrule. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Friggin' Link's prostate noises. 2004, so hints of Galaxy Force. Not yet. We're in early 2004, so Energon is just, like, as you can see, Energon landmine has just been found. There is, because we hit this, there's going to be a little lag with some of your memories, possibly. For instance, in 2003, we found the first announcement of the live-action movie. That was, like, that felt wrong. That felt like isekai. That felt like we got bumped by one time stream. What's up, Robot Lorekeeper? Hey, what's up, TF fan page? Built to Rule had been canceled at this point. Was the Energon Built to Rule, though? Because there was Energon Jetfire Built to Rule. We might still come across that. This is pre-third party. This is pre-YouTube as well. Which I guess is weird to... Oh, I should say, because it is 2004. If anyone watching this did not yet exist in 2004, that seems less likely than 2003, but do feel free to chime in, because we find that very fascinating. Anyway, Aaron, let's start scrolling. The 2005 Top 25 is now up, and a new feature on the site, a fully functional Top 25 list. I don't remember this at all.
I don't either. I think this is another one of those, like, like engagement things. Have people vote from your site vote for your own web page, like to try and get listed on our page occasionally.
Oh, it's for your own site.
Yeah.
Boost your rank. Wow, this is weird, because in 04, this was a little bit more wholesome.
Mm-hmm.
This was...
Well, I mean, you still had, like, web rings in 2004 and the like, where you'd put your little, you know, your web rings bug at the bottom of every page and have, you know, the you know, number of time page counter thing. That was still peak personal website design to see how many times somebody had visited my GeoCities page. It almost hit 3 digits.
Oh, once the list gets going, each week we'll make a news post listing the top 25. Much like the debate of the week, I'm curious how long this goes on for, because I so entirely don't remember it. I suspect it maybe didn't make it past the year.
Past the week.
I mean, the debate of the week, I think, is still going on. We can't read any of the debates because they're on deleted message board posts, but this is the reveal of the RX-8 alternator name, that being the one who eventually was Jazz, I believe. He is on ToyWiz. They list him as Skids. Hasbro insider Joe Kide, didn't know he was Joe at the time, has noted the figure is not named Skids. For those who don't know, Kide, regular Allspark poster back in the aughts, is now working at LEGO and was the facilitator of LEGO Optimus Prime, which blew my mind. That's kind of wild. Another fun thing about news dives, we come across people who, in 2003, 2004, were not the same people. We came across S250 a few times, who we pieced together may be the Beast Box person.
Yeah. Moderate to high odds.
Yeah. Who was just another poster at the time. Official Hasbro pictures of upcoming universe things from Bill's Toys and Games. That's another whole thing. Aaron, I'm like reconnecting with all of the threads.
Yeah.
Like,
We gotta pick him back up. It's been a little bit. Gotta reintroduce people.
Yeah, Bill's Toys and Games. That ended badly, but in this era, that is one of the site's closest sponsors. That was another moment you can dig through the VODs to find, where Aaron and I were like, oh yeah, Bill from Bill's Toys and Games. Wait a second, Bill from Bill's Toys and Games. It's like this slow realization of like,
why does it feel like that's irritating some odd old scar tissue? What is that?
It's like we're the kid in a ghost movie. We're like, something bad happened.
Yeah. Why is there a weird balloon bobbing up from my register there
like
where the heat is?
It's one trickle of blood from my nostril. Wait a second. Here we go. New Energon and Universe listings. So we did have name listings back in the day. Even less useful because the classic quote-unquote name slap was a lot more common back then compared to like this meaning anything. So Unicorn Tank. You could piece together it was probably Beast Machine's Battle Unicorn. So yeah, some universe stuff here.
As an ultra figure?
Exactly. You'd be like, well, who's the tank? Not sure. Sharkticon and Slug Slinger. Again, no indication what that could mean at the time, because Energon was just kicking into gear, and I think we had not yet really clocked there might be toy-exclusive characters who are not in the show. Smallest Transformers Wave 2 starting to show up. Micron Densetsu Yearbook 03. New G1 listing for Ricochet. Oh yeah, this is us going like, wait, Ricochet from G1? Toys R Us Canada computer, by the way. Oh, Canada. Oh, no, Mimicry. It's Unicorn, not Unicron. Because I had a moment when I saw this. I was like, Unicron Tank? This is too early. What happened to the time frames? But no, it's that Universe 2-pack with Battle Unicorn and I believe Tankor. CD Japan has a pre-order for Transformers music. This might actually work.
Let's see.
It does.
Yeah.
CD Japan, one of the only sites that does not suffer from 20-year-long link rot, which is wild. They always
It's in the database. It stays in the database. Don't think about changing the database.
sold out, unfortunately, since March 31, 2004.
No, that's the release date, not sold out since.
These Diaclona says these Amazon ads are anachronistic. They're ruining my 04 immersion. Yeah, that they've been a moment every now and then for us. In 2004, imagine though sending this strip of ads back to the year 2004, like no context, just.
I gotta go check my Amazon page because I know that was an early Amazon consumer when it was like mostly books and things that you were getting. Let's see.
Hey, Logos.
I have any from 2004 was Transformers 2-pack Optimus Prime and Megatron was the one order I placed in 2004. So I guess I was getting Transformers from them then.
What was that 2-pack? In 04, it wouldn't have been the Classics 2-pack.
Page not found.
Was it like an Energon 2-pack? I don't know.
It was late August.
That might have been the Deluxe 2-pack?
Might have been the Deluxe 2-pack.
That's a thing that existed, right? Because I'm constantly worried I'm inventing things that existed when I'm trying to remember stuff from back then. What is a Rise of the Breets? Yeah, for real. During this time, weren't they using Toys R Us for their toys? So maybe the Energon Optimus Megatron 2-pack. Oh yeah, that's Valkysis is
could be
confirming. Studio what? In 04, they're like they're making G1 Constructicons because they're not sick of them yet. It's actually exciting. Over to the next page, we got the title. Yeah, so in February 2004, Energon episode 2 and 3 were just airing. So Cybertron is a very long ways away as far as us like learning about it. New Energon listings. Look at all this. How is there a Super Megatron and a Super Galvatron? What? New comic review. Damn. Okay. I was really hoping this would work. G1 Volume 3, Number 1. I remember Wreck-Gar. I talked to Wreck-Gar not too long ago. Where was that? I can't remember. Maybe it was with the TCG. But yeah, this year, check out the review of the first issue of the G1 series that goes to a module that no longer exists, I assume. We've got...
Yep, no.
Yeah. RC and Insecticon in-package images. These are from an eBay thing. eBay are co-conspirators of Linkrot now, so I suspect that does not work.
Yeah, it's gone. I think eBay dumps after like 2 years or something at this point.
Also, this We May Earn a Commission from eBay Partner Network links, I think that was automatically added this decade.
Yeah, I think that's added into anything that had eBay link.
Yeah. Transformers TCG org saying the TCG what? It's some old game with like playing cards, but Transformers.
Oh, like our Commander decks.
Yeah, like our Commander deck. Yeah. Update from Bill's Toys and Games. I don't remember when that all went down. We identified it when.
I think this is getting closer because it's like we're away, and dude, I've still got hard to find stuff.
Yeah. Playing cards like from gambling. That's right. Once you really get into your Transformers and you're not satisfied with the toys anymore, you just start gambling with playing cards with Transformers on them. Transformers TCG org loves it when I bust out my Brainstorm and Perceptor showing off deck, because that makes for fun gameplay. The Alternator RX-8 mystery continues. Yeah, this was a thing. Couple emails from a Mazda customer service rep that state the design seen on the site is not the final version. The name is not... So people were emailing Mazda to go like, what is your partnership with the Transformers brand?
And it's some dude that's generally figuring out, like, okay, wait a second. Is that the Revision 1 or the Revision 3 bumper that we need to order? What? Transformer toy? Why do you bother? Yeah, sure. It doesn't exist yet. Whatever. Move along.
B's asking what the Bill's Toys and Game stuff is. Long story short, is a vendor who was very tightly partnering with the site, was a regular at BotCons, part of the crew, and then just very suddenly, if I remember correctly, stopped shipping things and vanished off the face of the earth with unfulfilled pre-orders or something like that.
Yeah, it was a little bit. Oh, I'd have to go back through and find the thing again that we may or may not catch up to. But he was in the process of moving from one place to another, like cross country, not just like I'm moving warehouses.
Yeah.
And then it was a bit of like Ponzi scheme-ish of I can get your packages out after I get in the next wave of stuff, and overselling on pre-orders on something, and then smoke bomb.
Yeah, when me and Aaron had that ghost child moment of like, something bad happened here, Aaron dug through his emails and found his communiques with Bill going like, how do I get my things?
Yeah.
Transformers TCG org, not only ignoring my attempts at psychological trauma, pointing out people named Bill in the community are bad folks. Wow, racist. But yeah, it was a whole thing. It was so like, it was so weird to recollect all this because I had completely memory hold Bill's toys and games 100%, and I was flashing back to so much stuff
as their existence. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Diaclone just can't make jokes anymore. It's true.
Well, it was, and this is the time frame when like Big Bad was still small, and it was like Joel.
It was Joel and his paw. Joel and his paw running their little Operation Big Bad Toy Store.
Yeah. So there were like 3 or 4 like fan pluses that were just like, well, if I just get a Hasbro distribution, like if I can just do that, I can get toys for myself and help out people. And then it turned into some of them did well, and some of them didn't.
More like good small toy store. We also have new bio cards for Energon Megas. These come with quotes and biographies for Transformers on shelves. I know, it's kind of wild in 2024. Maybe you remember Energon Ironhide's classic quote, "If trouble doesn't find me, I'll find it." Or Energon Jetfire's classic quote, "Eat my vapor trail." These things, I think, were fairly inconsequential to the larger canon. Because this was an era where, like, hey, look, they're making Transformers. This rules.
Yeah, what more do you want?
I leave them up so, you know, if you're watching the VOD, you can pause, you can go through these bios. Ironhide's powerful laser cannon is a feared weapon by his enemies. There's clips from Super Link Episode 5. Anachronism here. High res and low res, so they're all .wmvs. The high res clip is a whole 10 megabytes, but the low res, for those of you on dial-up, is 916 kilobytes. So a factor of 10? That's a 10 factor of size change?
Ish. Yeah.
It's kind of wild.
And here I just had queued up the latest episode of Star Trek Lower Decks, and that was well over a gig for a half hour.
We have gigabit now.
Yeah.
Energon Jetfire was not Australian. You're thinking of Cybertron Jetfire, a.k.a. Doredorok from Galaxy Force. This is when Jetfire was still just Scott McNeil. Going like, yeah, Optimus, let's power link! And then you can't power link with Optimus in this series.
You have the wrong port, son.
Go power link with Ironhide. And he's like, Ironhide?
This weird squiggly M thing. Yeah, you can jump on the deluxes too, but we don't actually advertise that because it looks really weird.
We don't show this. Your legs are too long. Your arms are too long. And then, yeah, Diaclone became Scottish McNeil. Was that Scott McNeil who played Dreadrock Jetfire with the Australian accent? I can't remember anymore. I never watched the Cybertron dub. I was a good anime student of the Blade, watching the TV Nihon Galaxy Force subs diligently. Aaron, we've got Transformers.com. We've got the successor, the corporatized version of Orson's World here.
Yeah.
Would you like to be question or answer?
Is there a packaging error with the Energon Dive Bomb toys? Many have been found with both energon weapons and others only with one handle and one blade.
The US version of Dive Bomb will continue to be shipped with handles on both pieces of the Energon weapons. The versions with one handle and one blade were a small launch production and will not be available going forward.
Hasbro mentioned on the December 1st, 2003 news posting that the Transformers Energon Optimus Prime's faceplate will be changing to more closely match the program animation. Program animation, yeah, sure. Sure, that's how they asked it. When will this variation be available in stores, and what changes should one look for to ensure purchase of the modified version?
The Optimus Prime, with updated faceplate, will be recognizable by a code embossed onto the package. Please look for an embossed 40331 on the back of the package if you want to make sure you are purchasing the updated version of Optimus Prime. Boxes without any code may be either version.
Does the running change happening with Wheeljack affect the changed Powerlink's thrust in red instead of the tan/blue of the one on the shelves right now, since they were rumored to be shipping together?
We were hoping to be able to release the red thrust in Armada, but were unable to make the change in time. We do hope to be able to release this item at some point in the future.
On the sides of some Energon packaging, there are 4 symbols. The gear shape around the Autobot symbol, depending on the toy. A different symbol is emphasized. Are these references to price point? If not, what do they refer to?
References to price point. This gear shape around the Autobot logo is our new Power Links symbol. This symbol and the term Power Links indicate that these characters can combine when in robot mode. You can combine figures with Power Links symbols of the same color. I never even looked at that. What? Was that a... I don't remember this from the packaging at all.
All of the Autobot Power Links were it was the same connector.
Yeah, but I don't remember a symbol.
It was like
on
deluxe and Voyager size.
I just don't remember like a packaging call out to this degree, but I might have just glazed over it, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. Some nerd looked at it like that. When is the Alternators line going to be in stores? 20th anniversary Optimus Prime.
Both of these items are currently shipping and are beginning to appear in stores now.
Are there any plans to release the deluxe size Optimus Prime, shown in a recent Takara catalog with the Kicker figure? Surprise Kicker's not. Does this deluxe Optimus Prime combine with Megatron at all?
They just don't care about Kicker.
Yeah. Yeah, screw that guy.
These items are not currently in our Energon plans. They may eventually be released as exclusives. So, to set some context, Aaron and I had a lot of fun with the Orson's World era of Q&A that we thankfully got to touch on, of just message board ass post questions being answered, sometimes in one-word all-caps answers by Aaron Archer. The Transformers.com Q&A is after Orson's World ended, due to a funny story, and it was demonstrably filling in the gap, but it was that whole experience run through this deranged promo language filter that 20 years later I find even more funny. Because like you were saying, like program animation, or are these references to price point? It's like that. No,
right.
That's not what a human said in 04.
And one interesting thing in here of Hasbro actually recognizing the date codes, from a package, and going with that. So
even saying like, by the way, some boxes may not have codes because like this is our thing.
Yes, and as memory serves, that would be 2004, day 033, shift 1.
And this is from
line 1.
This is from Aaron's
2004.
Your pre-2003 past as a packaging variant hunter.
Yes. We would see where those changes happened with the codes. And hold on, let me grab. I've got the Animated Universe Decepticon Motormaster Transformers Legacy United Voyager class toy right here, and there. Ooh, I am not seeing a date code stamped unless it's on the bottom somewhere. Oh, yep, there it is. 41921 is printed, not stamped.
We got some Kicker fans in the chat, number one. Diaclone asking, is Aaron also Transformers years old? I need some credentials. Aaron has a few more years of human age on me, but we both met in 2002 at the BotCon 2002. And we've known each other since then. I was active in the fandom for a few years before I knew Aaron. But Aaron was also active in the fandom for a few years. So
yeah,
we were in parallel lives. I was active since 98, 99. Aaron was active, but was a packaging variant hunter, because you were friends with the Hartmans and they infected you with their brain rot, if I recall correctly. And
more or less, yeah.
Yeah. Variant hunting back then was that's the wild stuff. That's that I don't know enough about. I only know jokes about it, so I can't speak to a lot of it. Aaron, it actually might be fun to put together a presentation about it someday.
Man, the rough thing is that once you start into that, that's one of those you look into the abyss and the abyss looks back type of things.
Yeah.
Because even if I put together a little bit of it, you're going to have the grognards come out of any woodwork, out of baseboards, oozing through sheetrock to tell you about how you got this part wrong or that part wrong. Because whilst we're all mostly all good, happy friends and everything, when you are something deep in, when you get that deep into some of those collecting, it also has that power of I also must make sure all of this information is 100% correct.
I got oozing grognard on me. Ugh.
Yeah. In which case it's a thing that you could have an hour-long panel about the package variations of carded Generation 1 toys before the movie.
Yeah, and decoy versions that Wolfman's got grognards.
Right.
I think some folks are curious about grognards. I think the current... I saw something. I saw a bit of a headline this morning. It sounds like the current head of Dungeons & Dragons name-dropped grognard in regards to the people we don't care about here at Dungeons & Dragons.
Yeah,
so it's in the lexicon again. Thank goodness.
So grognard, as I'm saying it, is in the original Old Grumblers. Mm-hmm. They were in the Napoleon's military, that were the old campaigners that had been with Napoleon for a very long time, and they were the stereotypical, at that point they had been around so long that they were the old men that got to yell at clouds, but because they'd been around with Napoleon forever, he'd kind of pay attention to them versus anybody else.
Transformers TCG org saying grognards equals beer with confidence. That's also not bad. That's not bad.
Bonaparte, not dynamite.
I have still never seen Napoleon Dynamite, and I crossed a Rubicon where I was I feel a level of cultural inoculation that is fascinating. Much like how I've still never seen Avatar: The Last Airbender. Not having that reference has been fascinating. Lee Kalba with slow cooker chicken titties. Damn, I'm jealous. I'm probably going to be heating up some. I mean, it's good chili. It's from the local butcher, but that's my future dinner tonight. But yeah, don't grognard too hard. Don't grognard your nards. Let's continue on. Palisade statue info. Let's continue past that. Dreamwave contest winners. Their website's gone. This was the Creative Villain, Complete the Comic, and G1 Battle Scene contests. I wonder how much
all that exposure they could have had.
How much exposure did they have? For those who don't know, Dreamwave. This was still the year of Dreamwave. This was when Dreamwave was at their peak, and the future was bright, and they were running tons of contests that often involved prizes, including the word exposure, because in 04, 03, that hadn't been polluted yet. People didn't know. Dreamwave, my company, Dreamwave, was at its peak at this point. We also found out the title of Energon Episode 4, Megatron's Sword. War Within Volume 3.
What that one's about.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably Megatron's Dick. Nah. War Within Volume 3 has an artist change incoming. We learned that Pat Lee has revealed in Wizard Magazine that it's going to be headed by James Reyes. James Reyes in the spring of 2004. Titles for Energon episodes 5 through 9.
Yeah, and less than an hour later. Or no, I guess that's 24 hours later. That's AM to PM. Sorry.
People sometimes get a kick out of this. This did come from the Toon Zone forums, which were an active news source about this stuff back in the aughts. We had some Toon Zone veterans excited about that on a stream or two. Variant of Cruel Lock has to do with the Energon weapons. This says orange paint on top of the weapons. The short pack variant does not. So this would have been, Aaron, would this have been your era where you were reading this and scratching the vein and going like, nope?
This is an era where I would have still been looking for it.
Okay.
Probably not buying it. This is towards the tail end of it. I would have maybe had my eye out for it for the Hartmans. Yeah, this still would have been in that time frame.
Yeah, it would be like, well, if I find one for you.
Because BotCon 04 hasn't happened yet. So
correct. This is February.
Yeah.
Transformers TCG org. By the way, Transformers TCG org has been around for a while. This is part of the not to dox you. May have been part of the old TF Gen 3 crew. Says I really like the variant terror cons to an unhealthy degree. Dumb Jake, hello. We got from Brand Week an article about alternators. Holly Holmes from Brand Sense, an agency representing Hasbro for the alternators, confirmed they're in talks to create a Dodge Neon SRT4 and a Dodge Ram pickup. So the Dodge Ram pickup was Optimus, if I remember right.
Yep.
Did the Dodge Neon happen?
I don't think a Dodge Neon came out.
Someone asked before, by the way, the RX-8 was the one that eventually was Jazz, eventually was Zoom Zoom. Mm-hmm. TransportCCG.org getting aged. Shia can't believe Vangelus is Doug Walker, Pat Lee, and Owen Wilson. Well, that was me trying to do an Owen Wilson noise. Just ignore that. I forgot what Owen Wilson sounds like. It's too many names collided in my brain there. It came out as the... You can quote me on this with Owen Wilson on the bottom. Oh, huh. That's the classic Owen Wilson quote. New addition to toy galleries. I'll throw it in here since we haven't mentioned it before. The toy galleries were a big part of the site back in the day for site engagement, for ad click-throughs. The toy galleries are all gone, so none of these work. So apologies to The One for all of your great work. Hopefully you still have those photos. Even more Energon kites! I vaguely recall, Aaron...
I mean, so we still actually do have the toy galleries.
Oh, really?
They don't link to it.
Oh.
But you can go, like, main Transformer lines, that it's, Energon, so you find Energon in here somewhere, kaboom, Transformers Energon, here's all of the things.
Oh.
So right there where it says toys.
I didn't know we still had these.
Yeah. So they still exist. All of those photos are still there. It's just, I think some of them were.
I did not know we still had this on the site.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are the old photos because you got the packaging shot right here. Dang.
Yeah. So some of these are just the basic links. Some of them are stuff that our guys shot. Yeah. And
Wow.
it even gives
that doesn't say The One.
Yeah.
These might be newer, maybe. Well, I mean, the packaging shot though tells me they might not be newer. I don't know. Well, that's a discovery for me. I will admit I don't always consider the buttons up here all the way through. But Aaron, I remember we caught an Energon kite news trail at one point in the last stream. So there was some kind of kite meta going on with Transformers Energon back in the day. I vaguely recall this because I remembered thinking at the time, maybe I should learn how kites work so I could have a Transformers kite. I never did. To this day, I actually still don't think I've ever... No, I have flown a kite, but it was a very long time ago. It was before this. Aaron,
Okay.
do you have any history with kites?
I liked flying kites with Grandpa out the farm because it was miles and miles of nothing, and now there's giant wind turbines out there generating a bunch of electricity. So it was probably the right place to be flying a kite.
I'll just quote Army of Bees. I like to squat and open my mouth partially when I think of Pat Lee.
Okay.
There's more discussion after that, but I want to lay out the important quote. Shio asking for my thoughts on turkeys in general. I think they're very proud and a little bit respectable, and I would like one to be in my post-apocalypse crew, but I don't think it would listen to me. I've seen upstate New York turkey piles before where they're alive. They just occupy a hilltop, and it feels like if you go near them, they'll kill you. So I've never interacted with those turkeys, but I have heard them...
On a drive last week, we had to stop in a roundabout because there was a flock of like 5 turkeys giving a very slow, hey, I'm walking here type of walk through it.
Yeah, they got swag. Like, they got that peacock swagger.
Yeah.
Like, they feel like they could kick your ass. Where I'm like, huh.
And the whole time I was thinking, well, Thanksgiving is coming up. Just get out the road. Just get out the road.
Go fist fight a turkey.
Yeah. Gobble, gobble, mother.
In 2003, Hasbro reported their fourth quarter and full year 2003 profit. Right, it's 2004. I had a moment where I was like, how did you know already? So their fourth quarter and full year 2003 profits were very good. They made $1 billion in the year. Not bad. And $1 billion 2004 dollars is more than $1 billion now. Thanks to many brands, including Beyblade, Transformers, Playskool, and Video Now, as well as continuing strong sales of For Real Friends, including Go Go My Walkin' Pup. I don't know what any of that is. Video Now is activating a neuron, but I don't know where that neuron's going.
Was that the, like, crappy tablet?
That's what I'm
learn
thinking.
things?
Anyone watching this, did any of you have a Video Now? Lai, you remember For Real Friends.
No, it was a portable video player produced by Hasbro and released by Tiger Electronics.
Yeah, I remember that
The system
thing.
uses PVDs, which stands for personal video disc.
PVDs!
Can store about 30 minutes of video.
That's back when we tried using P as a data storage medium. It didn't go well. Bees was having a neuron connective moment there as well. Tonbot with the Go 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 Pups. It's okay. There was we got some connectivity. Tiger Electronics, like from the Angry Video Game Nerd. Yes, that was what he was. He was 04. Angry Video Game Nerd had started making videos in 04, or was it 06? Penis video dimples. Thank you, Diaclona. Transformers CCG Org was the world's most accomplished For Real Friends collector. I don't remember For Real Friends at all. That is
May 2004 for Angry Video Game Nerd.
May 2000. Okay, we're coming up.
Is when he started, and in 2006 started putting them on YouTube.
Okay, we're in February 2004, so we are actually the clock is ticking down. We're in a pre-AVGN era of life still.
He has been activated. Now it just needs to cook a little bit.
Yeah, he's starting to think like, hey, what if I go back to the past and play the freaking crappy games that poop ass. Optimus Prime boxer shorts. Aaron, read by Joe Moore. While browsing on eBay, I came across fully licensed Optimus Prim boxer shorts. Click to check them out. What a news item. Yeah, he was the angry... Thank you, Lee Calvin. Angry Nintendo nerd. A lot of people... I remember James Rolfe's debut was he was the angry Nintendo nerd, and he recorded the same video twice where he did a console wars bit where he recorded a video about something, and then he switched the two companies and then did the video again. And he put them both up, and it was complete deadpan, and it was really funny, and I've never found that video again. But that's what I remember about the ANN. The Universe Spy changes have been released. Transformers.com listings. First Battle for Megatron online game code revealed. Cartoon Network has revealed the first code to be used to reveal more levels in their online Battle for Megatron game. The first code is Scorponok. I'd never played this game. I never interacted with the Cartoon Network website, but this sounds like something that some of y'all may have had in your childhoods.
Video game history lost. It's a dead link.
I know that it's a Flash game, was probably. I know those Flash games got archived somewhere, because that was like a big moment where like a ton of old Flash games they're out there. I'm pretty sure it was a Flash game, because it was Cartoon Network. Lee Cowboy. I want everyone to take notice. The subtitles think my name is Lee Cowboy. I will point out these are not actually the subtitles, as you know them. These are the auto captions. I don't have full control over them. Sometimes they are not smart. I should actually move this up a bit so you can see them better. They are, period, not smart. Robot Lorekeeper. A lot of Cartoon Network games are on Flashpoint. That's what I remember, yeah. I never really played... Oh! Aaron, the 2005 boards have been transformed! Again! This happened last year already! I remember. So this was a commonality in the aughts, was the website and the boards, because they were such a social focal point. They would be down for like a day, and that would ruin people's day. But
people get itchy.
Yeah. You had nowhere else to post. I remember... Aaron, am I wrong? I remember that we would go to other message boards and make a thread for all of us.
Yeah,
so
for the refugees or whatever.
It would be like on the Allspark, you'd have 2005 refugees check in, and like other message boards, like depending on whether they got along with TFW, because that was a much hotter thing back in the day.
Yeah.
Some of them would be like, no, get out of here. And then some of them would be like, no, you can stay, just stay in your thread.
Some of that early, well, maybe their site's down forever and we can keep them. And then we can be the dominant message board.
I have memories of like attempts to woo memberships during site outages. Of like, hey, you should stick around here. We have good jokes here at the Allspark. We have good jokes here at Renaud's Bot Talk forums. No one went to Renaud's Bot Talk forums in 2004. Emma, hello. I thought you had subtitles that followed you around IRL. No, we only work together on reviews. You'll notice they're never in like streams or anything. It's because they are an expensive collaborator who don't actually. We are not friends. We are simply co-workers. Much like Adam Savage and Jamie Heineman. Me and the subtitles, we don't hang out in between videos. Sometimes I go weeks without seeing them. I don't know what they do. But I have these other ones I hire on. So we've got the captions. We've got the auto captions, who are fundamentally stupider than the captions. Also, there are a bunch of people now talking about these Flash games, so I had a feeling. Transformers CCG org, let's sue TFW. They used transformed. We were allowed back in the aughts. Shia dropping the pingas. I know what pingas is. Snooping as usual. King Atlas, now in stock. Oh, I should actually see what they updated. A new board skin.
Yeah.
Was that it?
On VB 3.0.
Oh, right, virtual bulletin stuff. I forgot about that. It was a big thing to host your own message board and not be on like Infocom or whatever the other ones were.
Yeah, because this is still like, this is being hosted on an old PC or something under a desk at Tony Bacala's house or something.
Yeah. Emma of youtube.com/@MRC asking, have I explained jelking to Aaron? I don't think I have. No, Aaron, you were there on Bees' stream when I was talking about it, right? Yeah. Yeah, I have. And Bees bringing up garfing. That's where I discovered that garfing is an existing word. It means goon barfing. I was disappointed because I thought I invented it. But, oh yeah, not to derail, does Aaron know of jelking? Yeah, Army of Bees had an Extra Life series of, a long stream that was too long to have a VOD. I believe that there were recordings, though, that will go up eventually. But on that stream, I introduced Aaron and Bees to jelking. We discovered garfing. We started to explore the garfing space. I was saying something about having both a bucket and a dish is all I remember.
Yeah.
What, what is goon barfing? Well, it's very literal. If you look up garfing on urbandictionary.com, there are multiple definitions, but the top one is the main one that matters. We were talking about Garfield, and I was like, Garfield out there garfing? And then I thought, well, that might be a slur. I should go look this up. And it wasn't a slur, so everything's fine. But I also learned a new word that day. Garfing. And it was a few hours later, I think, when I was trying to figure out why it's called garfing. And Bees was doing something, and I was still on the stream, and then I just exclaimed suddenly very loudly, "Oh, goon barfing," because I put it together in my head. Anyway, we didn't have that. In 2004, goon meant you were on somethingawful.com, and that's all it... That, or you had been beaten up by Batman. We weren't there yet. Have I jelked anyone yet? Asked Shia. No, I don't have the jelking glove yet. I tried to order one off Amazon, and they were like, prove you're of age. And I was like, I don't have to prove nothing to you, cop. King Atlas, however, in stock at Entertainment Earth. Entertainment Earth is the first store, online or physical, and they were around back then, to have the new Universe Ultra-Size King Atlas. A huge figure back then, because it was referencing Japanese G1, and that was very exciting. And then it kind of, that was the only one, if I remember right. It was just King Atlas.
Entertainment Earth is trying to open that page, and it just keeps looping me.
Oh, boot looping. Yeah. I hate getting boot looped while I'm in the middle of garfing. It's just a mess.
Verifying that you're a human. You're a human verified. Redirecting. You've been redirected too many times. Verifying that you're a human.
When I get boot looped while I garf, it just sprays all over the ceiling, and then I gotta call a cleaner.
Yeah, King Atlas was that big because it was the Machine
Wars Starscream, I believe.
Starscream or Soundwave? No, Soundwave was the missile truck. Starscream.
Yeah, it was Starscream. It wasn't like it was an Ultra toy by design, but it was them attempting to make that older toy fit current price points, basically.
Yeah.
Because I believe at the time, like, it was very much just based around box size. Like when it came down to like Mega to Ultra.
Maybe. I think that there was still like the complexity to it, but there was a lot more like what the box size was, because it was, RID was the 3 basics that were the Mega from the Decepticon trio.
Yeah. Emma, I'm sorry, you asked me to pull up pictures of boot looped while garfing, or you asked me to pull up pictures of King Atlas? I can't pull up garfing photos. This is a say-so stream. I'm wholesome and cute, ooh woo. Like I can't bring that kind of visual up. I don't have a good mental. Yeah, the Skyquake mold at the time, I remember even thinking like, Ultra, really? Because I was. It's like, oh, King Atlas. You want to see King Atlas? I can do that. King Atlas.
You could probably do it from the TFW 2005 website.
I got an AI overview of the literal King Atlas and then the transform. Look at this Google image search result.
Yeah.
What a mess. Anyway, here's real King Atlas. I don't know who this bearded human in marble is. But there's real King Atlas. Yeah, highly painted. Incredibly painted. I should probably actually just check the TFW gallery. I'm sure I can do this quickly. Universe is in here somewhere. Where is Universe? Oh, as I scroll down, it's getting farther and farther from the biblical truth. Other lines and themes?
Video is slow, and you went right past it.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Was it near the top? I'm getting other lines and themes down here with crossovers is wild.
Yeah.
Is this Unite? Oh, Universe. Here it is.
Yeah.
Next to Studio Series and Classics, really. And under Dark of the Moon. How did it get in here?
I don't know, man. Last time something went into the bin.
There is no King Atlas in here. There's just backstop. I forgot
So
Universe backstop happened.
So you're looking at the galleries. The other one I'd look at is toys, Hasbro lines. Because there's galleries and there's toys.
Yeah, it would be main lines, right?
Potentially, yeah. I don't know, man.
I'm so bad at using this database.
I don't know. I just work here, man.
Every time I try to use this for the TFW like staff end of year things, I give up. I don't know. We'll find it. We'll find it someday. Emma, why is it not alphabetizer by release year? These database things are like, how do you put this? They were inherited across multiple site reboots, and like I don't know what the back end is anymore on these things.
Pile of Jenga bricks that happen to land in a semi-stable state, so nobody pokes at it too much, because then it'll fall apart more.
Valkai says there's several hundred photos of King Atlas at Sabertron, probably. Yeah, but their galleries are always like... Maybe I'm mixing them up with T-formers. Somebody's galleries tend to like be one big image with an arrow on it, and it annoys me. And I forgot if it was T-formers or Sabertron.
So, other than the fire truck outside, there's one of TFW's links.
Ambulance, thank you. It's an ambulance outside.
How do you know? Do you saw what it was?
I've come to realize over time. Is it Sabertron is the one that does this? I hate this. Okay, I'm going to show you. Hang on. Okay, so there's a gallery here, right? Ooh, look, nice gallery, right? This part. And for some reason, this sets me off, is when I click on a picture. It's not that much bigger, and then there's all this interface at the top, and this feels like an old website immediately. In a different way. But, I don't know why I get so viscerally annoyed by that. Anyway, here's King Atlas and all of his paint. There is lots. I'm generally a happy-go-lucky little guy, but then every now and then, like, very specific things make me start, like, grumbling in this like, start talking very quickly and shouting way.
The fun thing is when you had a gallery like this, then you'd click on the image again, like in this mode, and then it gives you yet another bigger one, or the weird hover mouse magnifier glass.
The hover mouse magnifier sets me off super hard. Oh, Aaron, yeah, let me click your link. Let's see. This is the toy page. Yeah, these were just promo pictures, I believe. Like, these aren't our photography.
Yeah, those are just the stock, but then it's also like all the release information and all the other
By the way, for those who don't know, like, back when this toy was announced in 2003, there was, like, this very brief but, like, kind of, like, cute discourse about, like, oh, are they going to add articulation to him? Oh, does this mean more G1 toys can come out in Universe? Etc., etc. There was a decent period where it was like, wait, why am I hovering over someone's... I clicked on your link, Aaron, and then YouTube popped up the thing where it's like, oh, do you want to ban him? And I'm like, no. Oh. I just want to click the link, please.
That'll make this real interesting.
YouTube, I don't know how much that showed. I think that showed up because I can see it here on the monitor. But, like, YouTube chat interface when you are the person streaming is so trigger happy. Of, like, you click on someone. Like, I'll click on Diaclona here. And it's like, oh, do you want to see what they've done? You want to pin them? You want to report them? Remove them? Put them in timeout? Kill them? Maybe add them as a moderator? That's the worst part. Is add as moderator is a button right under shadow ban.
I can either ban them or make them a moderator. Which is worse?
Make me I mean, sure. I trust you. Aaron, no! Now it's float. I'm gonna do it later. Trying to do things through the YouTube chat is so annoying. Remind me later. If you actually want to, like, be a mod in case we ever get botted or something. It doesn't happen much anymore. Aaron's a mod. I think just Aaron's a mod in here. I know Nebulous is a mod, but Nebulous hasn't been on streams for a bit. Make them a moderator and ban them at the same time. I think I might have done that once by accident.
Here, let's try it on Karita. Oh, wait.
Also, hello, Carito. Call the Geek Squad to fix YouTube. Tried it. They won't listen to me. But that's
Just send you an invoice that said video card again, right?
Yeah, send me a video card. Anyway, for your video card, we ordered a $1,200 motherboard to fix your GPU, and also you owe us a fistful of solder because we don't have any. Anyway, Hasbro has uploaded the instructions for upcoming alternators, Hound and Silverstreak. Sometimes these instruction uploads still work, because Hasbro uploading instructions has always been a very strange slipshot thing.
Yeah. That the TF Jeep is there, and the
TF
Subaru is there.
Yeah, they're both here. Hell yeah. All right.
All 16 steps of the instruction.
You must have Adobe Acrobat to view these PDF files, by the way. Thanks to Tim Formas bringing that up. So here's some old instructions. It's so nice, so color-coded.
Man, why doesn't this have a pink background paper?
Yeah, why isn't the paper the same color as the shading on the toys?
Yeah.
Where's the graphic design? It's funny they call it TF Subaru, because I think that may mean Silverstreak was the only set of instructions that got uploaded for this mold, possibly. And here's TF Jeep. These ones are a bit bigger.
Well, it also has their product code number on there, so it's 309
right,
for
right.
Silverstreak.
It is. I like the priorities though, where it's like they used the partner brand name. Because Jeep is the company, right? It's not just the Jeep
Yes.
Wrangler. I remember back in 2004 that actually surprised me. I thought Jeep was just a type of car, like as in like like cars versus vans versus Jeeps. I didn't know it was a brand. That's something I learned. Are any of the alternators worth it? Yes. The Jeep actually is one of the strongest ones still. Jazz, I think the Mazda RX-8 is also a really good one.
That was a good one.
A fun thing, by the way, with alternators, if you get the alternators, sometimes they had retooling done to their linkage steering. So Jazz is one where on the alternators version, there's like little pins that go in to have linked steering. On the Japanese one, it was just magnets that would link together while you were transforming to car mode. That's a really interesting reason to get both, other than obviously Vinyltech also having the diecast plates. I would recommend alternators Jazz and Vinyltech Zoom Zoom if you really want to get deep in it. But yeah, there are very few bad alternators, and even the bad ones I think now are kind of interesting academically. And back then, like some of the bad ones I still liked. Like I like the Mustang Grimlock. There's a lot of character to his jank. The Wheeljack one maybe less so.
Yeah, they were those really didn't like pushing the head through the hood. Is my memory of that Grimlock.
Yeah,
and didn't Wheeljack like you had to turn the head 90 degrees and then push through and then turn it again because of the ears?
I never had Wheeljack because he was the Grimlock retool. With the new head, but yeah, I could see it. Also, by the way, RX-8, aside from being Jazz, it was also Shockwave. Shockwave alternator is, or at least the Vinyltech, is shockingly nice. I don't remember if the alternators one turned out quite as swish looking.
Yeah, the alternators one's good.
Okay, yeah, it varied. Decepticharge is also really cool. If you can get the Vinyltech version that actually has the full gun of Overcharge, that one's really solid too. That one, I think got redone.
I got an early third-party piece so that you could put a barrel on the end of his shield.
Yeah, because it was in America. They were like, "That's too gun. Remove the gun barrel and call it a shield." Vinyltech is the Japanese version. So every alternator's toy came out with die-cast parts and sometimes magnetic linkage steering in Japan as Vinyltech, and it's interesting because they were basically different molds. Because die-cast shrinks differently than plastic. So they weren't just shooting die-cast into the molds. They actually had completely different steel molds for the die-cast parts, which is kind of wild to think about nowadays. But yeah, alternators generally are pretty solid toy. Alternators Mirage informed a lot of early classics design, or not early classics, mid-classics design, like Sideswipe and Sunstreaker. The alternators has a lot of etymology to a lot of like modern transforming robot concepts.
Yeah, well, this is definitely into that starting to show more to the 10% than the 90%.
Yeah, and also this was an era when the fans were very still heavily the 10% as opposed to now the like 30%. I've heard 30, 40,
yeah.
somewhere in between there. Different era too. I mean, the toy industry was in a healthier place in the aughts because they didn't invent YouTube yet. So basically, they didn't invent smartphones yet. By the way, the final code for Battle for Megatron is Cybertron. If you want to unlock the entire game. Leak by Miss True weapon storage. Yeah, alternators in Binaltech had extremely creative weapon storage. Sometimes to a fault. Sometimes it got in the way of things, if I remember right.
Yeah.
But it was always... If it was bad because it was trying to be really cool, which is sort of endearing to me.
Yeah, well, that was something with that Decepticharge mold, because it was like the engine... So the hood opened up, so it was like the top of the engine, like the engine cover, and then the back of it, and then the drive shaft was the barrel.
Yeah, the barrel
So
on the Japanese one.
You had to like origami it in.
You'd thread it down and then bend it back.
Yeah.
Right? So you do like... and then on the American one, they're like, get rid of this part, just have a knuckle. And it's like, okay, whatever. Target Master Hot Rodimus and Hasbro Dirge at Action H. Oh, I thought his name was Hasbro Dirge. That would have been weird.
Hasbro reissue Dirge. There's an important
classic character Hasbro Dirge. We've decided we don't want to specify a faction on him. Oh, okay. Calidor from the Allspark. All the wiki folks wincing at that, if I remember correctly. Posted a very interesting quote from Hasbro. Transformers Energon Omega Supreme figure as the Autobots battle Unicron. The Omega Supreme character is the ultimate combiner in the quest for Energon. The figure stands at an incredible 16 inches in robot mode and is actually 2 vehicles. An awesome aircraft carrier and a battle train that combine to make a super robot. Omega Supreme is action-packed with electronic lights and sounds, additional mechanized features, firing projectiles, and holds mini-con figures. Omega Supreme can also combine with the new Optimus Prime figure for even bigger Energon play. Approximately $50.
Oof.
Price points. Is it possible that this figure will be shown at Toy Fairs? So this is us not knowing what the figure looks like. And we had a whole day or a bunch of days till the weekend, possibly, to just speculate on what all of this means. And that's kind of interesting to think about now, right? Imagine a world where Energon Omega Supreme is an unknown new thing you're only just hearing about. I do like that figure. I like the little guy, the little headmaster guy. That's actually my favorite part of that figure. MRC 16 inches for $50 is crazy. Yeah, like $50 in 04. I think it's like, you know, inflation, but it's not inflation enough to make it what a Supreme costs now. Lots of stuff changed in the world too. The shipping catastrophe. Add that on there, but interesting. I did not remember that being how we learned of Omega Supreme.
50 and 04 is like 85-ish today.
Wow, that's not bad. That's maybe Commander. What's Commander class again in American dollars? I forgot.
About $80-90.
Yeah, so Commander class Energon Omega Supreme, but 16 inches tall, and with lights and sounds.
Yeah. Well, that Omega Supreme is also pert hollow.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a big hole in the middle.
Well, not just that, but like the parts of it are very hollow.
If you've never had that toy, by the way, I recommend trying to track down, like, you know, a Junker if you can, or like the Year of the Dragon. Was it Year of the Dragon? The Platinum one?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, it's a neat toy. Channel with no content. Something uncanny about seeing listings for toys that won't release until 2025 under 2004 news. Yeah, that's the automated Amazon advertising thing. That's our anchor. That's so that we don't get fully sucked into the past to play the games that suck ass. Robot Lorekeeper, you know what's nuts? I'm so used to TF Wiki descriptions of toys and games being honest, factual descriptions. I went to the Skylanders wiki the other day, and they just use official copy for everything. Official copy is fun. I think it's fun to read. I wouldn't put that on a wiki unless it was underneath an actual description myself.
Yeah. As a way to keep track of everything that's been released officially about the thing, you keep the copy there too. But
yeah. But like ad copy is ad copy. It's
Yeah.
it's goofballs. Meet the crew behind the upcoming Transformers Armada video game. I thought this had come out by now. So Prelude to Energon is having a behind-the-scenes look and interview tonight with a special performance by the new alternative rock group known as Dropbox. Okay, so they didn't make it.
They just turned into a handy web service.
I didn't read ahead to the name, and I was like, I wonder who it is, and it's Dropbox, and it's like, okay, y'all didn't make it. Rip. My apologies.
No, Prelude to Energon came out in May.
May. Does this link still work to the special performance?
Businesswire.com?
Maybe?
Page isn't working.
Damn
Page
it!
isn't working.
I want to see Dropbox's special performance. Alternator Sideswipe available at Toys R Us online for $22. I forgot alternators were that inexpensive because I was a Binaltech buyer because I couldn't find alternators out here.
I remember people being salty because the alternators box was about the size of the Mega box, and Megas were 15. But these alternators that fit in this go in the same size box are $20 or more. What the hell?
Transformers TCG org saying
this amount of cardboard means $15.
Saying Michael Bay wasn't even a glimmer in Shia LaBeouf's eye yet. Actually, he was.
No,
sort of.
He
sort
was
of
officially out of the running because he was making Bad Boys 2.
Isekai Guy, not a single person you can name a Dropbox song. Yeah, for those who don't know, by the way, in this current era of the canon, Michael Bay's name has come up in Transformers movie news. He was the first director by name to be out of the running to direct the upcoming live-action Transformers movie. So he's not involved anymore. He's too busy. So, Simeon Scott saying Megas were $15.
Yep. Basics were $5, Deluxes were $10, Megas were $15, and then it was Ultras at $20, and then like Leaders at $30, and Unicron was like $40.
Yeah, Unicron was like $40 American. Diclona, nice to know TF fans have always been pedantic and whiny. They were a different pedantic and whiny. Aaron and I were talking about this a lot during the Orson's World stuff, where it's like, nowadays, the pedantic and whiny can be really aggro, kind of unpleasant, venomous. Back in the aughts, the pedantic and whiny leaned a whole lot more into whiny. It was just like, why? This is my favorite one. How could Hasbro fail so hard and be incompetent enough to release a reissue of Red Alert before a reissue of Sideswipe when Red Alert came out in 1985 and Sideswipe came out in 1984? Yeah. I need to ask Aaron Archer directly about how such a foolish blunder could have taken place in a 4-paragraph long question.
Yeah, the modern pedantic and whiny is more trolly, I feel like, frequently. And at least back then it was more... like I said with the Grognard stuff, there's a specific meaning to a word that you're using. There's a specific thing, and you're getting it wrong. And it is now my duty to tell you about how you did something wrong.
Yeah.
And could feel like the how you did something wrong, not like how you did something wrong.
Yeah, this is before Culture Wars and SJW wasn't even a term in 04, if I remember right. So Diclona is saying it's refreshing. It is refreshing, and there's a lot about the aughts memories Aaron and I had about how it's not like it was great, but there's like this slightly more wholesome angle on a lot of this because it's less about the greater culture and just more about like, how could they get this wrong when I know how it's supposed to be right? Better tell them.
It's a kind of like autistic flavored, like, I'm not angry at you. I'm not telling you how you're wrong. I'm telling you what you got incorrect.
This is also like
not necessarily the like other mental load of like, it's not incorrect. It's just you don't have the whole set of information. why everything is Autobot Jazz, Autobot whatever, Decepticon whatever. Well, it's because
that was Nevermore finding out about copyright versus trademark.
Yeah. He. I think he still occasionally shows up if you say copyright versus trademark incorrect on the board.
Heart Nevermore. Lai saying it's real. Actually, you forgot to assign homework as opposed to I'm gonna do a hate crime. Yeah, entirely.
Yeah.
And also back then, like, people just didn't. How do you put this? The aughts were people still kind of discovering greater human connection online.
Mm-hmm.
So like, people's habits were less communicatable, I believe, back in the day, especially on a Transformers message board. There was a lot less just discussion about, like Aaron, you mentioned it, there was a lot less discussion whatsoever about anything related to mental health, be it neurodivergence or even just depression. I remember
talk about mental health, you just suck it up.
Yeah, I remember the GD had just like, it was like the general discussion on any message board in the aughts was a lot of people like kind of working their way through things that like their local friend circle or parents weren't working through with them. Just things as simple as like, why do I get mad all the time so easy about these things? 'Cause
it's called puberty, son.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, there were people going through puberty on message boards because also renegade internet, not a lot of checking into how old anyone is. That
hey,
gig,
you just go on a gig board and you
yeah.
put down what trailer park it is that you live in and that you'll do anything to be a lead singer.
Oh, Diaclone, it wasn't a 9/11 post. It was. I brought this up elsewhere. I forgot. It's been a bit since we talked about it on here, but TFW used to have 2 different times a news and politics subforum, and they had one before 9/11 happened, and it was there when 9/11 happened. So I got to witness Americans online in their teens and 20s, and I got to be subject to how they process 9/11. And it was extremely interesting in hindsight. But I always just remember there was a fellow where, and I was like in my early 20s, so I was like 2021 when this happened, I think, or even earlier. But at one point I was like trying to logic through someone who was very emotional, and I was like, are you telling me that my life is inherently less valuable because I'm Canadian and not American? And the guy dead ass just went like, correct, in this reply, and I was like, that's messed up.
Yeah, I remember saying that to you. I mean,
no, it wasn't you. It was. There was a guy who famously was an NNP crank, a news and politics crank, that like eventually got banned for pulling news and politics heat into GD. I remember that was like that was the big, like, the Fight Club rule was, if you have a fight in news and politics, do not bring it to the rest of the forum. And eventually news and politics went away because, especially in a post 9/11 world, people were not good at not dragging that stuff.
There were a lot of people that would like just go and comment on anything that you were talking about in other threads because you'd had a disagreement with them. You know, you could be like, "Oh yeah, I got this new car. That car's junk. That's horrible. It's a Ford found on roadside dead. You dumbass." It's like,
no, it would be. I mean more when somebody like, that car sucks because back in NNP you said that the WMDs were etc. etc. Transformers TCG org. I love news and politics. I was a terrible person. There was an interesting. In hindsight, I think it was interesting to participate in because the nature of that kind of discussion online hadn't yet been poisoned. It was in the midst of being poisoned. Isekai guy, hey, that Transformer looks like the plane that hit the World Trade Center. I think we didn't quite get there. Yeah, it was interesting era, though. Interesting era. This was when this was before then, but in that era, that's when we had the news item of like, RID is pulling an episode because the World Trade Center is in it. There's some episode where like
it was because they, like, the Decepticons were bringing down buildings by crashing into them. Like,
yeah, that's what it was.
Flying into them, and it was very much a oh no.
Yeah, that was quite an era. In like 01, 02, there was a lot of like, we do not show buildings getting damaged, and that made cartoons have a really hard time for a little while. Action cartoons especially. Oh yeah, Diaclone, explosive situation. I'm gonna release a video on it. Stay tuned. But there's Megatron flying through a building in hand mode. Oh yeah, I forgot about hand mode. By the way, Aaron, 25% off Transformers at KB Toys. They're not dead yet in February. This is the post-humiliation era. In 03, KB Toys straight up got humiliation. Like, I don't know how to even describe it, but like they were told as a result of a court thing, any cash register your company owns must give a discount for a month.
Yeah.
And it became like, who else do they own? Like, they were humbled, their pants were ripped off their bodies. They were basically domed legally, publicly, just like straight up, ripping the sleeves off their shirt.
Yeah. This is also into their, like, what was it, just into 2000 where Bain Capital acquired them and started doing what Bain Capital does to any successful business.
Before we realized that their name was the clue.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the downfall of KB Toys. This is almost the post-downfall. Auto Assembly 2004 is gearing up. Auto Assembly doesn't exist anymore. They are TF Nation now. No Target Master Hot Rodimus until April. Damn it. $35 by the way for Target Master Hot Rodimus reissue. Toy Fair, and I remember this. Toy Fair issue 80 reveals Shock Blast. This was huge because Energon Shock Blast revealed on a print magazine cover, and we were like, they're redoing G1 in Energon, because it looked like Shockwave, and like there had not been a toy that looked like Shockwave in a very long time. And then everyone was like, wait, does he have an elbow on that big arm? And there was a huge fight on the message boards about it. I remember the Shock Blast elbow discourse being a huge thing. For those who don't remember, he had a giant cannon for an arm, and in 04, a lot of people were like, "Why is there no elbow on the cannon?" And we would have lengthy discussions about it and fights on the message boards. Aaron, do you remember the elbow fights?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
and I remember thinking that it was goofy as could be because it was a classic. How about we just like wait until we get more info?
Karita, was the fight pro or anti-elbow? Everyone wanted the elbow, but then
this was also an era where people would take.
Let's have an elbow fight.
Yeah, just no. People would take like the 2 or 3 promo photos that we would get, color code parts, and then like try to color code like, okay, this is clearly the cannon, so I've highlighted that in red. Here's the robot mode 3/4 shot. You can clearly see this notch here. This is also color coded red. Now what we don't know is the difference. It looks like this is a slightly different angle. Maybe it's rotated, and like you have the worst MS Paint sketch versions of what I think this is overlaid over on a picture to this other thing overlaid on a picture. And there was something that just completely broke someone that was doing this.
There was also
Alternator's tracks, I think, because it had like the absolutely fake hood chest or roof chest.
Yeah,
it wasn't anywhere else, and it was like I remember pages of people trying to figure out how that worked, and then it was just like, it's a fake flap in the middle of everything.
Valkyce is also pointing out the classic alternator sideswipe knees arguments. Previously that was a big fight. And by the way, to kind of describe how discourses were different back then, it wasn't like a fight over whether or not they had them or whether it was good or bad that they had them or not. It was more so I want to have lengthy multi-quote reply fights with people over the ethics about whether or not we should even, like, obviously the toy should have elbows because here are my points, and it was essay versus essay. Again, very wholesome.
In your third paragraph, you said should, when instead I believe you should have used shall. That completely invalidates your entire argument. Good day, sir.
Yeah, because it very quickly would just become like, well, in paragraph 3, you were making a point about how the elbow doesn't really need to go past 45 degrees, but I couldn't help but notice that 3 replies ago, I'll bring up the quote, you said something about how great it is that an elbow can crunch in 90 degrees, so intellectual checkmate, noob. Maybe go lie down for a bit. Diaclone saying, as a homeschooler, that's huge homeschool energy. I never thought about it that way, but yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Again, like, there's a lot about nerd culture in the aughts that is ugly and gross, but it's, at least on TFW and a lot of the Transformers boards, the message board culture, compared to how you might think of it now, it's just so much more wholesome and also more irritating at the same time. I guess irritating non-derogatory, yeah, I'd put it, where it's like, it's annoying, but like, now in the 2020s, you're like, I'm so glad that this isn't somehow a pivot to how much you hate personal pronouns. That you're actually just angry about knees, and you're only angry about knees. This doesn't relate to Captain Marvel. This isn't about She-Hulk being a bad television series. This isn't about Star Wars somehow. You're just mad about knees.
Yeah. I'm trying to think the last time that I got to flex that actually in this paragraph. Quoting. Oh, I remember when it was. It was with a favorite person, who totally has nothing to do with any conventions except for the ones that he does.
Absolutely nothing to do.
If you know, you know. If you don't, yeah, I'd ask later.
Yeah. Woke Hasbro's taking away our elbows. So true. You can't even make jokes about Unicron crotches anymore. We got a boxer shorts update. That's what the headline says.
Speaking of crotches, and we're like a page and we're like a full page and a half later, and that's yesterday as well.
Yeah, and it's still Joe Moore.
Yeah,
Joe. You reported yesterday. Not we, it was you. I saw you report that you just found on. We've received an email from James at Stylin' Online stating he has them in stock now for $13.50, normally $14.99.
It's still the only underwear that Joe Moore is wearing.
I love that we had like a through line on the boxer shorts. That makes me so happy. Transformers ongoing G1 #2 preview written by the Brad Mick, the entity known as Brad Mick. All-new G1 character the all-new G1 character Sunstorm. Brand new character in February 2004 as far as the G1 canon is concerned. I know there are some Sunstorm appreciators out there, so there's some origins for you. Transform TCG org. I had drinks with Brad Mick once. Which one? We did learn, I think, in 03 there was a prime Brad Mick. But Brad Mick was an assembly of humans. Brad Mick was a Gestalt entity.
There's the Brad Mick face, and then there were the Brad Mick puppets, and then the Brad Mick puppeteers.
There was no real Brad Mick! I forgot which one was Brad Mick Prime, but he has a real human name. Brad Mick is not a human's name. I was so hung up on this ages ago because I forgot about there being a Prime one, and I was just like, how are they interviewing? You can hear it in the VODs. I was like, how are they interviewing Brad Mick? How did they sit down for an interview? And I was imagining like this weird like jelly like humanoid with like a plastic human skin over it. Anyway, Energon issue #20 is coming out. I forgot that wait, it's a preview. Did Energon get to issue 20? Because Energon, oh no, it would have been this month. I could have sworn Energon did not make it to issue 20, but maybe because it got canceled. But I thought it made it only to like the teens tops. I'm probably wrong. Brad Mick is a duocon, 2 dudes stacked on top of each other. Thank you, Tombot. Yeah. That is the biblical Brad Mick. Did Energon...
The rough thing is finding a trench coat that's like 11 foot long.
Yeah. Well, back then it was hard because this was in the Columbine era, so trench coats were still like, you had to go digging. You had to have a trench coat guy. Yeah, you had to talk to a trench coat dude. Lee Calva, jelly people. Well, we're talking about Brad Mick. I say as though that just explains everything. Armada more than meets the eye #1. So this is a profile book. part 1 of a 3-issue finite series. What a weird way to describe anything.
Yeah.
Art by Various. I don't remember if I had the Armada Middies books. Griffman and Volkaisis. Energon got canceled at issue 30. Okay. That's longer than I thought it
was. It was the round number that got you. 20 and 30.
Yeah.
With 20-year-old brain rot.
You could say that my whole life may be a finite series until the plot twist. Working on the plot twist still. Infinity. I forgot about Infinity. What was that? That was a thing. Infinity was like, is that the Mastermind line? Is that the one with the drift in it? With my tank wife. She's been dabbing for a year.
Yeah. Infinity culture alternative is the first thing that shows up.
Make sure this is in focus somewhat. She's
Infinity.
still dabbing.
Yeah, number 2 is Stray.
Yeah, Stray is not yet out. They just announced the Stray variant with the Lucky Draw red window. Ah! Hang on, I have to lean down. Her finger came off. It just happens sometimes.
Oh no.
It just happens sometimes.
Find that before just being like, I'll do it later.
Whoa! I got the finger.
Good.
I thought for a second 2 fingers had come off, but her other finger had just moved over to look like it was another thumb. And I don't know why I processed that as like, no, that's just her second thumb. That's fine.
I hate when that happens.
I hate it when I have 2 thumbs. But yeah, that's what Infinity is. I forgot. I forgot. New Transformers Armada preview for the PS2 game. GameSpot has a hands-on preview. These work sometimes. I'm guessing this was the Dropbox concert thing. By the way,
IGN.
I forgot who did it, but I saw someone in the chat found that Dropbox's entire discography was a self-titled album, and they lasted from 02 to 07.
The article is barely still up.
Oh, check out the preview clicking here.
Yeah.
Brad Shoemaker! Okay. This would have been baby Brad Shoemaker. At a recent Atari press event. Everyone's old favorite, Optimus Prime, is on offer, and you may remember that he transforms into a tractor trailer. There are 2 newcomers to the game, including Hotshot, a brash robot who transforms into a sports car, so he's fast but a little weak. And Red Alert, who is the most balanced of the 3 in terms of strength and agility, he transforms into a rescue vehicle. It's really weird imagining baby Brad Shoemaker writing about Transformers Armada. Linear mission-based format. You start off. I forgot it starts in the Amazon. That was such a weird opening.
Oh yeah.
Even the enormous planet-eating Unicron makes a rather, shall we say, imposing appearance in the game. Though we don't want to give away too much. That's literally the ending! Oh yeah, and then Tidal Wave. We were advised that in real-world terms, he's something like 900 feet tall. Could this be the single biggest boss ever? I forgot if this predates Shadow of the Colossus or not. It's on track to meet its May release date. We found out historically that it did. There will even be a raft of fan-oriented bonus material you can unlock. I remember that mostly being pictures of design stuff from the game.
Maybe?
Transformers CCG org. I spent a lot of time at the GameSpot offices in those days. I feel like we might have talked about this at the EI, maybe. Maybe? People talking about X Entertainment. I forgot about X Entertainment. That's classic. I remember I was afraid to go to X Entertainment when I was younger because I thought it was a porn site. because it had an X dash on the front.
Yeah. That's how you know it's porny.
Okay, Lee Calba, 2005, so just before Shadow of the Colossus. All right. October 2005. Cena New definitely sounds oriented towards fans of the game. True. You got me. Hey, speaking of Brad Mick interviews, Brad Mick interview, Micromasters miniseries. From comicbookresources.com. Thinking small isn't something Mick seems to do often. Is that an insult? And with the Transformers G1 ongoing, he hopes to develop something on the scale of a large trilogy with a clear beginning and ending. Ha ha! Woo! That didn't happen. Part of the plan involves a new miniseries with co-writer Adam Paddock that involves the Micromasters that will debut in June. Was Adam Paddock part of the Brad Mick? I think he was.
This maybe started the
this is when they started
parthenogenesis. They started separating.
They started to bifurcate at this point.
Yeah.
We're two torsos but one set of legs. When Adam and Brad Mick with the quote, "When Adam and I were writing More Than Meets the Eye, he came to me with some really weird write-ups. I take my hat off to him." The question
because he was putting the hat on the other as they were splitting.
I take my hat off to him and put it over here. The question he had was, why would you create little robots to fight giant robots? What we came up with was it was a survival of the fittest. These small robots were like cockroaches surviving a nuclear fallout. Wow. Energon is all about energy, and these things can survive using less energy, so we tied it into elements of the Great Shutdown. I want to say this has a Road Warrior vibe. I remember the Micromasters miniseries having some pretty decent writing and some really, really difficult art, is how I remember it. Because Micromasters was it Rob Ruffalo? But it was Rob Ruffalo under the Pat Lee House style edict, so everything was marshmallows, is how I remember it. Seth, have any of the stories been about me yet? We opened with Them Funny Robots as our anchor point, but after that, we just found an article about the Transformers Armada game. It was a preview written by an early 2004 baby Brad Shoemaker, and that was kind of cute. The Dreamwave Puff TM, correct. Oh, Aaron, we got a new, oh no, this is Transformers.com. Yeah. Major site overhaul, but also some Q&A. I'll do the Qs this time. What is the difference between an Armada Powerlinks Jetfire and the standard Armada Jetfire? Does it make a difference when you go to combine them with Overload and Optimus Prime?
The only difference in these two items is the color. In the Transformers Armada comic books, when a character gets powered up, their color changes. The Transformers Armada Powerlinks figures represent those characters powered up, and therefore different colors. Because I know when I'm at the gym and I work hard, I change colors.
You turn red, right? Yeah.
Then white, like really white.
And then I suddenly flush just blank white, and then I pass out. In 2004, someone asking this question feels super weird, and I have a memory of feeling like this was a weird time to be asking this question, because I feel like the toy had come and gone already. But I might be misremembering. Next question. Will all the toys in the Transformers Alternators line be 1:24 scale?
Currently, all cars planned for the Transformers Alternators line are 1:24 scale.
Will the Decepticon Alternators be modified versions of the Autobot Alternators? If they are new molds, will they still be cars? What a roundabout way to... Okay, I know what they're trying to ask, but yeah.
Yeah. The Decepticons and the Transformers Alternators line will be alternate versions of previous cars in the line with new parts.
This was
or first releases before the obvious repaints, or completely their own thing that never gets released otherwise.
This was a hell of a roundabout way to ask about Tank Megatron. This is a super, we can't say the word Tank or Megatron in our copy because people could read into that wrong. So we have to ask this really roundabout question about whether it's all going to be repaints. That was a huge piece of discourse around alternators.
And always the goofy thing, because we're pretty locked into having scale, excuse me as I try to cough myself to death, is if you ever look at the size of a tank or a jet next to just a passenger car, it is bonkers. Like
That was always the
wha-
clapback was like,
what 1/24th scale jet would be something that dominates your living room.
yeah, people were like, well, they made Unicron, couldn't they make an alternator Starscream? And it was like, I think even in '04, people were like, where would you put it?
Yeah. Look, this isn't the USS Flag here.
Yeah. The flag came up now and then, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, well, they made something that big before.
yeah.
And it's like, yeah, they did.
It famously broke while being taken out of the package under its own weight.
Yeah.
Valkais is asking, wasn't that Kaid's fake Megatron concept art intentionally leaked around this time? It could have been. Because yeah, that was Kaid's intern project, if I remember right. I think it's on his wiki page.
Something like that, yeah.
Alternators Unicron turns into a Mazda RX-7. I feel like someone was going like they should do Alternators Unicron at some point. I think maybe when the Cybertron one came out. Anyway, we got the box art to the Beast Wars Season 2 cover DVD box set from Rhino. This was Beast Wars getting its very first DVD release in '04. I remember this was exciting. Because up until then, you were relying on, like, real media uploads that were, like, VHS bootlegs. Oh, this is when we posted the image of the Toy Fair cover, and then Toy Fair said, please remove that so people purchase the magazine.
Yeah. Yeah, so that you have to go to your local Borders and purchase a magazine.
Because we didn't have smartphone cameras yet, so you couldn't just snap a photo of the magazine on the rack. You're like, I gotta buy this magazine to take it home and scan it, and then post it on the message board. Interesting era, the aughts, in terms of, like, technology advancing but not being there yet. Wave sign with the oof borders.
Yeah.
Hasbro
yeah, the flag is always going to be the go-to. Big stuff can happen. Clap back with no thoughts towards the context of it actually happening. Yeah, that still
happens now. I've been told.
Well, we a couple weekends ago we went to there's a what is it, the Toy Pit in Indianapolis that had some of those, like, giant Masters of the Universe, like, recent release things.
Oh, the Eternia thing?
Yeah, and just the massive size of those boxes. Like, those are, I need to bring my truck to the toy store size boxes of things that is just bonkers. And when people say, but they did it there, yes.
I really enjoyed
it's like numbered out of 200 on the exterior of the box.
I really enjoyed Pixel Dan's video of the new Eternia set because I think part of his thesis, but also visible in his facial expression, is that, like, having a playset that requires an entire 6x3 table to set up maybe is an issue now. Maybe it was an issue back then too, but because we were kids, we didn't comprehend it was an issue.
Yeah. Your eyes are full of joy and wonder, and your parents are just smoking a cigarette in the back going, we're going to have to take it apart tonight so that we can eat breakfast on that table in the morning.
If I remember right, for the new Eternia playset, Pixel Dan was like, I bought this table to set it up so I could do a video of it. I think he said something like, I don't know what I'm going to do after I finish the video. I'm paraphrasing, but, like, there was this whole, like, subplot in that review of, like, I don't know what I'm going to do after I finish filming. I am simply living in the present. I'm filming this thing right now. I remember that's how I felt when I filmed Make Toys Pandinus, the gigantic Scorponok they did. I was just like, I'm filming this now. I'll think about the consequences later. I was just going to say, though, Hasbro live webcast in 2004 from Toy Fair. I don't remember what that would have been like. This was corporate IR net. This was an investor meeting thing. Maybe it was just maybe it was just in text. I don't know. But we had investor meeting things back in '04. Energon Megatron on Walmart.com for $39.67.
Yeah. Super. It wasn't Ultra. It was super.
The 67 is messing with me. That means something at Walmart, if I remember right. Like,
Walmart has some hidden code in the cent number or something.
Yeah. Oh, I remember seeing those train tables at Toys R Us being like, I want one of these in my room. Yeah, I was like that with train sets, too. I was like, because when I was a kid, I was just like, well, surely we can just have it fold up into the wall. Without thinking about how that works. I was like, you just fold it up into the wall. That was my solution for everything as a kid. Never built anything that folded up into a wall. As a kid, I had a bunk bed, because I thought it would be practical. And the top bunk was mostly just where I threw things. People rarely got to sleep on the top bunk. It was always full of stuff. So Ultra is old Voyager. No, they had Voyagers back then. This era is actually where the word Voyager came from, if I remember. Oh, no, Cybertron. Cybertron introduced the Voyagers.
Cybertron was Voyager class, yeah.
And then for some reason that word has stuck around, even though it was invented because Cybertron was about traveling between planets, voyaging, you could say. Nobody knows why Voyager managed to survive. There's no defensible reason why it survived as a price point name. Yeah, Emma, fold up tables, right? Just fold it up into the wall. It's simple. Anyway, we got the overview from that webcast. Hasbro announces the 20th anniversary is upon us. The line is one of their strongest core brands, one of the most watched TV shows of 2003 in Cartoon Network's Toonami block. 2.3 million copies of various comics, TPBs, and books sold in 03. The PS2 game will be backed by a large advertising campaign. I don't remember that. Hasbro Europe cited Transformers as one of their top brands in European countries. That's pretty funny because this was specifically the era where Hasbro Europe was releasing nothing.
Yeah.
I went to Germany sometime around here, I think in 06 maybe. The only Transformer I ever saw on a shelf was the Energon repaint of Scavenger from Armada. I'd see one sometimes in a store. That was it. So that was the webcast. Toonami was the source for your Transformers viewing back in the aughts. Oh, Aaron, solemn news. There will be no Superlink Episode 6 clips today.
Son of a...
However, check back on Saturday. Get to see the premiere of the new Power Rangers Dino Thunder series featuring the return of the original Green Ranger.
Can you tell who wrote this news?
Oh, it's... I didn't even notice. This is a pre-Toku Nation Chris kickback too.
Uh-huh.
That's pretty funny. I never noticed him posting tokusatsu relevant stuff back then. Some new photo galleries. The reveal was here in February 04. Allspark interviews Hasbro designer Joseph Kide, the man formerly only known as Kide. I don't know if this interview still works because it's old Allspark. Allspark had a site collapse at one point. Lee Calba says Nutflix. Agreed.
It just goes to like Allspark sketch page.
Yeah. Because in the mid-aughts, Allspark had a website explosion. Similar to... Not similar. It was a different context, I think. But they had a website explosion as well. They were hit... Yeah, wave sign. They were hit by residual Energon wave. There's a new Transformers Energon commercial airing. There's not even a link. Just a heads up. Hey, if you're interested in catching it...
I don't know. Go watch TV or something.
Go watch television
yourself.
The old commercial airs more frequently. I was gonna look for a link for LinkRaw, but yeah, not even. Summer 2004 Dreamwave preview images. Something big is about to shake up the world of Transformers. Here's 3 hints, but you're gonna have to wait to see what they mean. Then we can't see what the hints are.
Yeah. Error 404, what could that be?
It's because Dreamwave is about to collapse. I forgot if that was in 04 or 05. Oh yeah, Dreamwave had Devil May Cry and Duel Masters books as well. I forgot about that. Duel Masters issue 5, written by Brian Augustin, penciled by Jeremy Tongson. Shobu learns More about the secrets behind being a true duel master. Discovers new battles, weirder creatures, bigger matches, and a whole new level of danger and excitement. As Shobu sees his skills and knowledge grow, he begins to hope that one mystery he truly wants to solve may finally be within his grasp. The secret of his long-missing father. A collaboration between Dreamwave, Hasbro, and Wizards of the Coast.
Yeah.
This was a pre-Hasbro Wizards, I think, was it? Or was this post acquisition?
I'm trying to remember when that acquisition happened.
Emma feeling bad for Dreamwave. Some of the creators went elsewhere in Transformers, and I mostly mean artists. I don't know about the Duel Masters team.
September 1999, toy manufacturer has
99. Oh, okay,
yeah.
Never mind. That's when I was getting into the online fandom actively.
Seen its loss of autonomy. So then, like 2001 to 2002, like Hasbro was apparently pretty hands off. And then they brought it in a little bit more.
I wasn't going to read through all these previews, but I just saw a pretty good typo for Energon number 21. As Scorponok targets Kicker, convinced he can fast-track their Energon program, so Optimus Prime faces off against Unicron's 4 Horsemen on Cybertron. Trapped, outgunned, Prime can only wonder helplessly at the fate of Earth, unless, that is, he and his fellow Autobots can get a helping hand from Sig! Omega! And the spark of combination.
Yeah.
That's my favorite Energon character, was Sigma Preem. Apparently, Transformers TCG.org says the URL for Michiyameno Tehifunana is available. Yeah, I let that one go out there to the people so they can set up, fan sites about me and my work as Pat Lee. Quacky Wacky saying Vangus, true. New Zealand Energon price drop. This is back when we had an active New Zealand community on TFW still. I would do voice calls with them now and then at the turn of the century. There's New Zealanders and Australians and like a couple Americans. Energon stuff, G1 Armada sticker box sets at Walden Books Store and Borders. Reminder, the new Energon episode airs tonight. Make sure you watch it. This is a classic. We've talked about this before, but just because I see some new names in here. It was front page news that Transformers was going to air on TV that night. And that's kind of cute now, isn't it? Transformers.com has new Energon product previews. A finished bulkhead, repainted Omnicons, and Omega Supreme himself. Australians. This is me. I'm Australians. Seth asking if any of these stories had all your base references. No, I have not seen a lot of aught meme activity in this stuff. Simeon Scott, you got a... Okay, hang on. In the Discord, a link to that commercial. Let me go pull that up. In the Alterna Chat channel I keep forgetting to look at. Let me make sure this won't blow the speakers out. This might slightly.
Transformers Energon.
Earth's Energon's mine! Not so fast, Scorponok!
This is all of them.
Here's your...
This is all of them. Which one of these? I don't remember which one was the new one. Oh, it would have been this early one because I'm already seeing Wing Saber over here. Spoilers for Energon, by the way.
I'll be back, Optimus Prime!
Transformers Energon.
I like the idea of Scorponok yelling, "I'll be back, Optimus Prime," while turning into a jet and flying away, because that's specifically what never happened in the show. If I remember correctly, he was a very much like, "No, I get my ass kicked" character. Oh, the first one is the one mentioned in the article. Okay. Yeah, kids in toy commercials. I'm surprised it still happens at all, but I don't think it's happened in Energon or in Transformers. It hasn't happened for Energon for at least 20 years, but it hasn't happened for Transformers in a hot minute either. Like, for Transformers 1, I wish we had these kind of toy commercials that imply Megatron is the villain of the movie, because I think that'd be really fun if it was like, the villainous D16 fights against Optimus Prime and Bumblebee, and it's like, none of those words relate to anything in the film.
Yeah. Some of that classic, I don't know, here we are at this studio, we've got two kids that really could care less about being here, but we're supposed to make a toy commercial. Here, kids, play with these toys, and then we'll film it and come up with something for the one kid that kind of seemed like he had energy to do a voiceover on.
Yeah. Emma, I did see the football thing. There was the TF1 voice actors played football stop motion against IRL Megatron, who I forgot was a person. That's a decent video if you haven't seen it. Super League Episode 6 clips are finally here, even with today being such a big news day.
You know, right around Valentine's Day being a big news day.
I forgot served existed back then. Clip number 3, Hotshot gets served. I don't remember the context of this. Emma, you might have been the one who sent me the link to the football video, now that I'm thinking about it, yeah. Hasbro press release on Transformers in 2004. Click here. Damn. I don't think that exists anymore.
Nope.
TFW 2005 live chat with the BotCon organizers. Our special guests, John Hartman, Carl Hartman, and Pete Sinclair tentative. Pete,
Well, it could have been tentative the whole time.
Pete, you were like you were just tentative. Come on, the Hartmans can make it.
This is the time where Pete was not uncool.
Yeah, this was by the way about BotCon 04, the unofficial BotCon.
Yes. Which is interesting because I went to look up something about that when I had said something about other timings, and BotCon 04 is not listed on the wiki, except for as an unofficial convention. Therefore, it only called out as it is a thing that existed, and that's all we say.
Yeah. We got the question in the chat, what did Pete do? The best answer to this question, before anyone starts going, the best answer to this question is that he kind of sucks. Just on a very blanket level. Like, you can start looking for stories and whatnot. That's where perhaps the person in question gets excited to start engaging with you on Twitter. So the easiest thing to say is, in my experience, a generally unpleasant person who I find extremely irritating and lacking a lot of self-awareness in a very toxic way. Anything else, it's up to y'all, but like that's sort of the most important thing to me.
Yeah.
Sometimes there are just ugly people who are unpleasant, revealed themselves to be. And that's kind of the most important thing. However, he was a tentative guest on this live chat on the IRC TFW 2005 chat room, which, by the way, I'm curious if it still exists, because IRC is, like, not a technology that, like, just gets offlined that easily. I wonder if the TFW IRC room still exists somewhere with, like, 2 users. It used to have, as you can see here, a 2005 boards interface where you could just go and interact with it with a web-based version of it. That's a very 2000s thing.
Mm-hmm.
Lee Calba, he's a James Corden. That's actually a pretty solid, yeah. Because, like, James Corden, right? It's so hard to tell what stories are real because he's just such an irritating person that, like, you have to kind of pause for the sake of critical thinking to go, like, I'm sure a lot of this is getting blown out of proportion because he's irritating. So maybe the problem is that he is irritating, to put it nicely. Oh, like Ellen. See, everyone has one, right? Everyone, you can eventually piece one together where it's like, it is important sometimes to kind of figure out, this is a little off topic, but I want to throw it out there because Pete came up. It is sometimes important to figure out, like, whether the classic internet story is, why do we hate person? Well, he did this.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the he did this, it's treated with enough importance where it starts to mythologize. And perhaps we start to forget that there is a more pressing issue of this guy kind of sucks in some of our experiences. I know people who say they get along well with, you know, people like that, and I always say, unless the person's like just a straight up, like, out and out yelling publicly, you know, bigot, if you get along with someone, I'm happy for you. In a very small handful of cases, this being one of them, there are people I simply do not jive with anymore.
Pete's probably a raw milk guy.
I feel like he's the kind of guy who is a raw milk guy only so that he can say he isn't, because he only did it to set you up for intellectual checkmate. to kind of maybe communicate what I have taken from the personality of this person over a decade and a half or so. I did it just so I could show you that you're wrong, kind of thing. I forgot about the raw milk thing, though. Hey, we just got the reveal of the Super Train mode for Omega Supreme. The reveal being it's the two alt modes lined up. I remember actually being disappointed back in the day because I thought they were going to combine into a Super Train.
Yeah, I remember some people being very upset about that. That it was like it was going to be the battleship comes apart and goes on the train, or the train comes apart and goes on the battleship, or something like that. There were like a couple of different like versions that people thought was going to be a thing, and then it was just like one in front of the other because it's a train.
I was a thigh truther back then because remember like that you can just see his thigh on one of them on the modes. On one of the modes, on that mode, I was convinced that you could suck the thigh into the shin, so you just had a shorter vehicle mode to go with the longer one. I was wrong. People are asking what's the raw milk thing and getting a good answer, drinking gray water to own the lips. It's just unpasteurized. There's a myth. It is wrong. There's a thing that spread that pasteurization of milk involved chemical treatments so they could put nanomachines in you or something. And that is not what pasteurization is. If you don't know what pasteurization is, that's fine. Because you grew up in a society where you simply could buy milk. You were supposed to not have to worry about this. But since now you have to worry about this, pasteurization is what makes milk safer to drink than if you just sucked it out of the cow. It does not involve injecting, like... unless I'm wrong. Hey, I might be wrong. I do not believe pasteurization involves chemical treatments.
No, it's generally temperature and pressure.
Yeah.
Is what pasteurization is, yes. Le Calba, invented by Louis Pasteur in, like, 1850. It's amazing that he found a process that shared his same name.
That clone asking, you're not supposed to suck it out of the cow. Well, you are if you want to own the libs. If you want to prove to them that you're not going to get nanomachines put into... You're not going to have your mRNA get modified by big government. JTL, look at me bending over backwards to appease Big Moo. Listen, Big Moo pays the bills. I gotta respect Big Moo. I know one of the Moos. I know Bill Moo. I gotta be careful. I did not actually know that pasteurization came from a fellow named Pasteur. That makes a lot of sense. I thought it was a science word. Although that is actually what a lot of science words are, though, aren't they? They came from a guy with that name.
That's the joke, Chris.
I didn't even know we were telling a joke. I was just like, wow, there was a guy called Pasture. He must have been mad when they learned about putting people out to them. Hey, we got some Transformers images from Toy Fair 2004, care of BWTF. Those probably don't work because Ben Yee's website keeps dying every decade. Also, the link goes to an IP address.
I'm rolling the dice.
The link goes directly to an IP address with no HTTP in front.
It's thinking about it.
Yeah, you're logging into someone's computer.
Yeah.
Is it doing anything?
It's just spinning, loading.
Yeah, it's not going to... I think because it's an IP address, it's just going to try to connect to that computer. And...
Yeah.
We should just move on. Possible extras for G1 Season 3 Part 2/Season 4. Could include interviews with Marv Wolfman and David Wise. I think those happened. Joe Ing, artist for Dreamwave and Hasbro, has updated his website, candystirfry.com. Does that website still exist?
No.
There you go. More Toy Fair coverage from Altered States Magazine. I know that doesn't exist. Don't click that, actually. I think that's not safe.
My ad blocker, threat protection pro, both of them went,
Yeah, Altered States Magazine, when they closed up, their domain got bought by bad people, is what I remember. So, in fact, don't click that one if you're trying to follow along with us here. New Universe figures in stores. Tiger Camouflage Ruination has appeared. Is that one of the ones that stuck around forever? There were like two Ruinations.
Yeah, that was the Walmart exclusive one, I think.
So is that an Urban Camo was the other one?
Yeah.
Zero saying, "What's HTTPS anyway? Just 5 little letters." Correct. This is five little wimpy letters that that little wimps online put in because they're afraid to get their natural immune systems built up by natural toxins in the air. Okay, Valkais is saying urban camo went fast. This tiger one is the one that rotted on shelves. Okay, I thought so. Because I remember when the tiger one was rotting, I was thinking I'd like the urban camo one, and then the tiger one was rotting. TFClub.com 5th anniversary. Is that the Chinese
Yes.
fan club that's still running?
It is still running.
Yeah, they were the one that had like updates up to a certain point. It's oh no, it's
Yeah,
Yeah.
up to 2016. Yeah.
sorry, I have the little lock with the
But
slash
it has
through.
some. Yeah, it has some like other stuff that's live updated that's showing Siege.
Oh, and then over here there's a feed with like missing link Sunstreaker. They're on something else now. On Weibo.
Yeah.
They're on a Weibo thing now. All right.
That makes a bit more sense. Yeah.
We can go back another page. Transformers CCG.org. I need an update. Is it still China's #1 fan club? I am going to assume no. I'm assuming that sometime between Siege and Earthrise, everyone moved on to somewhere else, probably. Well, maybe TF Club on Weibo. Maybe they are still the #1 fan club.
Yeah.
I don't know. We got new photo galleries of Metal Force Convoy and 20th anniversary Optimus Prime. Metal Force is something that I feel like is starting to disappear into the memory ether in the fandom, because nobody sees them anymore. But Metal Force was a big thing in the aughts, as far as like you got Metal Force Convoy? Whoa! Also, I will throw out there, yeah, Lee, Missing Link Sunstreaker is the one that's going to bring me into Missing Link, I think, as far as participating. I'm mad they haven't done the red one yet. Like, they announced the yellow one and Cordon, and I'm like, that's really cool, but the red one is the history one. GTLM, what is Metal Force? Metal Force Convoy was this mythical, hard-to-get Japanese figure that was like a metal pseudo-statue with like 2 points of articulation or 3 points or something. But it was a really nice sculpt of Optimus Prime, and it had metal in it.
There is one on eBay right now going for $193.
That's not bad, considering that
Yeah.
like what Metal Force Convoy has been absolutely rendered irrelevant at this point.
And you still have to trim the flash off of his gun and assemble it.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Sorry, there's Palisoids. Wow, Palisades. Palisoids. They almost that subline almost killed the brand. Am I right? Palisades Toy Info. That's statues. February 1604, we lost Tony Pope, who was the voice of Wreck-Gar in Season 3 and younger Alpha Trion A3 in that one episode. I didn't remember this at all. Dang. Transformers to be a featured license at Walmart, thanks to John Hartman coming by to let us know that there was a large section of Power Rangers and Polly Pocket. That's what's called a featured license category. Apparently Transformers is getting that spot with Energon, Universe, and Alternators, and 20th Anniversary Prime. The ones with the CD pack-ins, etc. I vaguely recall that, like, images of that thing, the featured shelf. Cygnus, that's how you pronounce Palisades? How did you think you pronounced Palisade? Or are you thinking of Palisoids? Palisoids was that was a slip of the tongue. That was my my almost released Transformers subline. Palishade. Yeah, I was gonna say, is it Palishade? Is that how we remember them now? Poor Palisades. I assume they're gone. I think we confirmed they're gone at some point. I thought it was Palisades. Oh. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it's Palisades.
Yeah, because the like wall, the thing on top of a wall is a palisade.
Okay, thank you. I actually didn't know where the name came from. I forgot the word palisade. I remembered saying Palisades a lot as a toy nerd. Pilotes AIDS. Hey, remember everyone, the BotCon live chat is tomorrow. New time, 10:30 Eastern. E-Megatron, Walmart Universe exclusives, Minicon 6-packs are out! Pictures from New York Toy Fair 2004. Click here to check out the gallery.
Oh.
Yeah. The Superlink website is updated with Cliffjumper, a.k.a. Perceptor, Shadowhawk, a.k.a. Divebomb, and Galvatron, a.k.a. Megatron. Superlink and Energon were the ones, I think, where the name differences were really confusing, because it was the same pool, basically.
Yeah. And I'm upset that you skipped over the names of the people that were there taking the photos.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thanks again to Tony Bacala, J.E. Alvarez, Elvin Pena, Unicron, and Bill from Bill's Toys and Games. Man, he was just stitched into the website.
He was just one of the dudes.
Man. Hey, there's new Transformers calendars up on Amazon.com. Landmine is also now shipping within 24 hours. Channel with no content. Paley Sadi's nuts. Oh. Yeah, that was a Rick Alvarez mention. All the homies love Rick.
2 of those 3 Amazon links still work.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm
The
assuming.
Pat Lee wall calendar doesn't.
What?
But the normal wall calendar does.
I don't need to see Energon Landmine.
Currently unavailable. Don't know when it'll be back in stock.
I want to see the Pat Lee calendar. Oh. I'm sad. I want to imagine it's just pictures of Pat Lee holding Transformers.
And I like how the copy photos for Landmine are just the front part of that vehicle, not the, like, backpack thing that's a full third of its mass.
I remember this from when Landmine got its official photography. The brute mode had, like, flummoxed whoever was taking the photos. Didn't know that happened with Bulkhead too, right? The Springer lookalike guy, the other brute mode. There were some really bad photos of that one.
Yeah, where it was just like awkwardly ED209ing it or something.
Yeah. Everyone, the BotCon live chat is tonight, okay? It's only a couple of hours away. Log into our chat room using these links that totally work. Wave sign, like one of those firefighter calendars, but with Pat Lee. Correct. That's what I want. Aaron, hey, the BotCon chat happened. You all missed it. I don't know. I gave you so many reminders, but we got a wrap up here for you. So this was from John and Carl Hartman, and so Pete Sinclair did make it. Well, thank goodness. Over 100 plus people visited Pound's TFW 2005, because on IRC that's not hashtag, that's Pound. I remember from back then.
Mm-hmm.
Dan Gilvizan. I saw Goldbug. It messed up my syllables. It will be at BotCon for 1 day and 1 day only, in addition to voice actor legend Peter Cullen. This was where I saw Peter Cullen for the first time. For the first time ever, BotCon's going to have a special breakfast buffet.
That was something.
On its own, that sounds so funny.
But you had to buy into that buffet in order to get the exclusive.
Correct. It was a toy-based exclusive. That was big because they were not official. So there was like a question of like, how are they going to do a toy? A collector who wishes to remain anonymous named Tony Prito will be displaying his entire loose Transformers collection. What do you mean? He wasn't anonymous at the show.
No, he very much let everybody know that was his collection.
He was standing next to the pile saying, "Hi, I'm Tony Prito, and this is my collection."
And I, as I remember, in the run up to it, there was a lot of talk about Tony Prito and his massive collection, the massive collection of Tony Prito. And it was like, yeah, we get it.
Collector who wishes. This must have just been for like promo purposes or something.
Yeah.
Like...
So Cygnus, this is BotCon. In 2004, there were 2 big conventions, OTFCC and BotCon, because there was bad blood between
Glenn Hallett.
Glenn Hallett and the Hartmans, because Glenn Hallett went official and did all of this stuff, and the Hartmans had no real idea about it and all the money that was being spent or something in order to do so, and so they withdrew the BotCon name because they owned that, and that's why 03 was OTFCC 2003 and not BotCon 2003.
The official Transformers Fan Collectors Convention is what it stood for. It was a mouthful and it was not smooth.
Yeah.
So BotCon
Yes.
2004 was an unofficial show that was going to be the end of BotCon. It was going to be the 10th anniversary of BotCon. The Hartmans were going to close out BotCon on their own terms. The exclusive was an Action Master G2 breakdown made out of resin, if I recall correctly. So they were like hand poured Action Masters, which were very nicely done. With a little little shoebox with a flap, all handmade. It was a very fun show. It ended with a big text scroll of like everyone who ever helped out with BotCon. That's where an old joke no one remembers anymore came from. Harlod. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Tony Preto's collection was on display. It was just a lot of rare stuff. It was really cool. Another guest is I don't remember who the other guest is. George Dunsey, the man responsible for bringing Transformers brand name to toy shelves, was scheduled as a guest, could not attend due to family conflicts. I do not remember the name George Dunsey. That's messed up that he just got consumed by history. An eventful night, to say the least. Were there collector plates? No, that was 2000. That was 2000. That was my first BotCon was the culmination of apparently multiple years of plate discourse. Or no, wait, OTFCC had their own plates, didn't they? They had their own plate issue. They had plates, they had Mega Zarak, they had all kinds of issues going on. The Sentinel Maximus. Yeah, TransformersCCG.org, my Sentinel Maximus was accidentally shipped to my old address in Afghanistan, and it joined the Taliban. Just a messed up situation. I remember this story. I remember you telling me about this. How many people pronounced OTFCC versus what Volkaisis typed? Yeah, everyone called it what back in the day, I bristled a bit because I was like, look, at least just call it what you're kicking a puppy that has like that puppy's legs are all stapled to a skateboard. Like, stop kicking it. Like because no one was not like there were no OTFCC diehard. There were some folks who were standing up for it because they were friends with Glenn, which was valid, but that was a double-digit number of people. Like there was no Thrush, there was no OTFCC faction or anything. Like I just remember back then, I felt like, why are we beating up on OTFCC?
Yeah, you went. I mean, man, the way that their stuff was run, though,
it was a disaster.
You had to be at the hotel, had to be staying at the official hotel to get one of the exclusives. And like half the check-in people understood that this other toy was getting handed out if you were in this right thing. And some of them you had to be like, hey, isn't there a thing I'm supposed to get? What was it? Sideswipe and Sunstreakers, missile launchers weren't all guaranteed, so you had to open...
in 03, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, in 03. Well, this is pre-04, so...
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's why people, like, rapidly went from, like, being cool with OTFCC to talking about fornicating with some sort of barley adjacent plant.
I mean, good for oats. You know, oats deserve
Yeah.
it. Oats are often treated as the nerd food. Full of fiber, really good for your poop. I gotta clear my throat. Hang on.
But yeah, that was some real fun. Of yes, I remember one or two people that were very much mint and sealed box people being very upset with those because the cardboard for the boxes was very thin. The plastic windows might as well have just been cling film.
They were cling film.
Now you're saying I have to open my package up. I have to open the box up, pull out the accessory bundle, and see if I got a correct set to know that I'm complete. What the hell?
I do remember back then not being on their side at all, because I remember saying, this packaging is such a disaster when you get it. How can you possibly pretend that you're ever going to present one of these as mint and sealed box? Just open it and check the missile launcher. It's already...
Yeah, and the darn thing is like, I still have mine still sealed for as much as that's worth, or opened, still not messed with, still air quotes mint, and I have been very careful about it, and all of the windows have multiple dents, dings, curls, pushes on it, because just like the air pressure in my collection room changed, and that was enough to throw a new wrinkle in.
Basically, the boxes did not have windows in them, so when the 3H crew got them, it wasn't literally cellophane, but it was basically cellophane. They got, the stuff that you use for camera gels? So they got this stuff that was like slightly stiffer than a Ziploc bag, and then taped it to the inside of the box. So that stuff was pre-dented. Like that, there is no version of those toys that have a smooth window.
If you want to share, I'm pasting an image into the VStream alternate chat.
Yeah, here we go. I can drag that into here. Yeah, you can see right here. Like, that's how they were. Like, you might say, oh, well, someone opened this. This is what they looked like mint in box. Like,
yeah, that is when it got handed to you. The plastic looked like that.
Yeah, and that plastic was never smooth. It was smooth when it was on a roller at some point. But that stuff, like, if you poke it, it warps. Because it's basically plastic paper.
Yeah. That, like, I've got a couple of paperback books on my desk. The boxes might be the same, like, stiffness of cardboard. Maybe a little bit more than, like, the cover of a cheap paperback book.
Yeah. Like, the concept of this packaging ever having been mint enough to be mint is a myth.
Yeah. Yeah, sending this off to somebody to get it boxed and slabbed and graded would be a laugh.
But it is worth saying 20 years later, because Shadefish is saying, like, that's why the box was like that, because I got mine years ago. Yeah, if anyone tries to sell you on the idea that, for instance, yours is less valuable because the window is dented, they are trying to fool you, because they all looked like this. There is no version of this that was mint, to my knowledge.
Yeah.
Cygnus, I see they tried to mimic the rock bubble from Beast Wars. There you go. I think that was actually a joke in 03 when these came out.
And yeah, Transformers TCG org there. Such a self-owned, considering how much production value they put into the cardboard part of the packaging. Yeah, because that's like you've got to have a specific die-cutting machine in order to do that punch-out. It's not like this is... Hasbro didn't have any packaging these shapes. So it's not like it's something with, where they were just going to jump on Hasbro's production line and use that, maybe, do some art inside of that. None of that is the case, even, for the Sideswipe Sunstreakers that were just for the cars. Like, it's unique packaging, so there's levels of manufacturing going into it to then, like, wet turd this out. Like,
my understanding was that this was basically the intent was that they were going to receive, like, industry grade windows, but there was just some catastrophic miscommunication, which is like, it's lost to time now, but it was basically like from the Glenn Hallett end, it was just like, we messed up, so we had to fix it as best we could. And also we were trying to do that hotel thing, which, as Aaron implied, was a real logistics nightmare to figure out. Like, if I recall correctly, the folks who were trying to be the staff figuring out if you got the hotel toy had very little solid info to work with. Classically, I got a Sunstreaker, the hotel toy. I didn't know if I was supposed to get one. I got one, and I later discovered I wasn't supposed to get one. But it was so confusing, and I was so confused, and the person trying to help me was so confused. I ended up with one. Because when I went to pick mine up, they said, oh, your dad picked it up already. And I was like, well, that's not possible. My dad is not here. And so I would have walked away. I remember I went up just thinking, like, hey, do I have the hotel toy? And when they said your dad picked it up, that's when I kind of got like, wait a second. So I had one, and someone posing as my dad picked it up. And it turned out it's because there was another guy with my surname, and my surname was considered at that convention to be uncommon. My surname is the Chinese version of Smith, so it's actually not very uncommon. It's actually extremely common. There are many, many people with my name.
And yeah, Seth, I think the plates just don't exist.
Yeah, the OTFCC plates don't exist. Those got refunded, I think, in 05 or 06.
Much later, because what was it, the Megazarek?
Megazarek, Mega Zarak got shipped by Hasbro after 3H
Yeah.
was removed. And so it shipped when Fun Publications had the license, but Hasbro
Yeah.
covered Mega Zarak themselves
Yeah.
as a sort of mea culpa to the fan base.
Right. Right.
Seth believes in the plates. Seth, that's listen. We all have our faith. We all have our own faith. You know. Let's GameSpot feature some Transformers footage. You know what? The Let's GameSpot video probably exists somewhere on a server. But that link is a generic link. We're not going to find it with that link. I'm going to just say.
But their 404 page has a game.
It does?
Yeah.
Oh!
Playing some sort of game.
Is this Minesweeper? Oh, here we go.
No, it's like a dude dungeon crawling.
It doesn't work on my end. Oh, there we go. Here we go. Up or down? Oh, I see something down. Oh! What's this? Press enter to open chests. I got a sparkly McRib or something.
Ooh.
Here I go. I see another oh, look at a treasure!
I found a room with 4 chests.
I got a quasi club of love.
Gersey arm that does things. A responsibly farmed ear dagger of communism.
An illiterate amulet. That's actually pretty good.
Stainless maul of communism. And a politically motivated saber of the whale.
I got a first-class amulet of the Duder. Is GameSpot allowed to say Duder? This does not belong to someone else. Does it belong to Red Ventures now? You're not allowed to say that. Is this procedurally generated, or am I going to actually?
Yes, mine appears to be different than yours is. So
that's neat. Oh, what are these? What's that? Oh, it's a staircase.
Stairs.
Neatly painted magic stick of virginity. When was this? Responsibly farmed Zweihander of love.
Cute ballista of Millhouse.
Pseudo sword staff for cooking. I'm giving up on this.
Hexagonal halberd of hunger. There we go. We got some good, strong alliteration there.
New images at Transformers.com. And later on, they added Universe Stockade. Oh, Aaron, we got a Q&A here. Do you want to handle the Qs?
Here. Well, a Q.
There's 2!
And it's good enough. Oh, I guess, yeah. It's the formatting threw me there.
Yeah.
In January 2003, several sources reported a Hasbro solicitation of a set of toys called Stunticons, with members including Wild Racer and Dead End. Are these toys going to be produced?
These are not in our plan.
Hey, Archer Monster got to answer one. Are there plans to release a Sunstreaker or Autobot Jazz in the Transformers Alternators line?
Poor Sunstreaker. He's such a no. They're just like, whatever. We are still in the development stage for much of the Transformers Alternators line, as we investigate future licensing relationships. These last 2 items are not currently in our plans at this time. I remember this made people get grumpy, because they were like, what do you mean Sunstreaker's not in your plans? You made him already!
Yeah. Well, same with Jazz. Because, I think we'd already seen, the heads or profiles or something from Mazda there.
Yeah. Emma, why is Jazz always Autobot Jazz? It is because, in fact, yes, the name is too simple. You can't market the concept of Jazz, so he has to be Agent. He was Autobot Jazz. He was briefly Agent Jazz because he was Agent Meister elsewhere. But yeah, Jazz, to this day, and back then even, was too generic to trademark or copyright. Uh-oh, I summoned Nevermore.
Uh-oh.
But yeah, he's been Autobot Jazz or Agent Meister for a very long time. He was Agent Meister in America at least once. I just forgot when or where.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Special Ops Jazz. It's another one.
Yeah, that's why you frequently see the Autobot or Decepticon tag on a name, because whatever their name is something that is generic enough that is not likely to be securable
Yeah.
from litigious assaults.
Shrapnel is one of the ones that brought about some of my least favorite alternate names, like Hard Shell. I came around on when that was a new character in Prime. Sharpshot, however, is one of my least favorite names ever made. I despise that name. That name's mouthfeel makes me feel like my eyes are rotating out of my head very slowly but surely.
How are you on a Scrapnel?
Scrapnel, I'm like fine with, because Scrapnel sounds like the like scumbag that Shrapnel hires to go to conventions to collect money for him. Scrapnel's like the convention Shrapnel. It's like, hey, I came here to see Shrapnel, and it's like, well, you got Scrapnel. At least it sounds right, you know.
I'm imagining your imagination of that is he also has like on a greasy wife beater shirt and a cigar.
Scrapnel can't afford cigars, so he rolls his.
I'm not saying like one that he smokes. I'm saying the like chew on cigar.
Oh yeah, because basically yeah, but for the sake of canon, it would be he buys cheap cigarellos and tries to re-roll them to look like cigars.
Okay.
And they're horrible, and they smell like orange juice for some reason. We got a special 3D gallery by Pete Draven Billingham of a fully rendered 3D model that transforms of 20th Anniversary Optimus Prime. I suspect these links don't work.
See if it's maybe on his Studio Draven page.
I also don't know how the interaction
Studio
with
Draven
it
doesn't exist anymore. It
these-
probably just would have been a video. Or
Yeah.
forward back type thing.
Griff, I am also a fan of Double Cross becoming Twinferno because Twinferno is a very good name. Like that, if you want to know like where my taste lies, Twinferno, I'm so happy. Sharp Shot, I spit on the floor. Right, like that's kind of my line I draw. UK Transformers DVD news. They got all the good stuff on the UK releases. They got the Beast Within on the DVD. Or in the DVD. I don't know if it was on the disc or if it was physically packed with the disc, but they got Beast Within with their DVDs. Draven, by the way, still kicking around. Draven is on Blue Sky. Posted some really good photos of classified Nemesis Enforcer. Makes me... I don't know why I pronounced it that way. But I really want to get that classified Nemesis Enforcer. And Draven's photos were really good. There is a 20th anniversary celebration event where Brandon Town Center Boulevard at a Toys R Us. Was this official?
I don't think so. Junior is a guy that was a very, don't necessarily want to say super fan, but the type of fan that like would make stuff happen on big scale things. So it might have been something that was like maybe not official, but kind of backed.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Also, just to put another coda on this, the reason why I'm okay with a name like Sure Shot, but not okay with a name like Sharp Shot, is because of the pch in the middle of Sharp Shot. I don't like that kind of consonant buildup. It makes me want to, like I said, it makes me involuntarily spit into the air before I voluntarily spit on the floor. Like, it's just messy, it's moist. It's got too many in the middle, like, I don't know. Universe Stockade.
He'd set up play events at Toys R Us's.
Oh!
He knew the manager and would just take Transformers into the store for kids to play with. Unofficial promo events. Yep.
Yeah.
Remember something like that.
Transformers TCG org, you spit in my eye. I mean, like, you could say I did that when I showing off Perceptor at you. No one will understand what that means anymore, but trust me when I say it was pretty cool in the moment. Transformers Con update. Transformers Con, you might know, perhaps, as a little show nowadays called TF Con.
Except for now, the website is Transformers Confluence.
Oh, right. Don't go to TransformersCon.com. That was the thing we learned. Transformers CCG org, I'm leaving. Don't leave! Don't leave! I'll sideboard back over to Chrome Dome. I will still leave 3 showing offs in my deck. Superlink Episode 7, videos from Fan to Fan, Yugo.com, Toy Fair Video, and Armada Game Preview. Is the video still viewable on Yugo.com? It's a .asp.
Nope.
Damn it.
404's.
Yugo being undergowned online. I don't remember that website. Balkon.com updated. Don't look now. It won't be about 04 now. Reminder, everyone, a new episode of Energon airs tonight. Micron Legend, Volume 13, DVD pre-order. Fan-to-fan postings, including Lucky Draw, Shining Unicron. Toon Zone interviews the prelude to Energon, executive producer of the video game. Craig Crumpton! Hey, wait a second. That guy is related to Epic Voice Guy, but I forgot how. That guy's related to Epic Voice Guy in some way. This was a thing in the aughts. I don't remember the details. Aaron, does this link work?
Toonzone.net
Yeah.
link goes to Anime Superhero.
I don't want to go to Anime Superhero.
It looks like it's just a clodge of other things.
Yeah. Hey, Majors has got Energon Deluxes on sale for $8. Boy, those are good $8 toys. If you get them for $8 nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
Large Energon Megatron picture gallery.
Cybertron's links. Yeah, that Hound toy gallery. That's not.
Transformers CCG org. I feel like anyone named Craig Crumpton necessarily has a radio voice. He was trying to do voice stuff too. I remember his last name, but he had a different username on the boards, and he had this demo reel that made the rounds, but it was a little embarrassing, and he got upset that people were poking fun at it, is what I remember. But it's like vague memories now. I don't remember. I just remember he was like in some way related to Epic Voice Guy John Bailey, but I don't remember how. Front page news for a major: Midwesters rise up.
It's pronounced Myers.
Not
Majors.
So y'all do German pronunciation correct once. That's okay. That's kind of funny. Myers. Autobot. Why is everything bold font now? Is this just me, or is everything on this page bold fonted?
Yes. Well, not quite everything. Well, top two aren't.
Okay. I wonder if this is just a page formatting error. Or is this
some unresolved
like an open
tag or something in one of them?
An
there.
open tag somewhere.
Yeah.
Long was your bold font era. February 2004 until February 23, 2004. Autobot Actors Art Contest. The rather famous... Oh, this is another relic of 2004. The rather famous Optimus Prime, the guy, not the actual robot, wrote into us from Baghdad, Iraq. Because this was a guy whose entire identity was that he legally changed his name to Optimus Prime.
Optimus Prime.
And he was also military.
Was a firefighter.
Yeah, he was firefighter. He was military. He was the real Optimus Prime. And he also got completely memory holed at some point. I just forgot he existed.
I feel like he showed up again at some point in time that was separate from like our talking about.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, Simeon. I don't think he's dead. Valkysis still is his whole identity to the best of my... Yeah, between Valkysis and Transformers TCG org, I am having vague memories there was some reason why he got memory hold. But I don't remember what it was. I think there might have been something about the way that he was carrying himself as the real Optimus Prime, but I can't remember. This is the kind of thing where, like, someone will remember and will drop the T. Valkai says he tried to make himself a fandom celebrity very hard. I vaguely recall this. Because this was also the same era as... what was that person's name? The DeviantArt pregnant Optimus person. They were both in the same era, because I remember that they collided at some point. The real Optimus Prime collided with the DeviantArt artist who was infamous for pregnant Optimus Prime. And like, they smacked together, and then, like, a chemical reaction went off, and they both evaporated. I'm sorry? Simeon Scott, Google says he got arrested for stealing a car in Texas?
Okay, I hadn't seen that. I found an article from 2007 talking about it, saying the guy's old name officially changed his name to Optimus Prime on his 30th birthday as a present to himself. My dad passed away the year before, and I didn't have anybody really around, so I really latched onto him when I was a kid. The other guys razzed me for months to no end. They really dug into me about it. Until late 2003, Optimus Prime stayed in Iraq as part of a civilian firefighting unit. Honestly, who can blame the guy for a name change? If you were a soldier in Iraq, who'd you rather watch your ass? Scott Edward Null or Optimus King Prime? And then it says another person that changed their middle name from Michael to Megatron.
Published in June of this year. Man named Optimus Prime arrested for car theft in South Austin. No, this is a different guy. Optimus Prime Blakely. No, is this the same?
Let me open this. Yeah.
What?
Is it tight? Yep.
This is a different Optimus Prime. Okay,
That is a different Optimus Prime, yeah, because that's a 37-year-old man
okay, yeah,
in 2024, whereas this is like a 30-year-old man in 2000.
Because I was gonna say
time doesn't quite work that way.
Also, I was gonna say, because Emma said something to a parallel, I'm pretty sure Mr. Optimus Prime was a very white guy.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure he was he had a Duke from G.I. Joe slightly derogatory vibe. But it turns out there's another Optimus Prime. There's another Optimus Prime who was arrested for car theft who is not Mr. That's so weird. Yeah, my vague recollection in my mind's eye is the real Optimus Prime from 2004 he had like a very the guys who just look like Duke from G.I. Joe where they have like a box head between their haircut and their jawline. Anyway, a multiverse.
I'm trying to find images of him.
He was covered by so many geek websites back in the day. There have to be pictures of him.
Yeah, I'm getting the couple of mugshots now.
Unless he did something so wrong that he's been like obliterated from history.
And then a bunch of Transformers 1 stuff. I put Optimus Prime renamed human. And
renamed human.
I don't know. I'm trying to find a way to not be
how can you look him up now? Transformers blew up in 07. You can't finally show me the man named Optimus Prime. Oh, man, it's gonna bother me. Stricken from history like the Fallen. Yeah, I don't think that the real Optimus Prime committed crime, to my knowledge. He was just very eager, and I think eventually had some kind of spat with someone.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, again, he was very much it was his thing, and he worked really hard to let everybody know how neat it was that he had changed his name, and going to continue going on about how I a person that was a firefighter and changed my name because Optimus Prime was a firefighter and all of that, and just made it capital A, capital T a thing, and eventually a bunch of people went, yeah, we know, cool, thanks.
What else do you bring to the table, sir? It's the whole I've had a hang up about this before about if your entire identity is one gimmick that can be summarized in one sentence, but you want that to carry you into social interaction with thousands of people online, you're going to slam into a ceiling extremely hard, and it will crack the bicycle helmet that you think will protect you.
Chewbacca Mom energy.
Chewbacca Mom, absolutely! Friggin', I'm gonna buy a case of Chewbacca masks, so my gimmick is set for life. It's who are you other than when you put on a Chewbacca mask people can buy? Who are you, you know? TFW does have username searches, but I forgot what his real username... Because I remember it was something like Mr. The Real Optimus Prime, but there's so many TFW users, it's kind of... I find it hard to comb through the username database. Anyway, that's a little tangent. Also, Repro Labels has created rub signs on February 22nd, 2004. I think this was a really big new thing, because rub signs were the thing you couldn't solve.
Well, that was in '84. That was how you guaranteed that you had the real Transformer and not some other thing.
And then
was
20
the
years
runtime.
later, Delta at Repro Labels cracked the code.
The code.
Well,
We
guys,
got 'em,
they
boys.
still don't pre-cut those things. There's something about the thickness. If I recall correctly, the sheer thickness of those things makes them hard to like mass cut. Because I got the I got a
Found an image. Alternate.
Oh!
Alternate chat.
alternate chat. Here we go. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. This. Hang on. I guess for Emma's edification as well. Yes, in fact, extremely just a white guy. I was wrong about his head shape. He does not have the Duke head. Really weird things. I was wrong about his head shape.
to properly.
He looks like Jesse
for the
Pinkman.
But this is also old enough that I don't know how much perspective was kept, because between those two images, those heads take different shapes.
Jesse Pinkman, but normal.
I think I may also have that club shirt somewhere that he's wearing.
That was 2000s fandom fashion.
Yeah.
Vaguely Casey Neistat. Yeah. Now you say it, I have to squint. I can kind of see it. I see Casey Neistat more than I see Aaron Paul, I will say.
Dude looks like he teaches cops how to use their gun in seminars. That's a very specific thing, and also maybe yes.
Jesse Beachman. Yeah, like, who knows? My recollections of this guy are 20 years old now, but also that was the kind of vibe I recall. That and, like, becoming an annoying poster. Because there was a certain point, once enough years passed by, people kind of went like, yes, you changed your name, that's really neat. It's been over 3 years, though. I need more to work with. Jesse Mann. I know there were lots of jokes about whether or not he could turn into a truck. And I am not, it's not a bit. There was an at least 3 to 6 month long discourse about pregnant Optimus Prime deviant art artist. And I know that she collided with this guy. That artist may or may not have been an Optimus Prime cosmic wife as well, because I think part of her whole gimmick was, like, she was married to Optimus Prime.
Yeah.
And she had, like, this...
Yeah.
And and when I say that, it was an escalated version of whatever you may be imagining. It was, like, a very escalated, like, cosmic wives, like, no, I'm actually married to Optimus Prime.
Yeah.
Like, not really. If it was a bit, it was done hard enough to Shadefish. I knew this person. Really? Uh-oh. If I'm wrong about any of this, like, please catch very briefly. Oh, okay. Final Fantasy House type. Yeah, yeah, like I have an Optimus Prime toy on my night table because that's how he can represent in this reality kind of thing. I'm vaguely remembering that, but I remember it was like it crossed a certain line past, oh, this is kind of a cute, funny, haha, oh, isn't this weird, to like, this is like really serious. Like, I'm gonna get in fights with people online serious because you're not respecting my husband.
Yeah, like maybe we should introduce you to this nice person that has a tranquilizer.
Respect my damn
restraints.
husband. Respect my marriage. If the same person I'm thinking of, she was also super Bible crazy. I vaguely recall this.
Yes.
Didn't she know he's mine to a bunch of people? Yes. I recall this too. Again, an innocent era, all things considered, that like that was the talk of the town for like months.
And the thing is, it was I remember, and that's another thing of this time frame on the boards is a lot of people, you remembered people because they had some shtick.
Yeah.
Because there was like Dr. Doom, who always typed in caps and cursed.
Oh yeah.
Richards.
Forgot about Dr. Doom.
But he was just like a cool guy otherwise. And you'd have people that would like, you had your board signature, but then there were some people, there were like 2 or 3 people that would always have some like snarky or attempt at witty or funny in 2004 humor signatures that you would write at the end of a post. even like, oh, saw whatever at, in sightings threads, they'd have their, and that's all for today type of signature thing. And yeah.
Yes, Alan Weaver. We in fact did have Robert Downey Jr. on TFW back then. The one and only face of Doctor Doom. Timu, Doom in all caps sounds familiar. Yeah, the moment Aaron said that, it fired a neuron off. Felkai says, I remember Derek Wyatt posting to Twitter that he met her. I vaguely recall this.
Yeah.
Because that's close enough in the eras.
Yeah.
No, this was...
I remember that because DJW was like, she's like that.
Yeah. Lee and Lai, this is pre-MF Doom, I think. This was just some guy who liked Doctor Doom. Perhaps he went on to become MF Doom, in which case, R.I.P. I'm not sure. I don't remember what became of Doctor Doom. IRL Doctor Doom. Shadefish, I remember being 14 in a Skype call with the Optimus Prime woman and another person and my eyes glazing over while she bitched about another Optimus self-shipper. That sounds... I wasn't in a call like that, but those kind of calls were kind of my vibe in going into the early to mid-aughts. Mm-hmm. I was in calls like that. That sounds really familiar. Because, yeah, especially the eyes glazing over part. When you realize you're in a call... In the early aughts, it was when you realized you were in a call to be witness to someone unleashing their pent-up beef at someone else over something that doesn't matter, is what I remember. Yeah, we had like Skype back then. There was also like TeamSpeak or something. There were a lot of like co-opted FPS voice chat systems. I think AOL Instant Messenger had voice chat at some point.
Oh man, there were 2 or 3 of them, or was it ICQ or Trillion?
ICQ, by this point, I think ICQ had fallen out of favor. Because I remember by 2004, I was on AIM and Yahoo Messenger.
Right. Well, Trillion was the one that like brought all of them.
Yeah.
So that you had one client, because woe betide, you had a friend that was on some other client, and you're like, I gotta open up this other piece of software for...
I still remember my ICQ number. It's 333-44073. I had a really good one. It's gone now, because that all, I think this year, finally got shuttered and rolled into VK. Speaking of relics, Transformers and The Apprentice. Once in a while, you run into Transformers in the mainstream media. Sometimes it's the unlikeliest of places. Barry Treklas, no, NBC.com has an interview up with a contestant on their show, The Apprentice. The contestant, merely a contestant, Omarosa Manigault Stallworth, had the following to say when asked what cartoon character she relates to the most. The cartoon character that I most relate to is Optimus Prime from the Transformers. Optimus Prime is the leader of the Transformers and works as a powerful force of goodness, courage, and wisdom in the battle against the evil Decepticons. He first tries to find peaceful solutions to conflicts, but when battle lines are drawn, he becomes a fierce warrior capable of overpowering vast enemy forces to achieve his goals. I used to watch this cartoon when I was little with my brothers and sister, and we loved it. So this is when Omarosa was merely a contestant.
Yeah,
this is
not
when
the assistant to the president.
She is. He didn't. I figured she was a casualty of all that because.
I bounced her Wikipedia page. In December 2016, she was one of 9 members of Trump's presidential transition team. And then 2017, she was, her specific title was Assistant to the President and Director of Communications at the Office of Public Liaison.
Huh.
And then in December of 2013, she announced her resignation.
Yeah.
And then after that, she, in 2018, she wrote a book deeply critical of Trump titled Unhinged, in which she labels Trump a racist, and states witnesses have confirmed that the existence of tapes of Trump repeatedly using the word during the filming of The Apprentice. During an interview, fellow contestant Penn Jillette appeared to confirm this, saying, "Yeah, I was in the room when it asked," though without elaborating on what Trump said, and later stood by his comment saying, I was careful. I've been told it's clear.
So she's no Linda McMahon. She is kind of in the ejected position now.
Yeah.
Okay. This was Omarosa was not the wait. There are like 3 layers of things happening in the text chat right now. Omarosa was not the self shipper.
No.
Omarosa, as far as I know, Omarosa Manigault Stallworth never posted on TFW 2005. However, Volkaisis says Mrs. Optimus Prime made me remember about what Sammy WCP bragged about doing with Classics Astro Train. I remember that because Sammy was part of the era of voice chat rooms I was in, where that's where you'd hear about all this weird, like, really personal, like, tea. But also it involved like one of the people was like, oh, also I once self-pleasured off a Classics Astro Train. I want to tell you about it over and over again. The Trump woman came up because she's in this news item, Emma. She's Omarosa Manigault Stallworth, contestant on The Apprentice, whose cartoon character she most relates to is Optimus Prime from the Transformers. This is like, wow, this is a whirlwind of 2004 ass. Why Astro Train, Bullet Train? In fact, she was not the first. There was a whole joke in a webcomic, I can't remember anymore, relating to the JRX, the Team Bullet Train, being used for self-preservation. That was in a comic book, a web comic book. Hey, we've got a new... Oh, no. New translate feature added. We have added a new translate feature to the website for our international readers. On the lower left of the page, you can click your country's flag, and a pop-up window will translate the entire website. This uses Alta Vista's Babelfish service. I vaguely recall this.
Mm-hmm.
You could just bake Babelfish into your website with a plugin. She wasn't the... Well, she was the first human person who wasn't a cartoon to claim, by the way, to have self-pleasure-vated off of a Transformers bullet train. The previous one was, I believe, a furry webcomic that made the rounds in the late 90s, early aughts, because the person who ran it was a massive Transformers fan, so there were constant Transformers references in it, so it would end up, on your plate as part of the fandom. And you'd be like, oh, what's the rest of this webcomic? And it'd be like, oh, this is an extremely furry webcomic. So it probably awakened some folks. Feral Storms. Sabrina Online, that's what it was. Thank you, Jensen. It was Sabrina Online. Had a character in it that made use of another character's Team Bullet Train, is what I recall. Yeah, Wave Sign. The main character of the webcomic Sabrina Online was the tech person for an adult website, also a big Transformers fan. Yeah. That was making the rounds back then. Man, all these interconnective neurons make me really excited. Latest issue of Dengeki Hobby, Season 2 pre-order, Walmart.com with some pre-orders. Armada for the PS2 to have a sequel. Nope. But GameRactor.se reports Melbourne House is planning on a sequel for Transformers Armada. There was a meeting where Prelude was shown to the press and gaming media. The game had a 95% chance to get a sequel. It didn't.
Sometimes you roll a 1.
This info came from the vice president of production at Melbourne House. I'm sure that at the time the VP of production would be saying that because they would like to. Brendan Callahan, a long-time subscriber since I was 13. I'm almost 30 now. Hello, welcome. Been re-listening to WTF and TFW from episode 1. Oh, jeez. First news story was Deluxes going up in price. Oh, jeez. We were probably like, they're going up to $10 per Deluxe? Madness! Army of Bees, very specific toy posts about some toys. The problem with toy posts is, like, they very much could have just been, like, someone setting up a bit in the worst way possible. With toy posts, you never could be sure about the hot glue discourse on toy was always very nebulous, in my opinion. There was a Cybertron sequel in development before Atari collapsed. I could believe that. And, like, I'm sure that, when they were working on the Armada game, they probably were banking on, like, maybe this could be a license we work with for a while. So I'm sure they were planning some things. Hasbro reissue Grapple, not Grappel. Excuse me. The name of the RX-8... the name of the Mazda RX-8 alternator is Camshaft from Hasbro's online customer service section. I don't think it is. I know there's an alternator's camshaft, but I don't think it was the Mazda RX-8. I might be wrong, but... okay, Brendan says they went from $9.99 to $10.99. Yeah. The spoiler section was pre-Revenge of the Fallen. Yeah. An RX-8
was an RSX.
Okay. That was Prowl, right?
Yes.
I remember, because Camshaft was basically Gray Prowl.
Yes. Camshaft's deco was originally designed with Blue Streak in mind, specifically the original Diaclone deco. And it had BLU STRK on an early sample leak.
TFW got an interview with Don Figueroa, brand new artist with a big career ahead of him on the new Transformers comic. If I click here, will I be able to read it in full?
Probably not.
Yeah. There was a Wonderfest Unicron head resin model kit from Mars Attack. This is the Wonderfest deal where you get an actual license for the day to sell your resins. Hashtag Doncept. Thank you, Lee. Fan to fan with a ton of info from Superlink. Like Grand Convoy, Rodimus Convoy will lead a group called Team Rodimus. Kicker will have a color variation to differentiate the Anniversary Pack edition from the single release. That being, I think, chrome that made the figure crack easier over time. There will be a double Convoy campaign, etc., etc. Don Figueroa is on Blue Sky now. Yes, Long was here. TF Cyberbond closes its doors at the end of February 04. I remember TF Cyberbond. They were a good resource site. Oh, this is Hydra's site. Okay, so it still exists somewhere. I don't remember precisely where. This link goes to a groups.google.com. Oh, it was an Alt Toys Transformers post. Okay. Oh, okay. February 24, the morning of, in 2004. Next Transformers series name revealed. Cybertron? Ground Splitter as a follow-up. When the reporters from the Swedish gaming site Game Reactor Se talked to Marcus Windelin, Vice President of Melbourne House, they were told the sequel is to be based on Energon and an upcoming series called Cybertron. They interrupted and asked if Cybertron was the series that would follow Energon, and Windelin replied that it is. There's a non-zero chance that might be why they didn't get to do that game. Not a high chance, but there's a This was an era close enough to an era where, like, a slip like that meant you ain't working with us anymore. Very low chance, but it maybe could have been. I'm curious now. Dreamwave Summer Special. Marv Wolfman interviews Bob Skier. Where? MarvWolfman.com. Does this link still work?
Threat Protection Pro says no.
Marv Wolfman, fix your website. New activities, downloads added to Transformers.com. AIM buddy icons. Whoa, that brings me back. In 2004, The Onion, an online satirical news site. I did not know The Onion was around in 04. I forgot. Funny story on everyone's favorite yellow beetle, Bumblebee. Does this story still work?
It goes to page 2 of The Onion is what it tries to force you to.
Oh.
So it may still be in there, but they linked to a dynamic thing, maybe?
Yeah. Someone would have to go excavating. Because, yeah, that just links to page 2 of their front page. Oh, update. Mazda RX alternator is not named Camshaft. I bet you that was...
No, I actually found it.
Oh, you found it?
Copy. I'll put it in just the. It's just a link.
I
So there
bet
it is.
I bet the
In
clarification.
chat.
I bet the clarification on the alternator not being camshaft was probably just an email from Aaron Archer going like, FFS. It's not.
Yeah.
Just we can't reveal the name. It's not the.
Transformer refuses to change back into Volkswagen. Cybertron. Following an intense battle with Megatron and his evil Decepticons on Monday, former robot in disguise Bumblebee refused to revert to his natural state as a yellow Volkswagen Beetle. I hid my existence in this world by taking form of a vehicle. I revealed my true nature when I was called upon to protect Earth, said Bumblebee, a member of Optimus Prime's heroic Autobots force. I refused to change back into a humiliating bubble-shaped compact car. Bumblebee added that Megatron arrived on Earth with one goal: destruction.
That's adorable that this was an entire Onion post in 04.
Yeah, like a little news and brief 04. That's what the Onion's supposed to be.
We got an Archer monster in chat right after I name dropped him.
Hey!
I summoned him. Hey, Archer monster. Do you at all recall, I can't imagine you would, that in the week of confusion about the identity of the Mazda RX-8 alternator, were you the one who, as a credible source, reached out to disclaim the report from Hasbro customer service that that toy was camshaft? I rather doubt you would remember this. I just posited that you might have been the one who sent an email to someone to say, like, no, it's not camshaft. For crying out loud. I don't know why they said that. But yeah, I literally just name dropped you shortly before you piped up there, so hello. Transformers at 20. Newsrama has added the second part of their 4-part story on this. Oh, it's a summer special. Okay. Dreamwave posted a link to their front page story on ICV2. I'm scared by that link. Ultra Primal, what's up? We're just going through some old
that
news.
Link works.
Oh, okay. Let's go. ICV2, what does that mean? They don't say. New licenses include Rave Master and The Incredibles. 40th anniversary figures. The new line, Valor versus Venom. I remember that. Valor versus Venom was like the Bionicles era for like a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, we got a classic.
We call miscommunication.
We got a classic Archer post. I do recall. Yeah, we just went through like 4 consecutive front page news items about the RX-8 Mazda's identity.
12 different names that we've confirmed. We've confirmed it's not. But it's actually this, but no. Maybe it's this other one. Stop it.
In addition to a 20th anniversary Optimus Prime, which is virtually identical to its 1984 diecast predecessor. Hasbro is also producing a mammoth 16-inch Omega Supreme figure from the new Transformers Energon anime, which recently debuted on the Cartoon Network, and inspired the new Energon comic series from Dreamwave. What a weird way to put all that. The retro trend is evident with its Star Wars Original Trilogy collection. The appearance of the original trilogy on DVD. This was pre-special edition, I think? Or was the special edition the only one that came out on DVD? Maybe it was special edition at this point.
That's another rabbit hole of which version.
Oh,
yeah,
I know.
There's not an actual version that's been like the original cinematic version that's been released on DVD.
Oh, Timu says special edition was 90s. Okay, so this would have been...
Yeah.
I think special edition was the only version on DVD, and then the specialer edition.
So it's like the fan release that is supposed to be the closest to what was in the theaters is mostly based off of the VHS tapes that came out.
Yeah.
But even then isn't, because like episode 4 was just called like A New Hope, not episode 4 A New Hope or something like that. And there's Yeah.
Well, Hasbro also has some totally new properties for 2004, including one that is about as close to a surefire hit as you can get, Pixar's The Incredibles. Sure to be all over the mass market because of Pixar's sterling record with Toy Story, Finding Nemo, and etc., The Incredibles should still be of interest to pop culture retailers, since Pixar's new film is all about superheroes. This era, I recall as being superheroes in large-scale media was not treated as very exciting.
Yeah.
It was treated with a lot of derision still in 04.
That's kids comic book crap.
Maybe that is the point they're making, though, now that I'm thinking about it. The Transformers aren't Hasbro's only property with strong anime ties. What a sentence! One of Hasbro's best-selling brands over the past few years is Beyblade. Hasbro has sold over 15 million high-tech Beyblade tops in the US alone. This year, Hasbro introduces a new turbo winder and clutch mechanism which makes the tops perform even better, and which is also featured in the second Beyblade anime series, Beyblade G-Revolution, or Beyblade Grevolution, which is due to debut this coming fall on the ABC Family Cable Channel. Tokyo Pop's Rave Master anime series will also debut in the US in 2004 on Cartoon Network, and Hasbro has the master toy license for this potentially huge brand. Hasbro will debut its Rave Master toys in 2004 with a series of customizable action figures, as well as the Rave Quest game, which combines mini action figures, cards, and dice in starters and boosters in a game that mimics the Rave Master anime and manga series quest for the all-important Rave Stones. In addition to Rave Master, Hasbro is also another anime CCG property with the major potential of Duel Masters, having replaced Yu-Gi-Oh! On top of the charts. Duel Masters is currently the #1 toy brand in Japan, and Hasbro has a line of Duel Master figures ready for 2004, although its major action on this property will start with the CCG, which WotC is releasing in March. Did Rave Master? Was that a... Did they change the world the way that this article is implying? Because I don't think this panned out.
Yeah. I know that I'm pretty sure that Duel Masters is still doing work in Japan.
Yeah.
But
the gassing up of Rave Masters, though, is kind of blowing my mind.
yeah.
Potentially huge brand. Babe, they have TFT fan. Babe, they call me the Rave Master for a reason. Rave Master lasted like 2 years tops. Oh boy. Oh, and then we go straight into modern news. Rock Manor with Set a Watch. That Doomed Run came out already. Sorry, that's board game talk, but like Doomed Run, I guess the retail run of it, maybe that's been out for a while.
Maybe
that delivered a while ago. Oh, there's a Magic the Gathering Black Friday local shop promotion. Oh, okay, this is probably a freebie. I was gonna say, is WotC doing something on their shop? But there's only they pre-printed all of them, so you get.
I think WotC's Amazon store had a couple of things on some kind of like Commander Masters.
That makes sense.
Maybe on discount or something.
I'm thinking about all of the I spectated people's experiences after the fact with the Marvel Secret Lair, which sounded like it was a disaster.
I got mine after waiting 2 hours.
Yeah, there were a lot of angles in addition to simply waiting that I read about. Apparently, there were ways to skip the line.
Yeah, so instead of locking in, like the time that it checked to see if it was available was not server side, it was local side.
Yeah.
So you could just set your clock ahead, and it'd go.
That's wild. Like
the story for I think they're Pinfinity's pins is the Black Friday deal.
Oh, like the Bloomberg pin, or
yeah.
Okay.
Spend $75 on Magic and get a pin.
I got the Bloomberg pin because I was curious and I wanted some Bloomberg, and it's a nice pin, but I don't know. I feel like I've had nicer pins at artist alleys.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like it's a bad pin. I was just like, as a prestige freebie, this feels a little difficult to swallow.
Yeah. Well, first off, you shouldn't be swallowing pins because they're metal and have sharp bits.
Look, you can't. No, you can't. You can't. I have freedom. This used to be a country. I used to be allowed to eat pins. Yes, happy 20th birthday to the Transformers. We got some comic solicitations here. Duel Masters issue 7. The last Beastman, the elephant-like Tantar, fights to exact vengeance on the enemies who destroyed his people and to reclaim a powerful talisman of his race stolen years before. Now the battle, however, is taking place in the Duel world and on Earth, drawing both Shobu and his father, I guess he found him, into the noble and incredible struggle. Also, Devil May Cry issue 4 with covers and pencils by Pat Lee. Knockout Toys special pre-order, STD Convoy and Kicker. There's your Chrome Kicker. ComicStatues.com, statues and busts. CyberCon Expo update. That's where I got my... CyberCon Expo 03 is where I got my photos of 2003 Aaron for a panel presentation.
Mm-hmm.
So this one's at the Radisson in New Jersey in April of 04. Matrix Prime of TF Rollout let us know the 20th Prime was recently shown in Screensavers, which airs on Tech TV. I wonder if that clip is out there on YouTube somewhere. While his appearance was brief and the toy slaughtered and left for dead on a cold hard table, with his price outrageously inflated, it will still bring a tear to your eye to see getting much... This sounds terrible.
Yeah.
This sounds awful. It sounds like Matrix Prime recorded the appearance with a digital camera. That's classic. So that AVI is long gone, I'm assuming. I don't even know what's... I didn't get Tech TV. That's like G4 adjacent, isn't it? Or something?
One of those corpses that has died and been brought back to life like a half dozen times.
Something I could distantly tie it to Veronica Belmont. Built to Rule continues with new Energon figures. Who was the one? Who was the one early on? It was Built to Rule's alive and well. Their answer to the oh wow. Hey Aaron, Hasbro's answer to the very popular and formerly undisputed king of building blocks. See Legos all caps. Built to Rule continues with brand new products, not only for Transformers Energon, but also G.I. Joe.
Again, this is Chris being edgy. Kickback Chris being edgy.
I love this bleed up.
Built to Rule, Hasbro's first swing at Lego, followed
by their second swing.
A few years later by Creo. And all that Lego took from that is like, yeah, we could have rounded 1x2 plates. Yeah, we'll make those. Thanks for the idea. Now go away.
You mean Lego, comma, Lego, comma, the formerly undisputed king of building blocks, now disputed, probably still king, but now disputed. Okay, whenever I see lots of bold text, I'm like, either this is juicy or it's an ad. So this is Bill's Toys and Games.
Yep.
Whatever happened there.
They're still going.
We're cruising through the timeline right now. It's like we're in the safety era right now.
I like that. Built to rule. They never promised they would rule.
Yeah, they were simply built for the purpose of ruling. Transformers.com updates with some Universe figures. Walmart exclusive Energon comic. It's issue number 1 with a pull-out poster. Palisades statue. Newsrama.
OTFCC Palisade statue. Clear.
Oh yeah, an OTFCC Palisade statue, so the most clearanced thing in the world. Full Superlink intro and outro themes in MP3 form. I would have put these into my Diamond Rio player. Energon, RC, and Insecticon released in Hong Kong. Superlink episode 8 clips. Fan to fan with some info. Oh, here we go. Is this from Transform? Oh, okay, Transformers.com Q&A. Simply, okay, Aaron, one question. We have seen a Mazda RX-8 Transformer-like robot on their website. Is this a real product Hasbro will produce, or only created for the Mazda website?
Yes, the Mazda RX-8 will be a part of the Transformers Alternators product line. More details will be available at a later date. The robot name for this item will be Meister.
Was it Meister when it came out? I can't remember.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Fans of the Japanese series will immediately note that this is the Japanese name of jazz, quote unquote. Seth, you got attention. These are... How does it feel, Seth? The consequences of your actions. Transformers CCG org. I posted on Blue Sky that Bill from Bill's Toys and Games went to jail. Yeah, Seth posted, I heard Bill went to jail, and then immediately said I made that up, but now everyone's paying attention to Seth. Perhaps you've heard of a little tale called The Boy Who Cried Wolf. It's a parable, if you will. As far as I know, Bill from Bill's Toys and Games has not gone.
I heard that Seth left the podcast after he went to jail, so
after he went to
yeah. Oh,
yeah,
because he was at jail, they didn't have a good connection.
Yeah, we tried recording from jail, and I was like, this is impossible.
It's nice that they're allowing him on the internet. He may be out of control. I'm not sure.
This is untenable. I can't hear what's going on. People keep fighting. The podcast
is actual jail.
And
yes.
I am the warden. John Warden. They laid me off. Check out his GoFundMe. Medical expenses for his wife.
It's closed.
It's closed? Oh.
Yeah.
I hope he's okay.
Yeah, you can share. It's organizers currently disabled new donation to the fundraiser. He closed it like 3 weeks ago.
Okay. I think he said in the description that it was mostly to make sure they could float for the month or so. It's like a month and a half ish.
Wanted to post to say everybody says thanks. Stopped accepting donations, but please know that your donations and support help to lift our hearts and is going to family peace of mind to look ahead to whatever the future may hold.
Yeah.
We applied this money to a savings account specifically designed to offset our medical expenses.
Seth was doing the podcast from jail with the computer he boofed. Yeah, and when you boof a computer, you get all the ports sticky with boof juice, and you can't get a good you can't get an Ethernet in there. The Wi-Fi ain't gonna work that well in jail, so it's not my fault. Rodimus Supreme spotting this great headline: Transformers live-action movie news is false. That's the headline. Just generally speaking. Apparently Transformers at the Moon had to post a formal apology, and I don't know what it was for. And that just goes to their front page. I have no idea what this context was. There's a chance this was that clip with helicopter Soundwave that in fact was not related to the movie. That was going around, or with Sideswipe. You all know the clip, I'm sure, of Sideswipe who looks like G1 transforming with a person in front of him. And that was not from the movie, but that was making the rounds at some point. Superlink Alvatron confirmed to be smaller. Yeah, there were 2 sizes of Superlink Energon Megatron. This was a whole thing. This was super weird. The small one came out in America at some point, right?
Oh, maybe.
I know it was in, because I always forget it exists. And I always get surprised again. Up until the point where I banked this knowledge. 2-pack with Optimus. Thank you, Valkysis. Yeah. Transformers CCG org. There's an Ethernet cable being strung into the jail from a neighboring Pete's Coffee. That tracks. Yep. Ultra. Y'all know what boof means? Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen.
Yeah, that's how Seth got the computer into the jail. He was very clear about it multiple times, and
here on YouTube.com/Vangelus, all right, we educate, okay? We know what the boofing is, we know what the jelking is, we know what the sounding is. We discovered what the garfing is. I also know what soaking and jump humping is. It's stupid. That's not gonna work. I've gone on the rant. You can find it on youtube.com/@Diaclona/live in some VOD. I went on for about 5 to 10 minutes about why soaking and jump humping will not achieve the desired effect, even if the desired effect exists within the context of why you're doing it. There is no version of Mormonocron that would not see through the obvious rules lawyering and deliver a backhand. Tonbot74, what a terrible day to have ears.
Yes.
Well, you know, you had them yesterday too, so thank you, Isekai Guy was there. Yeah, you can't rules lawyer God. Yeah, you sit there going, no, I was soaking and jump humping. And it's like, yes, you arranged the jump humping. That is intent. There's no version. Sorry, I'm not going to go on it now. Aaron is patiently sitting here, but like I actually, I
just reacted to a push notification on my phone from the app formerly known as Twitter, saying there's a Black Friday deal. I can save 40% on premium. Yeah, cool. Thanks.
Oh, I got that. Yeah, I've seen that. They really. He's too late. Whoever was going to buy premium did it already and is unsatisfied. Utah. Okay, B is saying, as a Utahian, I have heard so many cashiers talk about soaking. They're incompetent. It won't work. I don't know. It's because it's just the very base concept for some reason really sets me off, because I'm like, do you think, you know, it is so many stacked assumptions, right? That not only is this rule set real, and that this metaphysical checks and balances system is in place, but that you are somehow able to deceive and flummox it with something so basic that is still so filled with intent. The idea that your omnipotent being would be sub-omnipotent enough to not know what's happening.
That, or maybe he is so cool that it's like, nah, you got me. Yeah, good play. Good play. I didn't write that specific scenario out in this mystical wonder book.
I account for that. In the slim scenario that the Mormonicron is like, no, actually, I think it's respectable and pretty cool that you're able to rules lawyer me, then nothing matters. Everyone gets in, because if he's so gullible, right, that you can jump hump your way into the afterlife, then friggin' if you stab someone in the face with a pool cue, you can just go like, nah, man, he fell on it, and this
Show me in the book where it said pool cues were cool, huh?
Oh, damn, you got me. I guess that's on me. I should have written an errata for the rules. Oh, you're in. Guess you're in. In a world where jump humping is valid, there is no hell. I've slayed it out. I don't know why this rules lawyers set me off already, right? So the crisscross of rules lawyers with like organized religion like double sets me off. Because I don't know. If I was God, I would backhand people. They should make me God. That's all I'm saying. Speaking of which, interview with Michael Bell. MyGamer.com has an interview up with Michael Bell. This still works.
It's not loading rapidly.
I got ill tidings.
Nope. Oh, the website still works. It looks like it may be something that's current as just My Gamer. I was confused at first because it was showing some like Dreamcast thing, and I was like, oh, okay, all right, whatever. You got me. But then it like rolled over into like it's an emulator thing.
That's not Michael Bell. Seth, everything is part of God's plan that includes soaking. No! I draw the line. Pillars of salt, I can see a way it happens. No god of this pantheon accounted for soaking. Oh, hey, it's Weewoo. Yeah, fan artist of the month for March is Weewoo, who has done famously, if I recall correctly, incredible, Super Fire Convoy, Rid Optimus Prime. Famously, I remember that model was kicking around. That model was impressive a decade later, even.
Yeah.
Fantastic stuff. But work featured in the 88 miles per hour Transformers Genesis art book. Yep. Yep. Check out the panel for the summary on that one. Some info from Fan to Fan, probably pictures, looks like pictures. For the from March 2004. TFW 2005 celebrates the year 1986. All this month. It is the 18th anniversary of 1986 this month.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand what the... I don't know. I guess...
I think it was each month was celebrating a year.
Oh! Okay. I did not catch that. I am recognizing King Starscream Jean Flory. King Starscream, if that's the Australian one, was part of those Skype calls I was always on for a while. Well, Skype-like calls.
Mm-hmm.
Brendan Callahan, the TFW 2005 boards, is my favorite shonen anime. Legit. Speaking of, 88 miles per hour speaks on the Genesis book.
Yeah, I scrolled up my screen a little bit faster than you scrolled up yours when you made that last comment.
Oh boy. Sebastian of 88 MPH had this to say: "Dear customers, due to the continuing complications, we would like to apologize and issue a full refund. Therefore, we invite those who haven't received their books to request a refund using the PayPal system. It is imperative that the refund be requested using the PayPal request money function. You can request the full refund to PayPal at 88mphstudios.com, our account. We will only process the requests that are made by PayPal. Those who have ordered through money order, we have your information and will send by mail your refund." I wonder if they just sent cash in the mail. Just crinkled up.
Yeah, just crinkled up bills and 3 coins in it.
We suggest to order the book at Amazon. Wow. We suggest to order the book at Amazon.com, where the service will be prompt and efficient. Very implied, unlike us. Best regards, Sebastian Clave, 88MPH Studios. I forgot that this was the coda to all of that.
Mm-hmm. I think this is the start of that coda. This is like where it was finally like cracked open.
So this is why I can't be on the streams. I'm going to be paying attention to the news stories instead of trying to drag everything off topic. We have a system. Like you,
Yeah.
I mentioned it before. Like you can all see the ones I kind of just glaze past now. I try to read some of the words out loud just so that like it's entering people's ears. New music video by Kickback, featuring music from the band Seven Dust. This doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
In fact,
And we had a music video section.
well, AMVs got obliterated. Like, I feel like AMVs as a medium got soft obliterated by the first YouTube Viacom throwdown.
Yeah.
Because a lot of them ended up getting hosted on YouTube as archival and then got nullified off YouTube when Viacom opened that gate on YouTube.
Ichabod.
We got, hey, Ichabod!
Hey.
Welcome. This is you should check out the 6 other lengthy trips down memory lane. And the panel. This is... I am collating it all in a playlist, because I think this stuff is going to be, like, worth a trek through every now and then. The venerable WMV. WMV was the aughts video format. Like, that was the post-real media world. Cygnus says 88 MPH have a TF Wiki article. I anticipate they do. But yeah, Seth, Chris Kickback's writing style in the early 2000s has been very fun for us to read, because he was Chris Kickback was such an internet guy from the early 2000s. He's got a lot of that language. This music video explodes onto your media player with hard beats to scenes of destruction and chaos. It's so cute.
And a spoiler warning.
Huh?
See the really big, bold, black text?
Oh, spoiler clips from... Oh, because he had Superlink stuff in it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Classic.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron, how are you feeling, by the way, energy-wise?
I got a delivery of some cheese sticks and a new soda, so...
Want to finish this page?
We can do this page, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Let's see. New Energon commercials airing for Walmart. Our very own Jeff Englert's War Within Prime model is in the commercial? What?
Okay. I don't remember this.
I don't remember this at all. This was for a Walmart display. This might be hard to find. Then. That's wild. I don't remember this whatsoever. This is Primus. Yeah, Primus from 3D modeling back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
BotCon.com updates. New registration forms for this year's event. They include the breakfast buffet. Possibly the last BotCon exclusive ever done. There's a count. I remember the counter for how many seats were left.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. For those who don't know, the guest of honor will be Peter Cullen. This was the one, because this is the first time I saw Peter Cullen, and I remember his panel in 2004.
Peter Cullen was at a convention.
He was at a 90s BotCon, I believe. Yeah, but it was way lower key. Like, that was like a couple hundred people. But I remember his panel at this one specifically. When he came in the room and everyone cheered for him, he started, like, crying. Because this was Peter Cullen, like, slumming it as I'm gonna do like Voltron narrator voiceover for Toonami, Peter Cullen. Mm-hmm. And seeing all these, like, seeing a room full of people at BotCon 04 cheering for him and sharing stories, like it genuinely broke him. You combine that with, this was the BotCon, I almost said the Walmart. This is the BotCon where now I've flushed all the names out of my brain. Voice director Wally Burr. That's why I almost said Walmart. Mm-hmm. Wally Burr was, like, chilling out at the back of the room during all the G1 voice actor panels, because they would bring up Wally Burr stories and Wally Burr would start yelling at them, in good humor. But it was very funny.
Sorry, yes, Peter Cullen was at 97's BotCon.
Yeah,
with David Kay and Venus Terzo.
That's right. Valkaisis says that the Walmart commercial is on YouTube. Just search Walmart Transformers Energon. Wild. Aaron, do you want to do that? Simeon Scott, Wally Burr went to a lot of conventions. My mom hung out with Wally Burr at one of the BotCons, because the thing at the Fun Pub era, they invited Wally Burr a lot. They would pay him with toys and then kind of just abandon him after the show was done. So Wally Burr would sometimes just be, like, hanging out, like, sort of lost after a show sometimes, with an armful of exclusives he didn't want. It was very odd. But one time he was hanging out at, like, a restaurant or a cafeteria on the venue site, and my mom ended up talking to him for a while, along with, like, 2 or 3 other folks. He was a really nice guy. He was very, like...
I remember one of the conventions at the end of it, like, somebody had a bunch of pizzas or something, and just sitting there talking.
Yeah.
About that. So I found one Energon Walmart promo that was Energon Megatron. I'm not finding one that's the Optimus Prime.
Dang. Because, we're looking for one that specifically has a War Within Optimus 3D model in it. Because that was one of the TFW folks who did that model.
Mm-hmm.
Scroll down a bit. Thumbnail is Optimus. Hang on, let me go take a look in another tab. Yeah, Wally Burr was going to conventions, like, well into, as Transformers CCG Org said, like, an advanced age. I just remember there was a show where he left the convention. He had an armful of the convention exclusives, not really sure what to do with them, and he said he was about to drive to Mexico to get dental work done because he couldn't afford to get it done in the States. And I remember getting grumpy because I was like, they paid you with toys when you're having trouble paying for your own dental work. Could they not pay you with anything that was not toys? Whoa. Whoa. This is loud.
Oh, there it is, yeah. Okay.
Hang on, let me pull this into the correct window. Make sure you can see it.
Man, back when they had headers on toy stores.
This is so loud.
Transformers' final battleground for Megatron is at Walmart.
Yeah,
the Autobots can now
tab
power links and combine with each other. But will even that be enough against the hyperpowered Decepticons?
In our chat, Chris. So.
Oh, what's in our chat? Sorry.
No, the volume on my slider for this is like just above mute, so that I could barely listen to most other videos while we're doing this.
Oh.
And it was almost blowing you out.
And the most dangerous evolution of Megatron yet. Go to the Walmart toy department to see the all-new Megatron and get the last code word to complete the final level of the Transformers Battle for Megatron game.
Where's the...
Right at the very beginning.
Oh, that model! Yeah, he's wandering in at the end, too. I thought it was a war within Optimus. I misunderstood. Because he's waddling in at the end. It's me! Okay, that's kind of cool. I didn't know Primus did that. Oh, it's modified.
Yeah, it's a modified version of that model.
His arms are attached to the wheel. Oh, I see the wheels now. Okay. Because those wheels really actually ride with the Energon Optimus bulk. Like it.
Mm-hmm.
I like this still image too. This kid's like, oh, him.
Yeah.
I thought we convinced him to stay home. Okay, that's cool. Anyway, I'm gonna continue on here. We're celebrating 1986. Enkelsh! I haven't thought about Enkelsh in ages! Enkelsh was an active art person on the boards, if I recall correctly. Made a bunch of icons. Superlink release dates. New trailer for the PS2 game. I wonder, does this work?
It's giving me that you probably shouldn't go here page.
Okay, I will leave that alone.
It's IGN, and they're not bad.
They've been acquired enough times that I would not trust their link rot.
Yeah.
20th anniversary Optimus with poster. New wallpaper. Diamond announces international availability for the statues and busts. New Transformers trademarks in March 2004. Let's see. Wide Load, Wind Razor, Tread Shot, Superion Maximus. I remember that one lit me up. Slug Slinger, Sledge, Shock Blast, Sea Spray, Ricochet, Nemesis Striker also brought a lot of discussion about. Mega Zarak, Dive Bomb, Dust Storm, Bulkhead, and Barricade. New encyclopedia editions. Did this survive the websites? I don't think we have an encyclopedia anymore.
Nope. 404.
Blah. Blah. So some of the new... Oh, this would have been fun to read. Some of the new entries included A3, Deceptitran, Crystal City, Morphobots, Dominator Discs. I want some Dominator Discs. Timu, Dust Storm, and I don't like that name either. That's a sharp shot. That's a spit-inducing name. Although Dust Storm it doesn't have the spray factor, so I like it more than Sharp Shot. But yeah, Aaron, we did cover at least another month, so we hit our milestone for a stream. But yeah, I'm guessing you're getting a little bit petered out.
No, I'm doing fine. I had a very full late lunch, and then this cheese and soda have
you want
delivered more energy. We can do it. We can do it.
Power some more.
Few
All right.
more pages.
All right, let's go. I always want to be considerate of my co-stars.
If I got issues, I'll let you know.
Yeah, let me know when you're on the I gotta tap out after a page.
There may need to be a brief bio break at some point, but
bio. Do people younger folks watching? Do people still say bio break? Because
nicer than saying I gotta go drop the kids off at the pool.
I just remember I learned bio break from the City of Heroes role players, and like MMO stuff in general. That's where I first learned of bio break. People don't bio anymore. At work, plenty.
Yeah, I mean that's normally when I poop is when I'm logged into work because
I usually poop in the middle of a Zoom call.
Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I company time.
Hey yo, Takara Hobbies posted an interview with the world's smallest Transformers designer Yasuhiko Inari. Use Babelfish to translate the page. Does this link still work? Oh, this was the canceled wave, right, Velkaisis? This was wave 3 with tracks and skids. I think never coming out. I know the Rodimus made it out, but
The underloved skids. Sounds like Joe is pushing an agenda.
this was before alternator skids.
Yeah.
IGN Toy Fair report. I'm gonna guess
Nope.
this doesn't work. Atari Australia Transformers site goes live. I mean, that's not gonna exist anymore. Box set listings. New music video from Jux. Steve Jux. With a Unicron video. Jux always made, like, Jux was peak Transformers AMV era. I will always maintain. Jux got it. Like, Jux really understood that stuff. This is this is when we first found out about the line Battle in a Box.
Yeah.
Those were good packagings. Like, that was probably, in hindsight, a massive budgetary sink for kind of nothing. But, like, those were such overblown packages.
Yeah, having learned it years later about all of the nonsense that goes into some of these things, like, that they were like, okay, we're going to build these and then put them together and have one of them specifically mistransformed in a certain way, and all of that locked in, that, like, we haven't seen any of that until the, like, Jurassic Park 2 packs.
Yeah.
Where they kind of have the two items interacting in the box.
Well, they've had some of the, like, retail movie era one-offs when movie money was making millions of additional toys. There were, like, a couple where they were at least facing each other.
Yeah, but it's not like they were interacting. You don't have a dinosaur stepping on a car.
Yeah. Street Fighter crossover. Timu brought up that kind of was doing a thing. It definitely was very one-off, though. There wasn't, like, a line built around an aesthetic of, like, the two toys are slamming into each other in the package.
As Battle in a Box was mostly Kmart exclusives as well, I think. Was the only reason I went to the Kmart in town, because they either had the way that,
Who
like,
had them in Canada?
they were in locally, for me at least, it was, they would have new, like, wave 1 of something a friggin' month before anybody else in town, and then they would always be way behind.
Brendan bringing up, we have a Fairly Odd Parents headline here, once again with Jeff Englert, Primus, who had sold a 3D model of War Within Prime to Turner Broadcasting. Apparently is now doing, at the time, figure concepts for Palisades for their upcoming Fairly Odd Parents toy line, based off the very popular Nickelodeon cartoon show. Check out Jeff's work on the character Vicky. I'm guessing that link doesn't work anymore. Oh, that's PalisadesToys.com. Yeah. Optimus vs. Megatron hip-hop style t-shirt. Seems like forever since we've seen some cool new Transformers apparel. You bet, but it looks like the drought is over. Transformers clothing. Well, I can't even. Official Transformers PS2 websites opening. I'm guessing these are all dead. Dead. Okay. Easy page. PS2 game box art. Well, we know what it looks like now.
Yeah.
Gary Chalk and David Cave lend their talent to the game.
We have a Q&A.
Oh, where? Oh, here we go. Oh, where?
Yeah.
What?
Damn you, Foremost!
Okay, Snowcat's idea. Okay, well, I mean, I guess we already know what that is. But I want to know convention season. I want to know how they wrote it. Tim Formus. Episode 9 clips. Energon Slug Slinger. Total G1 homage. Yeah, that toy ruled. I like that toy. I like the Air Razor version, too, that BotCon did. Palisades Toys attending CyberCon Expo Act 3. Energon episode titles. An additional 20% off. Oh, did they lose another court case? An additional 20% off all toys at KB tonight, only from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. during this 3-hour sale. What a friggin' wild...
Read the whole thing at all KB Toys and KB Toy Works locations in which the store is not closing. During this 3-hour sale, all items in the store have an additional 20% off discount. This is on top of any sales that are currently ongoing. As luck would have it, some stores are still selling Transformers with 25% off discount at non-closing KB's Toys. Therefore, everything's 45% off during the 3-hour sale.
Speaking of rules lawyering, this was absolutely them threading a needle.
Yeah, as memory serves, the KB that was in our mall only occasionally had the like spy changers and like the clear versions, or they would have basically like the stuff that you see at like Ollie's or Ross now, like 3-year-old, like you might have been able to find at this point in time, like some Car Robots RAD 2000 like basics.
Yeah.
Like you'd find you'd find 4 roll bars.
Yeah, well, at some BotCon where we went to a KB, I remember, like, because I was from Canada, there was some toy they had I hadn't found locally before. I don't even remember what it was. It was something Rid era. Yeah, that was my main KB experience. Trans Fandom received... Apparently this was the thing I did not remember at all. There was some period where Destruction, Creation, Recreation looked like it was a renamed title for Call of the Primitives, but it was not. That was the name for the second disc in the set. Thanks to Trans Fandom for the heads up.
Whatever happened to them? Oh wait.
Yeah, in the whole era. Hey, talk about unexpected. Looks like the Micromaster reissues are going to be making their way stateside. So yeah, I think that they had been like candy toy packed or something in Japan. But this was us getting our first confirmation of the Micromaster combiners coming out as exclusives. That was a good, like, 'cause those things were kind of sitting around for a while, if I remember correctly. It was a good opportunity to get at those things, and they called it Defensor, which is very cute. Transformers music all weekend at live365.com. Does that website still exist?
Let's see if Live 365 is still alive. There is. The world's audio. Every station is made by a human.
Is our friend Optimus_Primal still have a... Do they still have a radio station there full of Tony Bacala music? Oh, you can click here to see Optimus Primal's station.
No stations found for Optimus_Primal. What's the name of the station?
Axis of Evil.
I'm sure that isn't bad.
That feels pretty...
No stations found for Axis of Evil.
That sounds pretty aughts edgy. That sounds pretty 2000s edgelord.
Just Axis comes up with Christ Really Exists radio.
Okay, what are his opinions on soaking then? Huh? Tell me! Transformers TCG org saying Transfandom plus TFW friendly relations heart emoji. Yeah, you know what's up. You know about this. You were there for that. All right, what's up next?
Yeah.
Correct Energon episode 8 title. Okay, so apparently at some point it was Starscream. The mysterious mercenary was a mysterious killer. I'm sure someone was mad. They're like, you can't even say killer anymore.
We can't have murder in this children's show.
Energon Megatron now available online for $39.67 at Walmart. A new episode of Energon airs tonight. Due to the interest of many 2005 board members, we have decided to begin a weekly discussion on Generation 1 episodes. Now, I know this sounds trite, but I think this is because the DVDs were just coming out. In these discussions, you can talk... Oh, wait. You can talk about anything from animation quality to social issues. It will all be covered.
Yeah, I think this was another kind of attempt to... I don't necessarily want to say gin up, but gin up interactions on the boards, and by having it with the DVDs coming out, it was kind of like a, hey, like kind of like what people now have watch parties type of thing.
Also, Valkysis, yeah, it's social issues when it comes to G1 generally is at least 50% carbomia.
Yeah.
In 2004, I bet you that the discourse around carbomia was probably embarrassing for everyone in hindsight. Either that...
Casey Kasem should just get thicker skin.
Yeah. I was going to say, either...
Carbombia for 20 years, why is it a big deal now?
Either embarrassing or a prelude to the people in question. First alternator hound in package images. Reissued dirge is out. Statues, Bills, Toys, and Games newsletter. The newest issue of Game Informer magazine is now available. They're previewing the Transformers game. There's a scan of the article. It is hosted, so it is gone.
And they had to blur out the type because we're still afraid of print
Because we got shaken.
magazines.
Got shaken firmly by Toy Fair magazine by Wizard Press.
Yeah.
Okay, season 3 and 4. Okay, the episode. It's a breakdown of what's on what disc, but also I like the idea of, like, did you know the episodes of season 3 we don't have and season 4 are on the DVD box set for season 3 part 2 and season 4? Animation Cells is pretty neat. Long was here saying, I think I had that Game Informer issue. Valkysis.
Probably. This was the time where, like, if you were in the fandom, you would see a board saying, hey, you know, whatever magazine is going to have something, and you went out and you got it because it wasn't shared digitally, because they went after people that shared that digitally, because that's piracy. You need to go and buy this print magazine like a civilized person, not
support the industry.
Not sit on your computer with your video games.
And then you tell them a message from 20 years in the future. Game Informer is not only going to close, they are in fact going to delete everything everyone worked on for the last 20 years.
Yeah.
They did not, however, delete Transformers Zone because it's coming to DVD in Japan for the low, low price of...
Pages loading.
$20? Really?
Loading.
That must be an aftermarket thing. DVDs are not that cheap in Japan in 04.
That's not even $20. Your brain is on old exchange rates.
It's on the, yeah. It's the easiest. It's the easiest.
Yeah.
You wouldn't download a car. I would download a car, Rexodus, if I could. I would, because how sick would that
no.
be?
Yeah, actually, Vangelus, I want to roll it back. That is about the Canadian price, $18.49 Canadian.
Hey yo, well, it always pans out if you just treat the yen as a penny, because usually either you're right or the price gets even better than what you think it was.
Yeah.
Got some 20th anniversary wallpapers. Target's got a sale on Energon figures. $5 basics, $7.90 deluxes, $15 megas, and $20 ultras.
Yeah.
Oh, very special thanks to, what a name. Thanks to Pimpimus Prime for the heads up in the pics. I love 2000s era usernames sometimes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pimpimus Prime.
You're all downloading Evangelist right now. You think his appearing on your screens?
Yeah, you're perpetually downloading Evangelist right now. These prices want to make me crumple into a ball.
Yeah.
Well, you know what though? This is how you, like, whenever you're like, how do all these now, like, how did all these Gen X collectors, and like older millennial collectors end up having so many of the toys from back then? It's because, like, you could catch them for like $5.
Mm-hmm.
Transformers CCG org with the big news. Pimpimus Prime went on to become Lieutenant Governor of Missouri. Thank you. I think that's made up, but thank you.
You also pronounced it wrong. It's misery.
Look, I'm not.
Ask anybody that's lived there.
I'm not here to judge. I like pronouncing your states creatively. You know, Missouri, Illinois. You know, the DVD box.
The
that's
download a car thing was an argument against Napster and file sharing. Yes.
But I would download a car.
Yeah, I would too.
That's why I downloaded music, because I would download music, and I would also I would download a human if I mean, no, I think that actually could get really screwed up if you. I don't know. I like that this
So
news...
is Star Trek's transporter? Are you killing the person and making a new person, or are they continuously the same person?
So I subscribe to your killing and Xeroxing until Barclay happened and they showed you a POV mid-transport. And I was like, well, if there's a continuity of consciousness, now I don't know.
So what about Will Riker, Tom Riker?
That flummoxes everything, right? I imagine... So Will Riker, Tom Riker, if we take Barclay's POV as canon, then that means that a second of you might spit out somewhere. But there is still continuity of consciousness. And I say that knowing there is a Soma version of continuity of consciousness that is extremely dark, but I'm not going there because that actually gives me existential dread, that concept. For those who don't know, Soma, it's a very good video game, very good horror game as far as, like, it's not jump scares, it's I have existential dread after playing through this game. Anyway, I like the part where, like, there's a congratulatory... we would like to thank Rhino for such a great job trying to please us quote-unquote hard-to-please trans fans over the years. No quote-unquote. Also, Rhino screwed up. Because they put out those stupid prints with all those stupid extra sound effects and whatnot. And all those, like, the unfinished animation, like, lacking a cell layer on the Energon cubes. Like, they didn't do a good job. They did an adequate job. ElectricArtist.com, the marketing firm hired to promote the Armada video game, has updated some of their pages. I'm guessing these are gone. I'm guessing these no longer exist.
It's thinking, which means probably not happening.
Didn't they have to replace a disc once? Yeah, Griff, I vaguely recall this. BotCon, Retrospective Remembrance and Requiem. Oh, this is to make their video at the end of the show. Walmart sale on Transformers Basics, $474. Universe Deluxe is $750. Mega is $1414. Energon Ultra is $1898. Walmart respecting the existence of the penny, I guess. Fleer, trading card company, is going to attend CyberCon Expo Act 3. I guess maybe exciting back then. Even back then, I think trading cards were like...
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey man, like, there's been a huge resurgence in, well,
True.
since COVID, of, like, baseball cards and all of that stuff, and you gotta open the premium packs and get them instantly slabbed, and if it doesn't grade at a 9.5 or better, you crack the slab and you do it again. Because if you get the thing...
slab.
Yeah. Have you not seen any of that nonsense?
I've seen that. I like the mouthfeel on the term "crack the slab." It's fun to say.
No, it's like seeing people that are just opening packs to just immediately look for the chase card to get slabbed or everything in there to get slabbed is insane to me. It's one thing if it's like sports cards, but then when it gets into like Pokemon cards are basically sports cards, and then it gets into like Magic the Gathering collector booster, let's crack open this case and hope we can find the whatever special treatment it is for this release so that we can instantly slab it and then get up.
Simeon Scott laying it out. Rhino, whatever Rhino did has in some way utterly flummoxed the availability of Transformers G1 Masters, because whatever Hasbro has access to has all the junk sound effects still, because that's what they were playing at the 40th anniversary theater thing. I believe it's been said that the proper masters are not lost per se, but they do not seem to be what Hasbro has on hand for their media efforts, which is completely deranged.
I mean, it may just be those Rhino ones because those are the ones that got done first.
Well,
so that's what's in whatever archive.
I want to say that they don't have the visual screw-ups anymore, but they still have those stupid sound effects.
Yeah, that was like the second generation of releases from Rhino, or whatever their sub-imprint thing was that did. I forget all the lineage of those. Jeez.
Alexis, we can never veto the mouthfeel. I always crave that mouthfeel. Give me words to chew on. Let me roll them around my tongue and my teeth. Transformers Ultimate Guide preview and interview with Simon Furman at BWTF. The Transformers Alternate Guide is a detailed look at the fantastic world of these mechanical marvels. I don't remember this book, other than I know this book exists, but I don't remember much about this book. I'm guessing that this falls into the Allspark Almanac realm of, like, this purported canon things.
I'm trying to remember which one this is. I think this is the coffee table-ish book.
Excuse me. Yeah, it says it's a hardcover, so that tracks.
Let me search.
Oh, Bees has this book. No one seems to like this book. Transformers CC.org. This book was bad enough for me to buy it at Borders. I don't really remember much about it. I think I might have this book, but I don't think I ever read it. I think I bought it and then actually used it on a coffee table.
Yeah, it's very puffy. Here's the to the VStream alternate chat. There's the cover of it.
I remember this now.
Like, about the worst art to have on the cover of a book, but
04's kind of Optimus Prime art, though, because this was the style
Yeah.
at the time.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember the contents of this book very much at all. Cena Nova, where do you go? Cena Nuva saying, "Isn't this like the continuity of the obscure novel specifically?" That could be the case.
So the Transformers Wiki has a bit of a write-up on this. The Ultimate Guide is one of many similarly titled publications by Dorling Kindersley, which cover the histories, characters, and worlds of comic characters such as Spider-Man, the X-Men, and many others. However, the Transformers tome is distinguished by one major detail. While all the other books serve as encyclopedias of the characters' long histories in print, Transformers, the Ultimate Guide, gives only the most basic treatment to the historical aspects of Generation 1. Instead, its articles are focused entirely on the then-current Dreamwave Generation 1 continuity. However, as Dreamwave's universe was so monumentally undeveloped at the time of the book's publication, most of the information in the book had to be actually created for the book. Additionally, the book appears to deliberately favor material from comic continuities as opposed to the cartoon continuity. The most conspicuous in dealing with the origin of the Dinobots in the Dreamwave universe, where Furman dismisses the notion that they were built on Earth by Wheeljack on the basis that this is a contraindication with the historical evidence that the Dinobots had existed on Cybertron from the War Within comic Furman himself wrote nearly 20 years later. This approach goes on to claim that the cartoon's quintessence creation origin for the Transformers is entirely conjectural when talking solely about the cartoon. Finally, in sections where the book does deal directly with historical aspects of Generation 1, in the pages covering the Marvel Comics, the cartoon, and the toys, not one page passes without several errors. Several names are spelled incorrectly. Teletran 1, Carly, Aletta 1, Sonberger. Various toon and comic summaries have inaccuracies in them, and the toys used for images are old, ratty artifacts with feeling misapplied stickers and various missing and or misattributed accessories. The G1 and G2 samples photographed apparently came from the personal collection of Tony Marshall and his son James.
Hey, thanks, James.
The episode guides for the Generation 1 cartoon, Beast Wars, Beast Machines, and Armada are also condensed significantly into best of guides showcasing the finest episodes or the ones that push the story forward. A 2001 Robots in Disguise cartoon episode guide was deliberately excluded, leaving that series section of the book brief and incomplete in order to have more room for the then upcoming Energon line.
Rexidus says,
"No, Siri, I did not call on you, go away."
This sounds like a very Borat book, says Rexidus.
Yeah.
I feel like I didn't miss too much then. Oh, hey, Transformers Con is this weekend at the Holiday Inn, Toronto, Ontario. Sorry, Toronto, Canada. All the Dreamwave crew. We had Pat Lee, Brad Mick, Adam Patek, Rob Ruffalo, Joe Ing, and James Ray Z. And the PS2 game was there playable. That probably, I'm guessing if it wasn't out yet, that was with Colin's Hasbro Canada connection to get a demo set up, I would assume. This is 4 years before I attended any TF cons myself. So that would have been, and that was, I think, the third TF con, I think. whilst it was still Transformers Con. Rodimus Prime sighted in California, in Los Feliz. He was $35. I forgot Rodimus Prime got a reissue. I remember lots of people being disappointed with that toy when they got a hold of it after many years, because he's kind of a dinky toy. New Q&A, and Joe Moore pasted the Q&A, thank goodness. Aaron, you want to do the Q's or the A's?
Let me catch you. I think you queued last.
All right.
I have been seeing pictures of a new Autobot helicopter. Is this a new Energon version of Springer? If not, what will its real name be?
This new Autobot helicopter is Bulkhead!
There has been some discussion as to what happens to the prototype / mock-ups after they are presented at Toy Fair and various other events. Hasbro. Are they put away for possible future use? Are they discarded? Do fans have an opportunity to acquire them?
I will just say, this came about because I believe at this period is where fans started saying, hey, wait, you guys are packing up at the end of BotCon. Can we just have some of them?
Yeah.
Is where this question came from. Prototype toys are not made for prolonged play and have not passed safety requirements. Hasbro does not sell or store prototype toys for this reason. Prototype samples are created for production proofing, internal presentations, or Toy Fair and are not cleared through quality assurance. Hasbro does not sell or give away prototypes at all. Any prototypes that fans may have seen for sale on websites have been obtained through unauthorized means. Subtext, stop asking us!
Also, something going to be in the V-Stream alternate chat very briefly. Select more photos. Boop. Deet. Bop. Sherp.
Boop Deet Bop Sherp, I love those.
Yep. Let's see if that image loads. Yeah, there you go.
Is you just showing off?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Is this just flexing?
I don't know how that got there.
I know someone else who has one of these. Toy Guy bought one of these for $75 or something, from Derek Wyatt's stuff. But you've had yours is longer lived. Yours is the OG.
That is the first one that was in that was the first bulkhead that was in anybody's hand. Animated bulkheads.
Yeah.
Anybody's hands. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Toy Guys is missing the head. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Aaron's is complete. I wish I'd bought one of these when they were on eBay. They were just enough of them where it's like it's vaguely doable.
Mm-hmm.
Sam Welbell, what's up?
And the thing is, it wasn't much more expensive than
No.
like a retail one. That's why I jumped at it.
Yeah, I think back then it was just expensive enough that I was like, well, I'm just gonna get the normal. I don't need this.
Yeah.
Idiot. Of course you need it. Interesting company he's keeping there. What is that? Is that Masterpiece Primal? Or
Yeah,
is that...
it's a couple of Masterpiece things behind it. Masterpiece Primal and Masterpiece Prowl.
Nice.
Because it's what I had out and around. Still the majority of my collection 2 years after moving into this house is still in box.
I mean, I know the feeling. I have some things in my closet here that have been in my closet since 2013.
Yeah.
Universe Defensor in package pictures. Well, we know what he looks like now. Superlink episode 10 Eclipse. 2005 boards have reopened. You can continue talking and all that fun stuff. I guess there was an outage.
Yeah.
Sam Webble, idiot. Tale as old as time. You idiot. Of course you need that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mudbuster Bulkhead eBay auctions. Friggin' regret. Regret. That whole Voyager wave showing up on eBay auctions, and at that point, it was late enough that I was like, we don't need to get these here. I'll get it later at retail on clearance, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Canceled. Oh. Why do you think I cling so hard to that third-party Sea Spray prototype that never came out? That I get questions about once in a blue moon. Transformers Character Archive now available. New episode of Energon airs tonight. Hard Hero Bust. Universe King Atlas released. Superlink website update. None of these things usable anymore. The Thundercracker hurt more than Mudbuster Bulkhead. Yeah, Thundercracker. Valkai says Thundercracker on KO Toys. Me thinking I'll grab it at the store. Literally me. Oh. Ugh. OTFCC exclusive Ultra Magnus Palisades statue, now a Palisades exclusive. I'm guessing this is some OTFCC fallout.
Yeah.
They will still be at the show and selling it there.
Yeah, I think this is when the cracks for OTFCC was starting to show, because it would be a matter of, like, they would need to front the money to Palisades to buy all of them and then sell them themselves. And it was probably a thing where Palisades is like, oh, this is probably a sure thing. Like, we'll go ahead and start production, especially since it was a repaint. So, like, that's easy enough for us to make. We just make more of them. And then OTFCC was like, so why would you want to deposit as a business? Like, that's just taking extra money, right? And they went,
Palisades really aided on this because, like, their exclusives situation, I got a feeling nobody really went for this, because to order this online, you have to pay a one-time fee of $50 to be a Palisades club member.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, so before, the previous story talked about how you had to become an OTFCC club member, and then it was only $45 for the statue, $50 for the membership, $5 for shipping. So long as you were already a member of the club, it was cheap.
Yeah, and Valkais has pointed out, it's true. This was $50 to become a Palisades club member for life. At a certain point, I believe that lifespan ended. But
yeah,
it's not bad. I mean, yeah, and they sold other toys. There's a chance you could have already been a club member for something else. Hey, Kmart's got Energon sweepstakes. You could win a standee or a unspecified figure with a game voucher. This sounds like nonsense.
Look, the standee we've been using, you can go ahead and take that home. Sick. You just grab, that one that was stepped on. Yeah, go ahead and here you go. It's your prize.
Yeah.
And it's peak Kmart energy too.
We got some Dreamwave news from TFCon. Pat Lee will return to Transformers in December or January. Joe Ing is scheduled to take over Energon with issue 25.
That'll last forever.
Yep.
He's got at least 6 issues in him.
Look for more female Autobots showing up in the G1 book by the end of the year. Yep, for a page. Brad Mick has the story for the Transformers G1 series already laid out into 2006 and promises big things for the year 2005, which include the demolition of Dreamwave. God, this era of Dreamwave was such a friggin' disaster. What a mess. New wallpaper. Oh boy. Issues with the 2005 boards were suffering here. The crazy folks over at Daily Rhetoric have been kind enough to open their door. Because Daily Rhetoric was basically just the BotCon goers from TFW anyway.
Yep.
We were already posting there.
Yep.
Oh, and they had a TFW. Yeah, I kind of remember this. They added a TFW subboard so that we wouldn't just pollute the entire Daily Rhetoric board with people we don't know. Spring Value Pack no more? I don't remember what the Spring Value Pack is, but apparently, this item you requested to be notified about will not be available in the foreseeable future. I don't know what the Spring Value Pack was.
This is saying it's a Toys R Us thing, so that might have been some of the... We took 2 of these toys and put them on a common back.
That sounds right.
That's like for Easter basket type of things.
Yeah.
Because this is firing memories of, again, package or completionisms of there was one of these where it was always a thing on the left and 2 or 3 different versions of the one that was on the right.
Yeah, this one was based around Universe Ramjet, according to the story.
Yeah.
But I don't remember what was bolted onto him. Was it Minicons?
This might have been one that was a mini. This was probably one that, was like a mini-con
Yeah,
pack in, where you basically got the mini-cons for free.
Yeah. Universe Ramjet was the weird Mohawk one, right? With the head fin? Yeah. Okay, Griff is saying it was Minicons. Okay, I remember. I remembered right. For someone who never bought it, I don't know why I remembered it, but TransformersHomage.com will be conducting a Q&A with the Armada PS2 game devs. I'm guessing. Okay, this is to submit questions. Energon reruns in March. Hey, the boards are back. Got some Chris kickback. Well, that certainly was a fun and entertaining day off. We've come to a starting conclusion. We're too darned popular. And this reads a little bit goofy. This, however, was in fact a shadow of things to come.
Mm-hmm.
This became an increasing problem. So the amount of traffic the boards were getting caused the entire server to shut itself off time and time again. Yeah, this was actually an ongoing problem.
The open computer case at Tony Bacala's feet that was full of cigarette smoke kept dying.
Yeah, I don't know how that could happen.
No, it was somewhere in here where I think it went to like a co-located server.
Yeah.
Where it was still his hardware, but it was in like somebody's server rack because they had a couple of T1 lines or something.
Actually, Transformers TCG org with the good question. Does TFW 2005 still have merch? I think they might have some stuff on Stylin Online, but
maybe.
I don't think the Cafe Press store is still there.
Yeah, I'd say because the ones I have are the ones that Alfie made that weren't official TFW, but if you were one of the cool TFW people, you had them.
I'm going to check this Cafe Press link. Just in case.
Nothing for TFW 2005 shows up on Silent Online because he's actually a big thing that goes to real conventions and has giant tower walls of shirts and stuff.
Oh, my understanding is he's still buddies with with Tony and everyone.
Oh, he is, but this went from being like a thing that he kind of did as a cool thing on the side to a business.
Yeah. Transformers CCG org merch is now 90% off. Oh, really? Where? What can it? What can I? Hey, what can I? Can I get a Transformers CCG org coffee mug sticker? Does WTF and TFW have merch? We do not, because for the first few years we were explicitly told not to make merch deals, and then podcasts stopped mattering on that level. So we do not have merch. There are instances of the TFW fella's head broad. Is it broadcast? I can't remember his name. Yeah. There's some TCG stuff that someone custom made for me that has his head on it, like slider things for combiner characters. That's about it, though. And that's putting in a publicly available image onto a printed piece of something.
If you want to do something for WTF at TFW, there are at least 2 of us that have Extra Life links that should still be potentially alive. That
yes,
yeah, Vangelus has in his notes, and you can then click on the team page, the Andy Ruse Gaming Gang, and find mine.
Yeah,
I think we're both close to. I'm
struggling.
I'm under $200 to my goal. You're about $400 to your goal. If I make $2,000 or the team makes $4,000 before the end of the year, so you got a month to do all that, I will watch Dahar Insat videos.
A lot of Dahir Insat videos, by the way.
And wish for death.
We already settled, because I asked the question during Beez's Games Day thing of like, the people are gonna want to know, does this mean you're gonna like watch a 3-minute video and it's done? It's like, no, Aaron is gonna properly do a whole thing.
Find wherever the heck my webcam got to after a move, or purchase a new one. See me. slowly dying as I watch these horrible engineering videos.
Like, you know how I, in this stream, got a little irrationally, possibly comically so, like, heated about the idea of trying to game your way into Mormon heaven by soaking and jump humping. That is what happens to Aaron when he is witness to Dahir Insat, because, like, everyone knows that their stuff is nonsense, right? But nonetheless, Dahir Insat tweaks a very specific neuron in Aaron that is not ignorable, even because Aaron knows it's nonsense.
I'm getting
but
itchy just talking about watching it.
Aaron knows it's nonsense, but it's a perfect little, it's a funny bone poke, right? It's a needle in the funny bone. Can't do anything about it. Gotta punch a wall. And
it's not just that it's nonsense. It's that then it gets posted by people like, "Wow, look at this design for the future," and it's like, no, the earthquake beds. They're just guillotine death traps.
See, this is a preview. We're giving you the preview here. For if you...
if it's going to be a thing, you make it the whole room, and you make that indefensible so that you're not just dying in your own farts and hoping that the oxygen canister that's underneath the bed you can even access, because your arm has been crushed because you got to sleep with it out from underneath the covers or else you'll overheat.
You see, it has come up before where we're like, Aaron, why don't we have fun talking about these things on like a stream? And Aaron has said, dead ass, no, I don't actually have fun talking about this after about a minute. I actually just get genuinely irritated. So
my watch just kicked me a notification. Let's see what it is. It's a heart rate thing.
Yeah, so this is a very Aaron coded thing that, like, it has been discussed. Aaron can't have fun necessarily talking about Dahir Insat. It has to be for the sake of the kids. Also, hello, Sideswipe Prime. I hope you had a good T-Gives. The automated restaurant that serves you microwave food. Yeah.
Yeah. The pods, and it comes down from the ceiling because then you just have the kitchen over top of everything, and you don't have to have people walk through everything.
Because the kitchen's magic. It'll just work. No food will ever get caught anywhere in those pipes. Yeah, Quacky Wacky's. Yeah, Quacky Wacky. There's my version, right? It's the dead ass serious. If you jump hump whatever higher power exists, we'll punch you in the mouth. Yeah, there's no version of this scenario that if it exists, where that higher power will not simply backhand you. You walk up to the judgment point, whatever you call it, the picket. Whoever it is gonna, like, close the doors and go, oh no, wait, I've been waiting for this one. Just close all the doors. Go like, no, have a seat. No, have a seat. And you sit down. And then they yank the chair out from under you. And you're like, hey.
I put my link in there so that you can donate for the itchiness that this is causing. Somebody just throw $5.
Yeah, I asked you to have a seat. Why are you sitting on the floor? I asked you to have a seat. And they're like, well, you're holding my chair. You're like, no, I'm not. Why don't you have a seat? Why don't you jump hump your way into having a seat, you little liar? And you start beating them with this. Anyway. If the Mormon, okay, and if Mormonicron is hella chill, then the other point, then there is no Mormon hell, because everyone gets in. Because you walk in, they're covered in blood, and he's like, oh, what happened to you? And it's like, 50 people tripped and fell on my knife. Like, oh, damn, that's messed up. Well, we'll get you cleaned up over here in Mormon heaven. I don't know. If that omnipotence and the need for rules lawyering exists, then Mormonicron can't be chill, because people are making up ways to. Anyway, sorry, Bees pointed this out. There is no Mormon hell. There is just the outer darkness. There is just beyond the rim, between the galaxies.
The Blind Eternities. That's an upcoming Magic set, right? Are they doing the Blind Eternities in space or something?
They're putting Mormonicron into Commander? What? They're putting jump humping into Commander? What?
Yeah. Jump humping's just Commander.
Yeah,
unless you're playing CEDH.
My CEDH deck contains a soaking meta. It's basically Limbo.
No, CEDH doesn't take the time to win that EDH should. That is jump humping.
Soaking is the antithesis to CEDH.
Yeah. CEDH is just the Mr. Fister.
Yeah.
It's you know exactly what this is for. It's happening right now.
CEDH is just like, no, I'm in fact gunning for the outer darkness.
And the inner darkness, and the through darkness.
Uh,
No,
Hey-
that's Jump Start is the 2-pack MTG format.
oh, if I would play some MTG Jump Hump, though. I would. I have to get 2 friends to shuffle my cards for me and place them in my hands. Hey, STD. Speaking of STD, huh? Standard Convoy and Kicker Anniversary set in package close up. Okay, these are just close-ups of toys. Fan to fan with new updates of catalogs. CyberCon Expo. Comic book. I'm guessing it's an alt cover. Yep. Them again. Dropbox, the band featured in the upcoming Armada video game, who were signed by Godsmack and their own record label, will be creating a brand new theme song for the Transformers. That's all. I'm guessing this either never
Is that a
happened.
French record label? Is it Label?
Listen, that's how Chris
Labla?
wrote it.
Yeah.
Wait, signed Jump Hump Foundations? I like the idea. I don't even know what it looks like, but I like that concept. Aaron, you got a donation.
Yes, and I thanked him. It's right there.
Hell yeah. Does
Did
anyone
my
that
incentives turn off? I don't have. Oh, I must have turned off.
Simeon Scott, I am assuming
yeah,
that's
yeah.
the game credit music, but apparently Dropbox only ever had one album, a self-titled, and they ceased to exist after 07. So I am guessing they did not make a new theme for the Transformers, unless it's the very one that's in the title. Lee Calba with the I Remember Godsmack. Yeah, they're. I'm assuming they're in that position now. They're an I Remember That band. YTV, hell yeah. Oh, Canada. New galleries, Energon Weapon Galleries. Which, by the way, I think Cypher was telling me that, like, info and at least the collectability, if not actual information on the exclusive Energon weapons, has treaded the line of lost media because nobody cared for too long. I believe Cypher was saying Cypher was trying to get a hold of these things and was having trouble. I can't remember
because there were so many that were like in Japan. If you went to 7-Eleven and you bought like socks or something,
Yeah.
they threw them in, and then another one was at like Family Mart, and another one was Sons, and another one was like you hired a specific company to move you because apparently you have to hire people to move you in Japan. You can't terribly move yourself that well. And like then you'd get one. It was like all weird places and things is how you got those.
Well, and then like the issue, because I talked about this with Cypher somewhere, I forgot where. The issue was that like it was like all of the Micron promos they did, the minicons, except that these were just clear plastic 5mm peg sticks and blocks. So
yeah,
they
you
were.
had no way to know that they were actually a Transformers thing.
Yeah, they were just inherently less interesting to most Transformers fans. So a lot of knowledge about them started to just like slip through fingers.
Well, not even for Transformers fans, but I think a lot of it was also just like there was nothing Transformers branded on. Because I've got 2 or 3 of them still sealed, and it's just like those. It'd be like today if you bought like clear resin printed things from some dude on Etsy what has an Etsy shop and a resin printer.
Yeah.
And it's just in a plastic bag.
Oh, if they're not sealed, I dare say we're getting close to the point where it'd be hard to prove you have real ones.
Mm-hmm.
Unless, like, well, there's ways to prove it, but it'd be hard to prove at a glance if someone just produced really nice pieces.
Yeah.
More Dropbox, what the hell? A number of tracks as unlockable extras, their single wishbone. I need to dig into this band later. It's the part where they're called Dropbox.
Yeah.
Like, what came first?
Let's see.
Superlink pre-orders at HobbyLink Japan.
Okay.
Okay, I like this laugh.
Wikipedia page for Dropbox, formerly Evenflow Inc., 2007 to 2009. So they had to wait for the band to lose their
So
their
our
name
current
or something.
Dropbox waited for the famous
I
band Dropbox to.
I don't. In October 2009, Evenflow Inc. was renamed to Dropbox Inc.
That's pretty funny if true. That's pretty funny if true. Hey, there's a TFW 2005 Optimus Prime contest. in tandem with Bill's Toys and Games. Show us your love of Optimus Prime with a picture or something drastic. Oh, I bet you real Mr. Optimus Prime was like, I guess I'm winning this, right?
Yeah, just a picture of his junk.
Oh yeah, Transformers CCG org pointing out TFW 2005 self-doxing. Send physical
PO
photos
box.
to this. Oh yeah, PO box. So it's kind of cute that in 04 it would still be a thing to send physical photos because you'd be taking digital photos and getting them printed. New Q&A. I'll do the Qs. Almost every main character has been introduced in the Armada and Energon series, except Soundwave. Will you introduce him into the Energon series?
There are no current plans to reintroduce Soundwave.
There has been great debate over what the final colors are going to be on the upcoming Alternators tracks and Sunstreaker. Can you guys possibly shed a little light on this issue?
Autobot tracks, the Chevrolet Camaro Z06 in our Alternators line will be yellow. We do not currently have plans to release Sunstreaker in the Alternators line. Quit asking, you pedantic little pieces of...
This Sunstreaker thing went on for a very long time, too. Like,
Yeah.
I believe it wasn't until Binaltech Asterisk that we got the Sunstreaker colors on Dead End.
Mm-hmm.
But the tracks thing was a whole other giant bottle of fish, a whole other giant cylinder of surstrumming, because it was yellow because... Okay, it's complicated. In Binaltech, it was going to be yellow, even though those were like painted die-cast pieces, and for whatever reason. And then the Alternators one, no one in the U.S. team wanted it to be yellow, and they were able to finagle doing him in blue because they demonstrated that yellow in plastic on the die-cast parts was too translucent to look good.
On the plastic parts versus the painted yellow of the die-cast.
Yeah, because the parts that were die-cast were now going to be cast in yellow plastic.
Yeah.
And that yellow plastic was too see-through translucent because of the nature of the polymer color and the hue.
Yeah.
They were basically like, this
That-
makes the toy look cheap.
That and because like those it's thin enough that
Yeah.
you couldn't put enough yellow color in it to make it non-translucent.
And if I recall correctly, plastic Alternators yellow Traxes were available on eBay. So the test shots were out there for people to actually prove the theory themselves if they bought one. The yellow Trax thing, that was an auto manufacturer thing. That was an edict from the
because
licensor.
Yellow was the premier color, I think,
Yeah.
at that time for Corvettes. Like if you wanted the Corvette, you were getting that yellow one.
And it was just a whole Mission Impossible thing that I remember that, like, it was yellow in Binaltech, Hasbro threaded a needle to create a blue one, and then Japan went like, oh yeah, we'll do that as like a other version. We'll do a blue one too, whatever. And so it was like, okay, so now the yellow one's the rare one. And stop asking about Sunstreaker. OTFCC, space problems arising. Discrepancies with the hotel information. The Hyatt is stating the event rooms OTFCC had reserved were canceled and now open for reservation to other parties. Glenn Hallett had the following to say, "We are currently encountering a business disagreement with the Hyatt." That's an awful thing to have happen in public. They may be releasing their protected room block for this July's convention. Although a setback, we are not rescheduling or canceling OTFCC 2004. This will continue on the same weekend. What this does mean is we need to locate another set of hotels, which will act as the official hotels for the convention. Not a big problem. That is a big problem. But enough of a headache to make sure that everyone who has or will book a room is aware of the impending change. We haven't made any announcements yet because we need to be contractually protected and verified. What we can say, looks like the new hotels we're looking at will have rooms for approximately 90 a night versus the Hyatt's 130 a night. We ask people to be patient while we sort this out and not to propagate unsubstantiated rumors. The official word, as always, is given on these forums and this site, nowhere else. Continue speculating and fostering ill feelings belongs in the Middle Ages, not in our 21st century fan community.
That is so much the Naked Gun gif of Leslie Nielsen being like, no, nothing to see here, nothing. Fireworks and explosions going on in the background.
It's just the part where it's like, this is actually not a big problem. Oh, what are you referring to? Well, the part where we need to locate another set of hotels. It is March. and the convention is at the end of July.
Yeah.
And we're still running it at the Hyatt. Just we're also having a business disagreement with our convention venue. So we're going to start advertising against them as a hotel.
Yeah. Which then is fun because most of the time those hotel and convention centers, you get the discounted rate or the free rate of the convention center space by selling out so many rooms.
Yeah.
You're no longer putting people in those rooms. Maybe you're not getting the discounted rates.
Okay, this is a Chris ass thing here. We thank Glenn Hallett for his kind comments directed towards us and the word and vocal fans of his convention.
Mm-hmm.
The only part here with poor Glenn, I'd just be like, Glenn, you gotta pick here because you are both trying to. I mean, this is 20 years removed now, but it's like you're both trying to de-escalate tension, whilst publicly backhanding your own convention partner. This ain't going well either way. This is a needle to thread. You have not threaded this.
What's interesting is especially those last that last paragraph really fits well with another wonderful convention manager.
Yeah, well, that was the hindsight thing. It turns out it's like, you know what, Glenn was okay.
Yeah. Glenn was trying real hard and kind of bit off more than he could chew multiple times, and then didn't do great reactions, and then at least he just kind of stepped away. He's like, okay.
As a 19-year-old, when this was going on, it was easy for me to go I can't believe how badly this is all going. 20 years later, I can look at this and go this is a bad look. I can see where your heart is. You're trying. Mm-hmm. Someone needs to be telling you to stop posting. That's basically it. Someone needs to tell Glenn stop posting. Much the same actually with the Fun Pub situations. But yeah, this is like a slightly less. This is a more wholesome. Please stop posting.
Yeah.
The Hyatt might read this. Please stop posting.
There was a time, is it the best time to do it is 2 years ago. The next best time to stop doing it is right now.
Yeah.
Type of.
Also, I'm making an assumption that the convention venue was also the Hyatt. I might be misremembering, or I didn't. Mm-hmm. This is the one I didn't go to, so I.
Yeah. Let me do a little cheat here. Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Was held in the Donald E. Stevens Convention Center in Rosemont. That is That is the big Rosemont Center one, I think.
Something like that.
But there's also just the question of this is 20 years ago, so who knows?
Wavesign says, on the contrary, this might be the time where posting through it actually works. I mean, there is a way where you could just post through this, but you have to pick. And that's the other thing, is Glenn didn't pick. So he kind of took a swing, unintentionally, I think, at the Hyatt, and then also took a swing at the Concerned. And it's swing at one of them, not the other.
Yeah, the Hyatt Regency O'Hare is the one that's across the street. Yeah, so that's that is the convention center where we had the dueling conventions, where we had the
Supernatural
and Supernatural.
Yeah. That's the one where I went on a tangent about Once Upon a Time during a podcast panel, I think. There was one person in the room who was watching Once Upon a Time, and we had a 1 minute long conversation shouting. Hey, could it be Grimlock and Swoop return? Yeah, this is our first inkling of the Energon Mega 2-pack Grimlock and Swoop. Toys I still have never handled to this day. They were the ones that were designed by the Transformers folks. I forgot which team designed those, if it was Micro Machines or someone else. The info's out there. And yeah, the appearance of a kicker. Is it the Microman version? It's no, actually it's an O-ring G.I. Joe, which was even more wild. Mega Dinobot, baby. Yeah, we got some Mega Dinobot appreciators in the chat. I can see.
Yeah, mine was on display for a very long time.
Yeah, it's a divisive toy. It's ugly, but
Yeah.
I think when you know the context of what it is academically incredibly interesting. Like, at the very least. I always say academically, and it probably comes off derogatory. I truly don't mean it to. It's just like, sometimes you're in situations where it's like, well, in lieu of anything else. Like, the situation with Earthspark Seasons 2 and 3, and, like, the demonstrable shift in crew, right? Is how we'll put it. Academically, I think it's really interesting, even though it is a bummer that it is a sort of, like, strict loss in terms of impact as far as that media. Microman Kicker, if you have the non-chrome one, I believe he doesn't really break nearly as easily as the chrome one. Just a lot of people got the chrome one because they wanted the 2-pack.
Yeah.
Universe Oil Slick and Crystal Widow instructions. Oh, that means that no one linked to the instructions directly. So, who knows?
Yeah.
Never mind. Junior's 20th anniversary event update. Noted guests will include CHI. I don't know if that's pronounced Chi. The Marvel DC comic artist.
And Transformers fan.
And a longtime Transformers. I mean, yeah, that's valid.
A giveaway of an original G1 Megatron figure. Hey kids, come to this Toys R Us with a random person here. We've got video games and
That's
a gun.
Pretty funny. You could win! Gun! So that's what Prime says. CF Wiki says it was Hasbro only, doesn't say who. So I think in this era, usually these things were the Micro Machines people or the Galoob people. I forgot if that was Micro Machines as well. It's the same situation as with the 6-inch titaniums, where designers who are under Hasbro purview, but who have not worked on transforming toys, were working on stuff like that, or the 6-inch titaniums. I remember Mega Dinobot was different than the 6-inch titaniums, but I forgot what part of the information was different.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it is academically, I think it makes that stuff very interesting.
Yeah, and it was also, I want to say this was...
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. I remember there also being something specific about this being a different combining method. Like, it was a...
Oh, yeah, it's not the Energon combining method.
Yeah, well, it's not the Energon combining method. It was the fact that it was combining method, like, that they had... Like, Energon was set up to be, like, the symmetrical docking style thing, but top-bottom, not left-right. Oh, shoot.
Top-bottom docking's the only way to do it.
I just remember that it was like a type of thing that for them. Oh shoot! I remember some discussion level that was basically like, "Hey, this was an experiment for us to see if there are other ways that we can have
Valkysis has the deets.
combiners be a thing."
It's a C-clip over Swoop's head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was just trying to remember. I remember that there was something about it that, like, part of it was that it was an entirely different way of doing it versus just like here's how it is.
Yeah. By the way, this has come up I think at least once before, but like another piece of evidence as to like what a pre-07 TFW was like is if a board member passed away, it was front page news because everyone found out. Like everyone knew.
Yeah, because there were only like 1,000 of us or 2,000 of us on the boards.
Yeah. This was part of an artist duo who was working on Genesis though, so that's double and only at 20. That's triple messed up.
Ugh.
I did not know this person at all. So I don't really know who they were, but yeah, that's messed up. Transformers CCG org. Someday Grimlock will be pants. Never. No, Grimlock has been pants for some of those Cyberverse or RID 2015 combiners. Cyberverse combiners, I think, specifically. And yeah, the Grimlock part got a redeco for Age of Extinction. Still had the Mega Dinobot head in there. We talked about that in the podcast a bunch, because I was getting all like, ooh, I wonder if the swoop will appear somewhere. And then everyone's like, stop getting excited about Mega Dinobot. I'm like, you can't tell me what to do. CyberCon Expo having Atari in attendance. They will have postcards and character printouts. Transformers G.I. Joe issue number 6. This is the Jay Lee series.
You skipped over a fun line, though, on the CyberCon Expo. 3 playable demos, which will be running all day to play for free. It's like, no, pay us to demo a game.
Listen, we had to
We're
pay
here
to come out here.
advertising for
We
it.
had to pay for these printouts, all right? $5, 10 minutes.
Look, Jimmy said he's not sleeping in the van again, so we got to buy a hotel room. Stupid thing, too.
We're an arcade company, okay?
Yeah. Just put quarters in it. Just keep putting quarters in it till it goes.
This is like an egg timer, and they keep resetting it when you throw a new quarter into a bin. Generation 1, number 3. Energon built to real pre-orders. Reposts the Optimus Prime contest. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! Due to all the unforeseen dramatics from the last 2... Oh, that was the Glenn Hallett stuff. Okay. I thought maybe there were dramatics about the contest. Zone fan version. I'm in this. It's my favorite fan dub performance I did. I got
Sounding very promising, except for that one guy.
I was Countdown. If you ever see the Zone fan dub, I'm Countdown. I'm having a lot of fun. Because my voice for Countdown, very unsuitable, but in a way that I found really funny. Repro Label's doing Jetfire replacement stickers. G1 oh, here we go. The G1 discussion thing they mentioned. So now we're on to Dark Awakening and Return of Optimus Prime.
A final farewell to the greatest leader in Transformers history.
Considered by many to be the best post-movie episode. This two-part contradicts Dark Awakening, ignores a lot of things Dark Awakening established. Love them or hate them. Let us know your thoughts. Take it easy, Lee. Have a good night.
Take care.
YTV airing, in a bit of shocking move, YTV is airing the Transformers the movie on 2 different days, as well as the G.I. Joe the movie. I remember being hype about that at the time. Bill's Toys and Games. Happy 20th anniversary to your voice acting. Holy crap, you're right. I recorded those lines on, like, a dinky computer, like, plastic microphone that plugs into the mic jack on the back of a computer. Energon roleplay items in package images from S250. I never got either of those. I only ever had the Star Saber and the Dark Saber. They were neat. Beast Wars Season 2. E-Hobby pre-orders for Universe. Binaltech Streak and Hound. Takara is going to import the Energon version. Yeah, this is the larger one. Oh, so they imported the short smokestacks battle damage. Oh, I vaguely recall this. I remember thinking, why? Yes, that is, I believe that is in fact our Ichabod, the Ichabod, the proper noun Ichabod.
Yes.
Generations Deluxe preview. Oh, the guidebook. I was like, Generations Deluxe in 2004.
Mm-hmm.
Isolated in your kitchen. So that was the guidebooks. I remember these. Super thing. BotCon update. We're gonna have Don Figueroa, Universe Tiny Tins, with the Skyboom shield at the Mayer stores.
Mm-hmm.
Insecticon RC available now. They were also found at Mayer. They are 1 per basic case. Oh, but that should have them more readily available. I believe that was the case.
Mm-hmm.
And Energon airs 6 a.m. weekday morning starting April 5th, which meant no one watched it.
Yeah.
6 a.m. slot was the death slot back then.
Yep.
Identity! The complete history of Transformers in musical format. I remember, this was Tony Bacala trying to do, like, something more cohesive. I have this somewhere on a hard drive, I think, but that might be too many computers ago.
Yeah, I had all of his stuff as well on discs and drives, but I've lost multiple stacks of discs and numerous drives. That's why I have a NAS now. It has RAID at some level.
I need
When a drive dies, it's not just gone forever.
I need to be affluent enough to just pay someone to set up a NAS for me. And also,
hey, brother, I'll only cut you a thing for video card, and come up and do it.
I also need someone to restructure my living space to accommodate the presence of NAS. And
It's a box that's like the size of a toaster.
I can't fit a toaster in here. I mean, that's in my kitchen, but I gotta figure something like that out. An ass. I need someone to help. I require a friend to come here. I will pay them money to help me set up an ass. Just a wall-mounted ass for me to be able to slap every now and then. Thank you. Oh, here, closing the book on this one. The Spring Value Pack returns to Amazon.com. Once canceled, then renamed, it now has its former name back. We did it.
Page not found on Amazon.
Damn
They
it.
didn't care. It does, however, link you to mine got Cannoli, one of the dogs of Amazon.
Huh. That's not a Spring Value Pack.
Get a peek at the very cute dogs who work at Amazon.
They don't
pay them.
I'm sure
They're trying to figure out how to get them to do shelf pulls, and then they can eliminate the worst part of their system, the human beings.
I'm sure those dogs are consciously aware they work for Amazon.
They woof.
Yeah, when we say
from
you work
office.
here, right?
They
go
don't
like,
even get to
"Arf!"
woof from home.
Do they get in trouble for peeing in the wrong places too?
Probably.
Convention update
Somebody points at the Gatorade bottle. Says, that's where you're supposed to go.
Then they defiantly pee on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Something, that's praxis. Auto Assembly 2004 convention update. They got Andrew Wildman coming in, I think I saw. Oh, and a bunch of other people. Yeah. Andrew Wildman, Wally Wingert, Simon Furman, Lee Sullivan, Jane Lawson, Joanna Moher from Metrodome. USA Edition Energon Ultra Magnus at HLJ. That was also probably the easiest way to get that Ultra Magnus as a North American. Excuse me. Huge update from fan to fan. Pictures. Gallery. Trading and playing card info. Armada playing cards at Target for $1.89. In the Fleer stuff, they did Transformers Armada last year. G1 this year. Energon this year. Flapper cards as inserts. The game site is updated with character profiles. So we're careening towards May. I want to see on the next page. Are we still? Oh, okay, news is still picking up. We got a Q&A with Shock Blast images. Aaron, would you like to queue?
Recently, you mentioned that there were no plans to re-release G1 Sunstreaker. Oh, sorry. Got to do it the right way. G1 Sunstreaker. Does this mean that the commemorative series will be cut off at some point without completely re-releasing figures such as Wheeljack, Trailbreaker, Sunstreaker, and the rest of the well-known G1 Transformers?
The re-release of the Generation 1 figures is dependent on the availability of the tools and molds used during original manufacturing. Since these toys are up to 20 years old, not all of the molds have been located or exist anymore. Parentheses, we maybe listed a bunch of the names in the question, so you stop asking us about those ones.
Yeah. That we've since yet again found out that they're in boat ballasts or melted. And I remember this being a, like, they just lost it? Why isn't it just in a warehouse?
How could they
thing?
lose it? Don't they keep cataloged steel molds in the steel mold catalog that they open like a book?
Yeah. Will the... Oh, see, they're not doing proper copywriting here. Will the Energon Ultra Magnus be released in another wave? Will there be more of that figure shipped to stores?
Ultra Magnus was shipped only during the first wave of Energon. At this time, we are not planning any additional shipments. So everyone went to HLJ and pre-ordered it.
Yeah.
Super League Episode 12, World's Smallest Wave 2 case breakdown. Look at the case breakdown for the World's Smallest stuff. It's so wild. 12 primes, 12 ramjets.
Yeah. We know what you nerds want, and it's all that short pack stuff.
Yeah, Ultra Magnus in the short pack hurts. New Transformers trademarks: Energon Kicker, Steam Hammer, Power Links Battles, and Sunstorm. Steam Hammer, underappreciated, very good Transformers name. My God. Toys R Us Spring Value Pack Update. It's been cited now.
Yep, Ramjet with his mini-cons.
There we go. Confirmation. ToysRUs.com sale on G1, Energon, and alternators. Alternators for $20. 20th Anniversary Prime for $75. Don't know the price on the G1 stuff, but they're $10 off. Energon Marathon Micromaster Foil Cover Contest. Preview of Energon number 21. PSE PlayStation Extreme magazine has a 4-page article on the PS2 game. Scan of the cover by clicking here, so it does not exist anymore.
Nope.
Oh, here we go. I want to make it to the end of March, and then I think I'm gonna be good.
That's where I was just about ready to say that's probably my tap out point.
Yeah, we're so close now, and March
Yeah.
30 is at the top, so I'm like, we're like 1 or 2 pages out.
We got this. Let's hype ourselves up.
Superlink episodes in low res available on Daily Rhetoric. Oh, classic style. Zone fan version release. This Zone fan dub is still out there. I think it might even be on YouTube, if not on wherever. The TF fan dubs are all on some certain website now. Try to find it if you can, and respect Countdown. In-package pictures. Kmart Energy Sweepstakes begin today. Minor site updates. Fixing names in the lists. Poll about what color tracks should be. I'm guessing everyone voted blue. We have some rules changes on the Optimus Prime contest. This includes allowing for picture resizing and adding captions. That's the update. Next G1 discussion is on the Ultimate Doom 3-parter. One of Megatron's most sinister plans. The tone is much darker than most of the first... I guess.
Yeah. On the scale of season 1.
I guess if you really want to start like making it sound cool before someone sees it, then yeah. Lucky Draw Gold Masterpiece Convoy. There were 20 of them. Sunset Prime, I for one think track should
hold
be...
Hold on. Go back to read the entirety of that post, sir.
Special thanks to our own Vangelus for the heads. I don't remember doing this! How did I know about this? Why did I report on this? It's on transfandom.net. Wait.
Dragon X probably posted it, and you
And I
told
saw it,
some
and then
newsy.
went, yeah, okay.
Like, hey, put this on the front page.
Yeah, I guess I just like said like, hey, no one's posted about this. Look, there's gold Optimus. I remember this did happen sometimes where I would just like post in a thread saying like, hey, no, there's no thread about this. Check this out. And then I'd get a news credit and I'd be like, oh, I'm special. I'll check it out. This person, Vangelus, had feet on the ground at Lucky Draw Factory. Yeah, that's right. Lives were lost. People were thrust into the role of Bothans to get us this information. Human life.
No, Manny Bothans was just one guy. His name was Manny.
Someone had to be thrust into the role of Manny Bothans. Bill's Toys and Games. What? The voice of RID Rapid Run, Keith Diamond, shot by his father, once in the chin and twice in the torso, unconscious in the ICU where his condition is listed as stable. Sorry, that's a friggin' lot? What?
Yeah. Okay, so his Wikipedia page just goes to the MIB animated series. He was Agent J.
Yeah. There is absolutely backstory to what the hell happened here. I don't know if it's our business, but JFC, as the kids say. He retired in 2011. Okay, so that's why I probably got some of the info. He's alive, retired in 2011.
Okay.
That's a wild thing to survive. Taking a bullet to the chin.
Yeah. Let alone twice in the torso. I keep like a lot of important organs in my torso.
By your dad too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am assuming there's either a lot of backstory to that, or there's none because it's not our business.
Yeah.
It's like one or the other.
And kind of both.
Yeah. Beast Wars versus Robots in Disguise. The Dreamwave Summer Special was the one and only Robots in Disguise comic that ever happened.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that. All right, let's see.
Dreamwave would have made more, but they didn't get enough visibility on it.
Moment of
Not enough,
truth.
exposure.
April 1st is right there. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
We made it. Last page for us today. UK's Armada game demo is just a video. So if you purchase the UK official PS2 magazine, it's just a video, not a... Okay, I remember this vaguely. That's coming from our very own Twin Twist. Our very own Bradley Twin Twist. Goldbug is... Oh, Hard Hero Bus. New items in Toys R Us computers? Oh, what?
Well, we plan to continue for as long as the collectors want.
I guess.
Mm.
They made that Cyclonus, I remember, because the translucent
Yeah.
Cyclonus was available for 100 years after they made it. Anonymous tipster with some Toys R Us listings. G1 Ricochet. Same price point as the commemorative Jets. I have that Ricochet. CD Japan with some DVD listings. Transformers the movie storyboards from spacebridge.net. This is... Okay, informing the crew about a great project he's working on. So this must have been when Paul Hitchens was like just starting to really hit the ground running on this project, because he's...
Maybe.
This is like now like this project became the repository of a lot of this info, if I recall correctly. Valkais is pointing out Black Energon Omega Supreme. Yeah, this never happened, right? That must have just been like a deco concept that ended up not getting picked up. 2 weeks to CyberCon.
It was just the like Omega Sentinel was the repaint.
Yeah,
I wonder if that's just like a placeholder name.
Yeah, I mean, I could imagine at some point there might have been like, maybe we'll do a black colorway, but then maybe that could have also been crisscrossed with like the Black Unicron listing. I don't really know where that listing was drawn from. Like,
I mean, that Omega Sentinel was dark blue and silver.
Ish.
That copy maybe is black, and you just got somebody that's a data input schlub. Just like, I don't know, it's Energon, it's an Omega Supreme, it's black, whatever.
These words...
something that this is just something that's going to show up on a little barcode scanner thing briefly. Nobody
These
cares.
words go together.
And then the nerds are like, black. What?
That means it's cool. Shadow repaint. Speaking of which, 50 pieces limited. Black Superlink Galvatron Lucky Draw. Wonder where those went. Dreamwave elevating a bad guy. Dreamwave Megatron month begins on April 1st. Oh, we're into April 1st now. Holy crap. And then there's no goofball post? What? They put up two new contest listings. They want your Megatron fan art. You win Megatron-related things, and I guess get exposure. April has begun, yeah. Transformers, less than meets the eye. I'm going to just read this. Toonzone decided to have some fun. Scientists have discovered that there is actually less to the popular Transformers characters than meets the eye, and they warn that unless steps are taken to preserve the robots, they will disappear from the toyetic ecosystem. Writing in the scientific journal Nature, Dr. Hillel Hassenfeld said that he and a team of researchers had found evidence that the energy lost in the robot transformations actually results in a decreased mass, meaning the robots become progressively smaller and simpler as they change. During one experiment, he writes, a Decepticon weighing several tons transformed into a handheld pistol that weighed no more than a few pounds. I see the joke now. And it was only able to change back into a few loose screws and washers from an erector set. This is back when April Fool's was also more fun on the internet. Because people weren't trying to sell stuff or make you feel bad. so much. Vishvesh, hola to you. You're actually here. We're at least in the news part of this. We're kind of, we're on our last thing here. Robots in Disguise coming to DVD. UK company Maximum Entertainment. Did this actually happen? Because I know Robots in Disguise on DVD was a whole thing to this day. Either way, that is where we will leave it off for now. Robot Lorekeeper, I have these. Okay, so these do exist. Because I know there was like a box set in Australia, or was it in the UK as well? Either way. Aaron, either way, thank you for joining me for...
Hey, you're very welcome. Sorry about the lot time a little bit in the beginning.
That's fine. We had some fill. I will let you go. So we will be back with some more of this. We're probably not going to finish 2004 like before the new year, but we are now a quarter of the way in, so we're going to still make some good pacing. We still have a whole summer to hit when we get to see the fallout of OTFCC 2004, for instance. I don't remember how much of that was on the front page, so we'll discover it.
Yeah.
But hey, if anyone wants to, by the way, Logos, I don't know if you want to, because this is like 5 hours of stuff, but like, once again, anyone who time codes anything, even a single news story that you think is fun, please share, comment a time code. I can add it to the chapter markings for the for the VOD, so that they are accessible more easily. If you want to go back to reference them, I will add most any time code if it relates to actual news items. I'm not picky about which ones. It's just a matter of me like pasting them into the listing in the description. So I want to put that out there. And Aaron, I will talk to you later on. Thank you for joining me. Thanks for your time. Have a good digestion of your lunch. That should almost be done by now, actually.
Yeah. That's what's stewing and brewing.
All right. I will talk to you later.
Yup.
I don't know where you are. There you are. I gotta close this. Oh, what did I miss? Oh, I can accept that. Anyway. Hi. No time. You can time code the Jelf Garf you can time. I might not add it as a chapter, but you can still time code it. Yeah, just because he doesn't. I don't not want you to time code it. I just, for the sake of chapter markings, the more news items that get time coded, the nicer it is for the VOD watchers, and I want to support the VOD watchers, because I'm a serial VOD watcher. Sideswipe Prime, they talked about garfing again. Look, there were folks from the jelking meta who were new to this chat, and so I had to like catch up I had to catch up our community on the jelking meta, and I had to catch up the jelking meta on the garfing meta, and some of our community hadn't caught up on the garfing meta because that was on Bees' stream. So we didn't talk about that much. Only like 20-30 minutes. Yeah, we got the garf lore. Transformers TCG org. You can pull the jelking time code over the video, sleeving the video with. No, but it doesn't work. Jelking doesn't work because in a magic fantasy land where like Mormonocron doesn't care if you jump hump, then yeah, you can jelk something over a slider to sleeve a video with code. Actual jelking means it'll just retract, right? So, because it won't work. Archer Monster, hello. Aaron actually is not on the line anymore. He just left us. We just hit our end of the news dive for now. We hit April 1st, 2004. So we decided to call it there. What a great place to... There is no better place to return to. Yeah. We're not likely... I'd say we're not likely to finish 2004 in 2024, but we'll probably, put another dent into this. Like, we're now a quarter of the way in. Mozotron, you were lurking the whole time. Welcome. Lurking is completely valid. For those who don't know, the news history streams and their related panel or panels are all in one collected playlist. If I find my time to do like an Orson's World supercut, I'll add that to the playlist as well. I think that would be really fun to do. Of all the supercuts to do, I think an Orson's World supercut would be fun. I just have to download the VODs and use the helpful time codes to trim all that stuff out and just put it into a big stack on a timeline, and then this is the real big important part. Not do lots of post-production other than that, or it will never get done. But then we'll have a nice Orson's World supercut. That also, for Archer Monster, I think it might be nice, because then you can just link to that and go like, hey, check it out. Here's, like, a collected entire legacy of what remains of Orson's World. As far as, like, the actual, like, you know, actions and records and whatnot. Because I'm pretty sure that Orson's World supercut will be all the remaining accessible Orson's World information that one could have found. Just pre-produce it. Easy. Yeah, true. I should simply just pre-produce the videos. Clark Clint Gaming. Well, yeah, I'm on the tail end now. We were doing this since 7 Eastern. Timu, then Archer can dub his own life. After all my editorializing of the all caps being screaming, Aaron Archer can now, like, redub Orson's World with the intended tone. Low-key, an Aaron Archer reaction video to the supercut would be super fun. I don't know. That supercut could still be pretty long, though, because that's pulling out of at least 12 hours of streaming. I would expect that the Orson's World supercut is probably at least 30, if not 60 minutes long, because, like, once we had the actual, like, performable Q&As, we were kind of having a lot of fun with them. And then hopefully someone could then time code that supercut, so it's also even more accessible. While we're here, let me see if there's anything else I want to. That supercut is that's the VTuber meta, right? Do a stream, supercut. Someone react to supercut. Supercut the reaction. React to the supercut of the reaction to the supercut of the streams. That is the true VTuber meta right now. So we gotta. Can get in on some of that cash. What's fresh on the front is front page. Black Friday sales. The world's most breakable looking toy. Like, I know this is just an overlit photo, but I had to point this out because I saw this and I was like, does this not look like the world's most shatter-ready toy in many a year? Just looks like it's already vibrating at the seams. Army of Bees. The Extra Life archive isn't up because I'm just super cutting the chaos of Muddin. Yeah, Bees' Extra Life stream went over 12 hours, which it turns out that means YouTube doesn't save a VOD. I think that happened to Mint Phantom VTuber recently as well. So Bees did record locally all that stuff, if I understood correctly, and is cutting it together for the sake of archival, so that's really cool. Turns to dust the instant you touch it. Yeah, this isn't the Studio Series Deluxe. This is the mainline, the Core Series Deluxe. But this is I still wouldn't pursue this myself. No, like, it goes to 11 hours 55. My understanding, though, is I could have sworn I saw something that, like, that's what was spat out as the VOD, but it cut off, like, the end. Okay, so yeah, sorry, it's spat out in 11:55 VOD, but it cut off the back, like, 10-15 minutes or something. I don't know, it's weird. I don't think YouTube messages clearly enough that VODs cut off at 12 hours like that. There's also this. I feel like this is like a news story that's happening around me and not to me, where it's like there's some show and they're getting really neat alt art boxes for Commander toys. It's weird. Speaking of YouTube being weird, actually, let me go bring this up, because someone brought this up to me on Blue Sky recently. My Tusker video. Could not play. what would happen is if you tried to play my Tusker review from Retro Future Fans Project Tusker / Glacial Lord, the video was only like 8 minutes something. If you pressed on the video, it would simply skip to the final frame of the video, and that's it, no matter what you do. I checked with a bunch of friends. They were all having the same problem. The person on Blue Sky told me it's been happening for weeks. When I went in, and I think I fixed it. Let's see if I fixed it. Okay, so I think I fixed it, but I had to cut the front second off.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah, so this is so weird. I went into the YouTube video editor, which also could not load any of the video, and I was like, what if I try to trim the front second off? Then it loaded the video in and output this with the dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun cut off. However, I was like, okay, because their editor lets you do this, I'll go pull that front second back in. I have no access to that front second, so this review fell into some kind of pit, some kind of black hole, where it ceased to exist until I tried to edit it, and that made it resume existence, but at the cost of that opening second. I don't know. Anyway, so there's some missing footage on this now, but it now works again, I believe.
ladies and gentlemen, this is internet personality Vangelus, and the wait is over.
So all it's missing is a bit of panning and the Vangelus Reviews logo. There was no dramatized intro on this.
Kindly lent me his TFCon purchased Tusker to take a look at. Then's Project's Retro Future Tusker.
But it's working now.
The Glacial Bots. I think. He's got a bigger box, but it follows the same formula as most of the rest.
I'm gonna give it a few days, because that's, even though it's a website, that seems to be how YouTube works, and see if maybe I can pull that second back in. Like, in hindsight, I should have cut a bit off the back end where the end card was, but I was just like, what the hell is happening? And because I couldn't see the video anymore, I couldn't remember if there was an end card anymore. I should turn this down, actually.
This guy is made of sharp edges and the 1980s. The mammoth silhouette is gorgeous, but it's
What year was this? 10 years ago, 2014. I sound like a nerd. Speak more naturally. Stream I want to do sometime, by the way. Start like the news dive stream, but for my video archive. Axsmith, I do not sound like a nerd. I sound like a cool guy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Fans Project Retro Future Tusker and Glacial Lord. Please enjoy my video review. A lot of me reacting to my own videos is probably going to be very... as a rule, I avoid self-deprecative humor as much as I can, because I've identified that stuff feeds into my self-loathing habit. I'm going to have a battle watching my old stuff and not just wanting to, like, get in there full fists and start punching. Yeah, Long was. I don't know when I'll do. I want to do it. I've been meaning to do it for ages. I was gonna do it in tandem with the 15th anniversary of my starting to upload stuff, but then I missed it because I was depressed. So I'm just gonna do it sometime now. Yeah, self-bullying. It's actually not cool. You may notice sometimes when, like, if friends get into set up for self-deprecation humor, I go towards self-aggrandization instead. That is very much a conscious thing I have tried to teach myself. Fusion. No, it's something I identified. People have said before, like, wow, the subtitles go easier on you now, and it's like, yes, that's by design. Because I think that was feeding into a problem. Dylan, I am planning an SS86 Optimus video. I actually was meaning to start writing that one after I finished writing Siege Ironhide, because I was like, that's fresh in my mind. I just have to unpack him from my luggage. He's still nestled in his box with some, like, other toys and a bunch of, like, rolled up t-shirts. Also, thank you, Rexodus. That's very kind. I kind of want to make sure this video works all the way through now. It's not too long, right? Yeah, it's only 8.5 minutes. Engines stoked. Speaking to the canonicity of the subtitles character, yeah, in canon, the subtitles witness me go through personal tragedy, in my mind at least, and thus decided to ease up and start swinging at the audience instead. By the way, no one poses their Tusker like this. Look at that. The toy poses. I forgot there were gears in there. That's wicked. The first Retro Future Super Robot. The only. Sag. The subtitles, like, deleted their social media in 2015. Fangro is such a good name. Yeah, this Glacial Lord was eventually to turn into a limb. Like, there's nothing really built in to indicate that. I think it was going to be mostly built out of whatever the initial or the final torso thing was going to be, but the plan was for the Glacial Lord to be one of 4 of these sets, and then their Gatai form would turn into a block that you would stick a bigger shoe on, or something like that. Yeah, my preferred Glacial Lord, I believe, because he has elbows now. That's right. Oh, it was only Tail Club that had the elbow. Damn. Some of my vocal delivery just bothers. It's like, you could go double Tail Club. And nowadays it'd be like, you could go double Tail Club. You gotta have more buh in there. Fans Project still exists. As far as being an entity, they still exist. A lot of their toy design folks are Fans Hobby now, if I understood correctly. And Make Toys. That's kind of the 2 directions that they bifurcated into. Yeah, the Menasor was a project by the person who also was focused in on Make Toys. Who also, I believe, worked on Action Toys on some of the Machine Robo stuff. Because they got the hand. That specific hand. I don't know where that auto roller is anymore. I gotta get that Tough trailer before it becomes lost media. Like, I missed the Steam Robo. I missed Loco. He's gone forever now. I need to get over it. Spreem and the Elites are in the detolf I can barely open right now due to clutter somewhere. Like, I got the AM Elites into a detolf really fast so I wouldn't lose them. Yeah, Fans Project is, like, still doing G2 Colors Menasor. Like, they got the Motormaster out. It is my understanding, I don't remember all the details, and I'm not sure how much of this was, like, just a conversation. Getting the G2 Motormaster done, the Fans Project one, was a huge project, and there was a lot of work done. Like, hey, oh, okay, there was no end. So if I couldn't have cut an end card. There was no end card. This was before I was doing end cards. Okay, I got it now. But yeah, the G2 Fans Project Motormaster apparently was, as I understand it, was a lot of toil to get done, a lot of work to get the color matching done, a lot of work to get the packaging done. So the Fans Project still exists as an entity. It's just not like the size of what it used to be, and a lot of its toy talent, I believe, bifurcated into both Make Toys and Fans Hobby. With Make Toys being something that was running during Fans Project, because I believe early Make Toys was a side project specifically commanded by the person who worked on the Fans Project, Menasor. I also like the word bifurcated. I don't know why I'm getting... I have not watched AVGN in a very long time. I don't know why I'm getting AVGN in my recommended. This has been happening for like 2 days now. I have not watched an AVGN video from the Hairline era at all. Nor have I watched Kevin Nash. I don't know. That is a brand new episode. Okay, it's probably getting pushed then. I have been watching John Wolf on John 12 playing Red Dead Redemption 2, because, like, John Wolf's my YouTube Oshi. My YouTube Kami Oshi. Do I want to know what happened with the Unrustables? Yeah, it's personal drama. Factory stuff plus it wasn't... No, the Unrustables wasn't personal drama. Unrustables was factory communication issues that then became a casualty of an unrelated personal drama, if I remember correctly. So Unrustables was kind of like a casualty. Really getting into the VTuber... I mean, I watch Yuzu VODs a bunch. I saw one of those in there. Did I have other VTuber stuff in there? I thought it was mostly... I don't know. I closed the tab now. Or is it because I said Kami-Oshi? I like using Oshi and Kami-Oshi about non-VTubers because I think it's funny. The thing I don't connect with whatsoever is the idol culture side of VTubing, because to me it's just streamers, first and foremost. Okay, these Oshi. Yeah. I mean, I think John Wolf is a very respectable YouTuber, and of a lot of that, the 2010s gamer era YouTubers, he's one of the few that I think really prioritized himself in a very healthy way. So I'm a very big John Wolf fan. So I usually now refer to him as my YouTube Oshi / Kami-Oshi. I think I've called things Kami-Oshis in other streams. When I do it in other people's streams, I'm usually doing it as an aside remark, and nobody knows what I'm talking about, and I just say it's anime words. But to be genuine about it for a second, for VTubers, I primarily regard them as streamers, first and foremost. So the idol culture side of things, like, super does not really connect to me. It's like zero judgment. It does not really elicit reaction from me or connection. The Mebsura armor, Mebsura armor. Yeah, that was a review that was, what was it? I was sent that stuff by the company from someone who said that his brother was the designer. And they had this whole bit they went on about how they, like, hand-checked my sample and everything, and I was like, okay. Third-party Kevin Nash. Yeah, like, the big corporate ones are, like, to me, everything I've witnessed of VTubers is primarily they are built on the back of being really good streamers. And I also have, like, small biases against idol culture already from idol culture. Like, there's parts of it that I think are neat, but there's parts of it I find, like, potentially really unhealthy. And that's very personal. Like, that's not, like, me throwing judgment out at other people. It's just there's parts of it that really rub me the wrong way. So, like, I think that's also why I don't really, like, vibe that much with, like, corporate-owned VTuber characters. Because I'm kind of like, all I hear is a streamer who doesn't own their visual identity, and I find it really weird. And I find it odd. I understand how it is useful and how it is beneficial to the streamer. It just seems like it because a lot of like a couple of them come off as like, you know, a lot of them are fairly young. I think some of them don't realize, and demonstrably some of them have gone through this, that when you separate from that corporation and you have lost your streamer identity, your visual identity, that actually is like a fairly hard thing to parse. So yeah, this is kind of odd to me, but you know, like, no judgment. I'm the last person who can judge someone for the stuff they're watching. I just feel bad because I tell people like, yeah, I've been kind of having some VTuber era in my spare time. They're like, oh, you down with Nietzsche or Hollow? And I'm like, are those streamers? I don't remember those names. So like I've caught on to a lot of that stuff in retrospect. Also caught on to like the kind of freaky amount of like deranged right-winger audience that is in that space. It's an interesting space academically. It's in a weird bubble that is breaking, and I feel like there's not going to be incidents. There are just going to be strange moments, primarily confined to those audiences. I'm happy I found a couple people who comment on that stuff who are not the VTuber News Report YouTube channels, because those generally seem to be garbage. I was peeking at those when I was like interested in like the cultural side of all this, and then watched them turn into tiny two-dimensional Keemstars, and I was like, this seems like a waste of my time. But I've found a few audience members in social medias who talk about feeling that way about that side of that, I guess, internet culture, and I'm glad that that's being pointed out. Because there was a whole thing with one of the big corporations and a bunch of grifty accounts kind of glommed on it, and a bunch of VTuber report on what they tweet accounts glommed on the worst concepts from that stuff, and it is super gross. It does not prioritize it does not prioritize the creators in question or their audiences, which I think is really, really disgusting on a cultural level. But I think a lot of people are aware of it and can see it, which is nice. I had a moment where I was kind of like, I hope there is a level of self-awareness at work here. And I believe it is starting to take hold, which is nice to see. But also the normalization of that stuff through folks like Iron Mouse is inevitably going to, if not, I mean, it's not going to smooth everything out, but it will create moments of choice and judgment that I think are going to be healthier on the whole, which is nice. Because if there's one thing I like, it is when you can normalize another permutation of a medium so people can just do the thing, right? So people can just, like, be a VTuber, for instance, without it being like, you're a VTuber. Because furries went through this in the 2000s. You know, having gone through some of the aughts news and thinking about those old neurons, right? I'm not saying they don't still go through this, but I think it was far worse in the 2000s, where people in furry fandom were getting a whole lot more guff. I say this as someone who is not in that fandom. It was happening enough that I'm still aware of this, though. And I think that I don't think it's the same thing, but I think there are some parallels to be drawn with the treatment of VTubers right now. Iron Mouse being the obvious, like, biggest example, but, you know, also, like, just in general, like, the kind of processing of their existence as a creator genre, right? My lip was dry. Ew. I do find this stuff really fascinating. Partly because I was staring at it for a while. But once I stare at something long enough, I get really interested in the, I'll go to Facecam. I get really interested in the kind of, I'm not going to say the academic side because that's kind of overstating my own ability to talk about it, but I get interested in the social ramifications for the nice folks who are just trying to enjoy the thing and the nice folks who are just trying to do the thing. Yeah, Strange 4. Robot fans, furries, VTubers, shake all 4 of their hands together. There should be 6 hands. But who knows what happened with the other 2. And yeah, like, you know, the Iron Mouse thing is, I think it's worth looking at if you're into that stuff, because it's at a point now where hopefully a healthier side of conversation will start to bloom, thanks to the folks talking about stuff, thanks to the fact that, as far as I'm aware, the other streamer on that echelon, Kai, I do not know that streamer very well, but my understanding is that streamer has been really cordial and not a scumbag about this, so that helps. Rexodus, I only watch Achievement Hunter and have followed them to streaming, so I have no idea what you're talking about. It's all fine. I mean, miniatures painting is becoming, in the last year, I think, with it becoming a category of sorts on Twitch, miniatures painting streaming is becoming way more of a thing all of a sudden, it feels like. There are just more streaming genres that are becoming things, and I think a lot of them go through their own versions of growing pains. VTubers just went through their own extra special version because of, like, the various different nexus points of culture and information that they're fusing together in there. But soon we're going to have bee-tubers, thanks to Army of Bees. Will I return to mini-painting? I will. I really want to. I have some stuff lined up I want to poke at still. I just need to figure out a comfortable setup and actually do it. I have a comfortable setup here where I do my box shredding stuff. I'm just worried about spraying paint on, like, things I don't want to spray paint on. Yeah, Twitch added a miniature... I don't remember if it was strictly miniatures painting or if it was like mini painting / craft or something like that, but Twitch added a dedicated channel / tag or whatever that miniatures painters could slot into, so that they were no longer being defined as Warhammer streamers. They could just be mini painting streamers. PT, I went to family, ate turkey, watched football, got home, and this stream is still going on. Yeah, I mean, I'm on the like end of stream part. Yeah, you know what's going on. You know what's going on. I'm just chatty. I also haven't streamed in like a month, so I got pent up energies, and I had a crummy month, so I'm just like, I am clinging to the social contact, which is like silly because I was already posting on Discord and Blue Sky the whole time anyway, but this is a little different. Models and miniatures. Thank you, WaveSign. Yeah, Tombot, you're just early for the next stream. I also fell asleep in the middle of the day, so my circadians are all flummoxed. Next Tuesday is going to be a messed up day, because I believe that's when I'm having my second round of fumigation, and that's sometime in the morning, and I have to leave for 4 hours, and near the end of that 4 hours is when I have a dental appointment. And usually my brain doesn't work well on those days, but I think I can get my brain to work well that day. So, Tuesday's going to be funny. Oh yeah, the new Sentai leaked. Number 1 is a play on the words one and wan, so the translation will be Top Dog Sentai. I like that. Anyway. I don't even have my system laid out right now. Where's my stuff? When I switch over, it's going to also start playing that. I got to make sure to turn that off. Yeah. Oh, Rexodus. Yeah, also, I had a personal bad month, which came off the back of feeling really bad from my overactive empathy. My active empathy. Because a whole lot of my friends in my neighboring country had a really crummy start of the month. So it was just a long trail of pain. And hopefully, I'm going to just continue persevering through that. Do you type the exact cook time on your microwave or use the 30-second button? I type the cook time. Unless it's a different microwave where they make that harder to do than the 30-second increments. On those ones, I'll do the 30-second increments. I prefer to type in my time, though. Next, Ultraman leaked as Ultraman Omega. I'm doing emotional labor for folks since the... Yeah, Transformers TCG org. Yeah. I don't want to just get everyone bummed out, but like, yeah, it's not hard to like feel like you want to be there for folks who are very scared, very justifiably scared. And yeah, but let's just enjoy 2024, right, PT? Because January is when all the funny stuff starts to happen. An analog rolling spring on my micro. I want one of those. I have one of those on my toaster oven, air fry oven little thingy, and I love it. Transformers TCG org, just eager to do more cool shit in the current context. Hi-fi. There you go. That's right. You got, yeah, in trying times, I think it's really important to find things like community, to find things like hobbies, and to find things like serotonin induction in the healthiest ways possible, and to feel no guilt prioritizing that over stuff that you are culturally implied to have to prioritize. And I say this in a... I want to make sure I'm clear about this. I say this in a way where I'm not saying ignore everything because you gotta watch Star Wars or something like that. But like, you gotta prioritize yourself. You gotta prioritize yourself because you experience the world primarily through your psyche and your body. And if those things don't work, then you're gonna have trouble experiencing the rest of the world regardless, and or taking part in instigating change where needed. Transformers TCG org, do you want to know something that's messed up? I have 6 sealed pools of Twilight of the Republic that I've kept aside to try to build a deck out of once, because I want to maximize my limited gameplay fun. So, if you want to jam some limited, I have 6 separated limited pools. I only had 4, but then 401 Games did a grand reopening, and their pre-release kits are super cheap. And if you spent a certain amount of money, you got to get a raffle roll. So I bought 2 more pre-release packs. They're in here, along with a deck box. And then I went and I did the roll, and I won Marvel United Spider-Geddon, which was the one Marvel United core box I don't have, so it was a win-win. Army of Beasts, it's the TCG. It's the Star Wars TCG. Transformers TCG org showed me some of how it works, and that in the new set that just came out, they added mana cheating and token creatures, which are like 2 of my favorite things, and you can play as the Sis, the Separatists. I love playing as the Sis. You let me play as the Sis in Star Wars, I get so excited, because they suck. But if I get to play as just the scumbag assholes, it's fun because I don't care if I lose anymore. So you can literally play as Newt Gunray. You can play as Wat Tambor. Newt Gunray of the questionable accent. Ooh, you let me play as Newt Gunray. I'm just role-playing at that point. I don't care if I lose. Newt Gunray shouldn't win. So whatever. Tonbot, it is literally the CIS, and I don't remember what it stands for. It's the something separatists. But I think it's really funny that they're just the cis. Because also they suck. I don't know. Speaking as a cis person. Yeah, the Confederacy of Independent Systems. But I just think, I don't know, ever since Star Wars Legion, the miniatures game even, I've been chuckling constantly, where it's like, I get to play as the cis! We say Roger, Roger! In Star Wars Unlimited, they have an upgrade called Roger, Roger, which upgrades one of the B1s, the token creature battle droids, and if they die, you just pass it along to the next one, because it gets shot, says Roger, Roger, and the next one gets a +1/+1. It's very funny. Yeah, the battle droids are summonable tokens. There's also a 9, I'm gonna say mana, whatever. There's a 9 mana villainy creature, which is Legion of Battle Droids, and if it dies, it spits out 2 Battle Droid tokens. The mana cheat is called Exploit, where you kill your own units to reduce the mana cost of something that allows you to. Usually that would be Battle Droids. So your Roger Battle Droids, you're like summoning them, you make them throw themselves at like a base to do like 1 damage, then you shoot them in the back of the head to summon a tank. It's really funny. Count Dooku adds Exploit to every single card, so you get to do all this weird, like, you're sending out tons of Battle Droids, and then shooting them in the back of the head to summon giant tanks. I have also pulled a foil Jar Jar Binks twice. Jar Jar Binks is a card specifically designed to be annoying and bad, but in a very funny way. It's a small micro masterclass in card design. He is a bad card, but he's designed so if you play him, both you and every opponent at the table has to undergo an incredibly annoying process of trying to select a random unit from amongst all units all players have. If someone's running tokens, they might have 10 units of their own. There is no system in the game to randomize units, so you have to figure one out. If that means there's 20 units across all boards, and you just say, oh, just roll a d20, how are you supposed to keep track of which one is 1 through 20, right? So you're like, let's arrange all of the units in a circle so I can remember. It's very funny. Have I ever played TCG Card Swap Simulator? I have not. I heard that they I heard they either have or have agreed to purge the AI art. Sorry, the generative art that's in that game. So that has my interest peaked again, but I have not played it. The Jar Jar Binks card is so funny. And I try not to get interested in Star Wars stuff, but it's like you put in mechanics I like, you put in the sys, the actual meat and potatoes of Star Wars Unlimited is genuinely an interesting gameplay engine. You play as a character and a base, you have selected both. The base is your health, sometimes it has an effect. The base and the character dictate your color pool of what you can play or summon without drawbacks. There's 2 different theaters that you play units into. It's entirely Transformers TCG Org's fault. Wow, what good marketing. You got me interested in a Star Wars game. Long was here, Vangelus supports the sis, not clickbait. I mean, General Grievous is in the game, and he has a personal upgrade called Grievous's Wheel Bike. If you get the kind of hard-to-get General Grievous unit card, that card can use lightsaber upgrades as though he's a Jedi, so he doesn't get any drawbacks or something. It's very goofy. It's very goofy. It's very goofy. I like lots of games. It's just this game is like... I think it's because of this third wave. Like, it's a very, like... animate game. Like it's dripping with theme and flavor in ways that feel like they kind of work. Like, you can't read the Reddit for too long because eventually someone says like all but three leaders suck, and you know that's meta spike ass talk. And the meta is less than a month old, so anyone saying that right now probably is talking straight out of their butt. Because they banned Boba Fett. It's a funny thing to say. Sequel trilogy stuff is in the first 2 waves, I believe. Kylo Ren's in the game. That already, I was like, I could play First Order, because they also suck. I like playing as the characters who suck. But yeah, Kylo Ren wants you to dump your hand. The First Order's in the game. Supreme Leader Snoke is an expensive, very good board wipe card. I kind of want Supreme Leader Snoke. Sabine Wren is meta, yeah, and there's Rebels Sabine and live-action Sabine. There's like 3 eras of Bo-Katan. The Darksaber is like one of the valuable cards from set 2, because the Mandalorian is in it. Milling is real. There is milling. There's a card I pulled from a pack that apparently is worth $50 Canadian, so I won. It's called Vigilance. It lets you do 2 different effects. One of them is like mill 6 cards off the opponent's deck. If you mill out, then every time you want to draw a card, you take 3 damage, I think, on your base, so it's not a strict loss. It's just a very rough timer, which is my favorite kind of... if there's no deck recycling, I like it when the mill loss is not instant loss, it's you start to plummet. I have a lot of... Transformers CCG org knows this. I have developed a lot of thoughts about what I like about dueling card game design. I don't know what the Yuzavog are, but there is the... I pulled the Zillow Beast, and you can also... I also pulled Gore Grievous's Pet, and I don't know what either of those are. But the Zillow Beast looks very funny. Oh wait, are the Yuzavog... are those, Prince Shizor? 'Cause, yeah, I don't think those are in yet. I don't think those are in yet. I don't know. Set 2 is like the Shadows of the Galaxy, whatever thing. I haven't looked into it too much. I just grabbed some singles. I got the Hotshot Blaster, because it seems to be everywhere. Oh, it's old Legends bad guys. Yeah, I don't know what the accessibility is for this game and Legends. Because, like, Legends is in a weird place, right, as far as, like, official license work. But yeah, Star Wars Unlimited is... Hey, for, like, the 3 of you here, would you have any interest in streamed Star Wars Unlimited, me playing out my limited pools so I can actually file them into my larger, like, card pool so I can actually build decks? Because I want at least one game of each of my limited pools so I'm maximizing my value. I'm not gonna save any, but I'm just curious if things line up in a way where that seems like feasible, if there's interest for that. Hotshot's Blaster, yeah, it's in the Star Wars CCG. It comes out of your back. You have to attach a minicon. Only if you occasionally play TFTCG. Here's my problem. Here's my TFTCG issue right now. I need to break down all my decks. I've had like 8 decks built for the last year and a half, and I need to break them down and reorganize my cards, and that's a bunch of work that I have not wanted to do. So I need to do that. Because I had a lot of decks built because there was a period where I was like, I may be the only person equipped to play this game ever for a while. Now folks are showing up at TFCon very equipped to play the game, so I no longer feel like I need to keep a lot of the game ready to go. And that's great for me, in a lot of ways. But I need to come down from that sensation of, like, I am one of the only remaining stewards who is showing up at TFCon Toronto! I no longer have to worry about that as much. You were thinking Rid 01 Hotshot and not Armada Hotshot. Oh. Yeah, no, like, even LA, I used to feel this pressure of, like, I need to bring at least 12 decks to TFCon LA. I only have to bring 1 now. My Perceptor no, I'm not gonna bring that. The joke already happened. Hotshot Old Head. Yeah, I'll probably bring a SWU deck as well. I'm thinking, like, for LA, my card plans are to bring a TCG deck, a SWU deck, possibly a deck builder main deck, but probably not. Because I want to just bring, like, a small quiver of very little stuff. Yeah, I mean, Transformers CCG, no matter what intent hit it, it's a very well done game engine. It's a very Transformers-y game engine. The deck building game, I will say, is also now a very good one too. It's a board game, and it's a different game. It's a deck building game. That's a board game subgenre like Dominion or Star Realms. But if you get the War on Cybertron core set, you get a game that you can play co-op or PvP or solo to a satisfying degree that feels thematic. So that exists too. If you just want more Transformers cards, what you can play. Don't look up current Versus System. I heard it's no good anymore. But Versus System exists right now as a pseudo board game that's called the Versus System 2 PCG, the 2-player card game. Yes, that's mouth vomit. Apparently, it barely resembles the old Versus System and is worse, is my understanding. But it has the same logo. which is a bummer. Yeah, Bees is going to be at LA, so Bees is primed for some card game spectation. My only other worry about LA is I just don't know how much gaming I'm going to be able to fit in, because, like, last LA, I played 1.5 TCG and 1 deck building game, and I was busy all weekend, but we can figure something out. Lobby play also is a viable thing in LA. I got so many thoughts on cards. If you're at Galaxy's Edge, like, surely they will have... Actually, I don't know. When it comes to, like, Star Wars, I don't know for sure that all Star Wars things are going to be in all Star Wars places. I should at least have a funny Count Dooku exploit Sis deck. So I'm not gonna be like meta equipped or anything. I ain't pulling enough legendaries to have 3 of the meta cards. No, you can call it edging. You can call you've been Galaxy's edging. It's fine. Duke deck. Birria. What is Birria? I could Google it, but I'm just gonna, since I'm here, I'm just gonna ask. That's right, Long. I am here to exploit the cis. Birria is that goat as in ba, or is that goat as in greatest? That's a weird question to ask. Oh, tacos with consomme. No, I'm down for that. I'm down for that. A lot of the time I lose at TFCon is in fact in the name of food. Because there's some local friends I try to meet up with now whenever I go out there who live in the area, and they always take me out for chicken and waffles, or something similar. Will take me out. I pay for it. I pay for my food still, I think. Now I can't remember. Because it's late, I can't remember what I've been gifted. But yeah, then also, like, trying to just, like, stay nourished in the area. I want a giant-ass birria quesadilla for my birthday. Sam Wellbell dropping the beef, birria or not. Best birria is in Chicago. Uh-oh. No, last TFCon LA, one of the things I decided to do when the opportunity arose was I ended up being near Toy Guy whenever Toy Guy was like, I'm going to go across the street to get food. And whenever I heard someone say that, this time it just happened to be Toy Guy most of the time, I was like, I'm coming too. Because I was like, no, jump at the chance to go just get some fast food. Because I should just feed myself and you know, take a quick break if I don't have something to do. Jody, what's up? You are in, I think, hour 1 of I'm gonna close up in 10 minutes or something. Wacky Wacky Patrick Lee, I'm starting my shift. Thanks for stream. Yo, thank you for tuning in. Birria Zaragoza. If I go to TFCon in Chicago, I need to remember that. But I never go anywhere when I'm in Chicago. I just go to the convention hotel. I wasn't stalking Toy Guy. We're just in the same spaces. And I happened to be listening in on all of his conversations. It's different. Stalking Toy Guy is how I got hands-on time enough with Missing Link Optimus to decide I didn't want to actually buy one because I was satisfied enough messing with someone else's. It's also how I decided I want to get NASA Prime sometime because that toy was neat. It was 2 foot long and they called it the Machete because of its shape. I dig it. Transformers TCG org. So Chicago TFCon, at least, has the advantage/disadvantage that the venue is usually very self-contained, and you can kind of live out of it. There's decent food in walking distance. You're just not actually going to Chicago. You're in a convention venue and, like, the bowling alley / restaurant places across the street. Actual Chicago, you only really dip into if you're taking, like, the train from the airport. thought there was like a sub 200 NASA Prime that doesn't come with that base. Because I saw the one that was on Big Bad for sale, but I thought that one like has a special base or something. Sure hope nothing's closed down because of a holiday. What's a holiday? Oh, now. Yeah. Yeah. True. Oh, the sale is for $180. I didn't look at what the price was. That's a bummer. I thought that toy was like, I don't know. I thought like without the base it was around like $100 or something. Cause yeah, don't pay extra for the base. It's not, that toy doesn't need a base. It's oh, okay, yeah, tax, shipping, etc. Yeah. I have a sob story. Number 1, solidarity with the Union. Number 2, the Canada Post strike means I have 2 entire waves of blockies trapped in limbo. And they have my remaining Constructicons in them, and I really want them. But I also want the Canada Post workers to be treated with respect. I understand it. I'm fine with it. But also, hey, I'm an ally. Maybe you could slip me my blockies. Maybe he's just under the table. Hey, listen, ally. Hello, ally. Not scab, ally. Just hand me my blockies, please. Thank you, ally. Thank you. Oh, Long, thanks. I should be starting to do some more with them at some point. I've re-established contact. I don't know precisely what the scope of that means, but like, ideally, I'm gonna probably do videos for the 2 sets I bought, because I bought them off AliExpress during a sale, so I got them for like 70 Canadian a box, which is a killer deal. But I don't know if I'm gonna do those the way I did the other blockies, where I post-produced an opening. I might stream them, but also I have witnessed people hamburger their fingers doing blocky streams, so I'm a little worried about that. Yeah, we traded Star Wars Universe for blockies. Yeah, the post-produced version I might do because I can do that over 2 days, so I can take a break. And I feel less inclined to like show everything now, because this would be Galaxies 2 and 3, and the one I did was Galaxy 4, so I can focus more on like just a fun, snappy, jump cutty version. Yeah, hamburger their fingers. Blockies, Galaxy at least. What I was told is the Transformers 1 Galaxy 5 set does not have this problem. They're a bit easier to put together. Galaxy 4, though, and I believe Galaxies 1 through 3, there's just enough stiffness putting the blockies parts together that once you're on, like, your 6th one, your fingers really just start to feel it if you're doing it all in one go on, like, a live stream. It's kind of like, you know, this is fun once. Number 2, aha, here we go. Number 4, ooh, my thumbs. Ooh, Number 7, you know, then you get to number 9, and you're just like, I just want to finish. I just gotta finish this stupid stream. Ow. So, you know, as Timu says, it turns out fingers are squishy, but blockies ain't. My understanding from folks' tactile feedback is the Transformers 1 blockies go together a bit easier and have less edges, because they're the Transformers 1 designs, so they're, you know, they're plumper, they're younger, they're more kawaii ugu. Face, I was gonna say, it's like, yeah, if you built a Gunpla in one sitting without end, just going, you know? Yeah, you built the real grade Gao Gaigar in one sitting, and that's wild. That's just gotta get them iron fingers. But yeah, I'm gonna tell myself I'm gonna close up, because I'm gonna tell myself I might just jump on a bit tomorrow too. I don't know. But keep an eye out for streaming. What am I doing here? about an hour ago, I said, all right, time to close up shop. So, you know, it tracks. Me and Aaron went for like 5.5 hours. Plus like maybe another 20 minutes in the front while I was waiting for Aaron to come onto the call. So, Ugu, that's a throwback. Yeah, yeah, Kawaii Ugu. And then when I talk about myself, I refer to myself as a say-so streamer Uwu. Because I'm completely say-so. I simply sometimes, you know, I have an ara, but otherwise I'm a very say-so streamer, Uwu. YouTube says 6 hours. Yeah, that's weird, because I don't think I was running for like 40 minutes before I started, but maybe. I'm going to turn the music on. That always gets things pumping. None of those words are in the Bible. Maybe none of those words are in your Bible. Oh, that's loud. I gotta turn that down. That's loud in my ears, at least. I don't know if it's loud over here. Yeah, I gotta turn that to 22 so you can hear me. Whilst I say thank you all for checking out this news stream. Please leave time codes if you like stuff. That's just in general on any stream. Please leave time codes if you like stuff, because it helps me remember things I said. I'm glad you're finally ending. I've had to pee. Anyway, I have a dissertation to give about soaking and jump humping. I know I talked about it a lot before, but we got way more to go in on. This reminded me. I have so many things to say. Just hold it in. Much like the soakers. Just keep it together. No, I'm just doing. I like doing a bit, pushing pause. Thank you all for tuning in. I'll catch you all later. Take it easy out there. Stay safe out there. If you're, you know, in the midst of some Thanksgiving stuff, I hope it's going well. If it's not, don't worry. It's not your fault. And normality will resume at least for like a couple days. Get your tryptophan in and stay sweaty, because is a worker not entitled to the sweat of his brow? Welcome to Rapture!
Let them come.